705. Outside the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion, Pei Xiang praised sincerely, "Good fist." It seemed that the words "good fist" were not enough to describe the power of this fist. Pei Xiang rubbed her knees and nodded repeatedly. She added, "In terms of the length of the fist technique and the weight of the fist intent, I am not as good as the founder of this fist technique." What a good fist technique. What a waterfall hanging in the sky. The fist technique is very high and the fist is very heavy when it lands. None of the martial artists in the 10 states were easy to deal with. It was actually not easy to make a martial artist of the ultimate state sincerely admire the brilliance of other fist techniques. It turned out that the girl who called herself Pei Qian could throw out 17 punches with the same fist intent and hit Lu Suiyu, Pei Xiang's favorite disciple. Lu Suiyu had to stop the fist intent and did not dare to let Pei Qian add more fist intent. Lu Yuzhou, who was hiding behind Pei Xiang, stretched his neck and whispered, "Aunt Lu could only defend herself with more than 10 punches in a row. It is too exaggerated. No one would believe it if it was spread." Pei Xiang laughed and scolded, "You know nothing. The 17 punches of the girl are only one punch." On the square outside the Thunder God Temple, the fist intent was surging. Pei Xiang's fist intent flowed slowly and quietly protected Lu Yuzhou behind her. As for Lu Mama, she did not have such treatment. Even though she was in the Earth Immortal state, she still felt uncomfortable watching the fight from afar. The square was affected by the fist intent and the light was distorted everywhere. This was the sign of a pure martial artist shaking the world with his fists. Lu Mama was not worried that Suiyu would lose. There were thousands of martial artists in the Snow Mountain continent. Of course, Pei Xiang of the Thunder God Temple had the highest state. However, as long as Suiyu could reach the peak state, he would be the strongest. Lu Suiyu had been the strongest 3 times. Was strange. According to her master Pei Xiang's prediction, according to the signs of the martial arts fate in the world, Lu Suiyu had missed the title of strongest several times. It seemed to be related to the small Aquarius continent. This meant that other than Dali Song Zhangqiang, there were at least 2 grandmasters in the 9th state hiding there. Lu Yuzhou was filled with emotions. He spoke slowly, "I've heard of Treasure Vase Continent's Luopa Mountain. They have a close relationship with Cloud-Splitting Mountain's North Peak Mountain monarch Weiba. The business of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry is very good, and they are currently doing business with Julu Continent's Beaded Hemp Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Just that I have never heard of such a young lady with such a powerful fist technique. The Aquarius continent is truly a strange place. The size of a grain of rice always makes people surprised." Pei Xiang teased, "Kid, who are you siding with?" Lu. Hearing his tone, it seemed like it was normal for Lu Suiyu to not retaliate from the start. Xiang could only patiently explain for this layman, "This young lady is a Wenquan practitioner and also a guest. With Suiyu's age and cultivation, she can be considered his senior. She is also half a host. According to the rules of the underworld, she has to receive the fist first. Of course, the young lady has trained her fist to perfection. If the opponent's fist is good, we have to acknowledge it. As for Suiyu's fist, it is the great river horizontal stance that I comprehended when I saw the flood dragon crossing the river. Of course it is not bad." However, the female sword fairy soon changed her mind. She has a great chance of winning. It was because once Pei Qian experienced a life-and-death battle, she could break through the realm again and kill a nascent soul realm cultivator on the mountain peak. Seeing Lu Suiyu stop and pull back his fist, Pei Qian had no choice but to stabilize her stumbling body. She furrowed her brows slightly as if she was wondering why Senior Lu didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue her. As a result, her fist missed its target. She had been punched by Lu Suiyu on one side of her temple. Of course it wasn't a good feeling. However, Pei Qian didn't think that it would affect her fighting ability. Otherwise, it would be a big joke for her to practice martial arts in the Bamboo House and Senior Lier's Lion Peak. In the Luopa Mountain where she was from her master to Grandpa Chui the old chef, and herself, who was the weakest and had the lowest cultivation level, the only use of injuries was to increase the fist intent. It was also a camouflage. When the time came, the next punch would be the drum-beating style of the deity, and it would be faster and heavier than the first punch. The old chef once said, "Unless I die, the question-seeking fist won't stop." The most important thing for a martial artist to practice martial arts was to first punch to kill the human body's instinct of being afraid of death and pain. At that time, Pei Qian had just gone to the 2nd floor of the Bamboo House to practice his martial arts. Many of old chef's casual words when he was wearing an apron, cooking with a spatula, or eating with a spoon were ignored by Pei Qian. It was not until later when he traveled to the North Continent with Li Huai and had nothing to do that they practiced their martial arts every day that Pei Qian picked up those words that he had deliberately forgotten. They were like strips of pickled vegetables in a jar. Pei Qian would take them out and chew them repeatedly until they were crunchy. Pei Qian felt that old chef's words were actually quite good. Lu Suiyu smiled and asked, Pei Qian, the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion are not just for being beaten. Once you use your fist, it won't be light. Should we stop at a certain point in this question-seeking fist, or should we stop at full strength? Pei Qian said without hesitation, I choose the latter. Senior Lu, you don't have to worry about whether I will be injured or not. When the question-seeking fist ends, both of us will be standing so it won't be counted. Lu Suiyu nodded with a smile. Pei Qian's temper was really good. Since she was able to block Pei Qian's fist with the Great River Crossing and then break her opponent's fist intent, she could be considered to have won the first round of the question-seeking fist. However, Lu Suiyu was one level higher than Pei Qian after all, and he didn't let her use her full fist. Therefore, the first round could be considered a draw. Pei Qian stepped on the ground lightly and stared at Lu Suiyu. Senior Lu's previous punch showed your style. I appreciate it. But if you still deliberately let me use your fist technique, it means that the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion look down on the martial arts of the Luapa Mountain. Lu Suiyu laughed and said, Okay, then I will think highly of you, a martial artist of the Luapa Mountain. Pei Qian said in the end, if I lose it's because I am not good at martial arts, not because the martial arts of the Luapa Mountain are not good enough. Lu Suiyu slowly opened a fist stance. The woman's arms were intertwined with several lightning bolts. Her eyes were pale golden. She said, I don't care if you are good or not. Just lie down and talk. Pei Xiang rubbed between her eyebrows and said, This little girl seems to be used to asking for a beating. Lu Yuzhou said, Don't hurt the harmony. Pei Xiang straightened her back and held the green bamboo flute from the green immortal mountain. She said, If the Q-seeking fist is vague, it will hurt the harmony. The way of martial arts is to be fair and square, and there are differences in strength. Lu Yuzhou saw that Aunt Lu had gained the upper hand in the fight. Lu Yuzhou's level was not high enough. He was not an earth immortal yet, but a dragon gate cultivator. He couldn't even see the figures of the two clearly. He could only judge the situation by the color of the two women's clothes. Every time Aunt Lu punched, there would be thunder and lightning. Therefore, when she punched many times, the square was like a pool of lightning created by the will of the fist. Aunt Lu was like a deity of the Thunder tribe who had been banished to the human world. In fact, the disciples of the Thunder God Temple in the Snow Mountain continent were all like this. They were like a deity who was born with a deity's armor. Ordinary spells couldn't break the will of the fist, which was the biggest headache for the Qi cultivators who fought against them. However, among the direct disciples and secondary disciples of Pei Xiang, Lu Suiyu was the one who understood the essence of the fist the most. Seeing Suiyu's punches, Mammy Lu felt very gratified. Xie Songhua said to the two disciples telepathically, Behind the Thunder God Temple, there is a small hill. That is the famous Thunder Fan Mountain. Few people know that it is near the small Thunder God Temple. That hill is the place where the deities of the Thunder tribe forged their weapons. Raise your natal flying sword, Thunder Lake, and it is the most suitable place for you to practice it. You can get twice the result with half the effort. If a sword cultivator's flying sword can reach the level of a half-immortal weapon, it will be much better than a half-immortal weapon refined by a Qi cultivator. Of course, sword cultivators needed immortal money and heavenly materials. It was a bottomless pit of endless money. It was much better than other Qi cultivators, and it was a well-known fact on the mountain. For example, if Reyes wanted to practice his sword on the Thunder Fan Mountain, Xie Songhua had prepared 3 attacking magic weapons and a large sum of money for the rain of grains as compensation for Pei Xiang in the Thunder God Temple. The problem was that Pei Xiang might not agree. Therefore, Xie Songhua had to use the bamboo box to hide the sword on her back to bargain. Qiaomu said happily, The evaluation of the Summer Palace has rated Reyes' Thunder Lake as a B grade. It is very high. Every A-grade flying sword in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, such as Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain, was most suitable for large-scale battles. Therefore there were only a few of them. They were more of a strategic choice for the Summer Palace. If they were to be used in a battle between sword cultivators, they might not be at an advantage. Therefore, after leaving the battlefield, it was more about catching and killing between cultivators on the mountain. On the other hand, the B-grade flying swords selected by the hidden officials had the most outstanding killing power, especially the B-grade flying swords. Without exception, They all had the innate supernatural powers that only appeared once in 100 years. For example, Qin Sancho's white deer was only ranked B grade because of Wen Yun. As for Rei's Thunder Lake, it was naturally because of the innate supernatural powers of Rei's Thunder Lake. Not only could it be used to catch and kill people, it had great killing power, but it was also suitable for the battlefield and had a myriad of phenomena. On the other hand, although the young lady Qiaomu had 2 innate flying swords, Tongtua and Hongni, they were only rated as B grade and C grade respectively. However, the so-called only was only relative to Rei's. Other than A grade, B grade and C grade, there were a total of 6 grades. In fact, the innate flying swords were all good. Including Xie Songhua's Rei's, Qiaomu and Li Kai's direct disciples, Qin Li and Gao Yuqing, these sword cultivators who were taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Aura by the Howran Sword Immortal all had B grade and C grade flying swords. However, the grade of the flying swords was one thing. After all, it was still on paper. It was another thing to actually fight on the battlefield. There were no absolutes in the world and there were always accidents. Of course, it was just like the officialdom at the foot of the mountain. Coming from the Hanlin Academy, it was easier to become a high-ranking official than to become an officer. Rei said stubbornly, "Master, I don't like to use others to nourish my flying swords." However, he added, "But if you insist, I will not slack off on sword refinement." Rei said this a little discouraged. Qiaomu was a little worried that her master would be angry. Xie Songhua stretched out her hand and pressed the child's head. She said gently, "Hidden official said that after all of you arrive at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You must learn to do as the Romans do." Just like when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he must first learn to respect all the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. "Reis, can you do what hidden official hopes for all of you?" Reis nodded vigorously. He said with a bright expression, "I often read the letter that hidden official sent to you through Deng Liang. The letter said that we should slowly learn the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. There is no rush, but we must remember them carefully. We must read more about the good and the bad. After reading, we must think more about why. At the end of the letter, we must practice our swordsmanship well. When we reach a high level and can at least protect ourselves, we can then reason with others." Zhu Xing then glanced at the young lady beside him who was holding the walking stick. He smiled at his master and said, "Master Yin Guan has given me a lot of advice in the letter. Qiaomu is just a small piece of tofu. It seems that Master Yin Guan also knows that she is useless. Master, don't worry, I am enough." The little girl scrunched up her face in grievance. She was about to cry but did not dare to. She looked very pitiful. Seeing Qiaomu's expression, Zhu Xing felt a rare sense of regret. Back in Tufu City, Sister Pei had privately told him not to always be so stern towards Qiaomu, because Qiaomu was a girl and he was a boy. Bullying her wasn't something to be proud of. Since they were from the same hometown and from the same sect, it was a rare fate. Therefore he should protect her more. At the very least, he shouldn't let others bully her. Zhu Xing felt that Sister Pei's words made sense. He patted his chest and agreed. But sometimes he could not help but say a few words to Qiaomu. Moreover, he was not just anyone. Alas, it was a pity that no one bullied Qiaomu. Master was too good. He was too invincible in the White Mountain continent. On the square, Pei Qian was hit in the face by Lu Suiyu's elbow. He fell to the ground with a thud. He immediately blocked with his hands, blocking Lu Suiyu's foot that was aimed at his heart. If Pei Qian was hit by the foot, the one quan would be over. Pei Qian slid back 100 feet on the ground. As soon as he hit the ground with his palm and got up, Lu Suiyu, who followed him like a shadow, hit him in the chest with his knee. The slender young woman flew out with a loud bang and fell to the ground. When Lu Suiyu's feet landed on the ground, he let out a mouthful of murky air. He punched out a series of 9th-level fists. Although he did not use all of his power, the pure jinqi of a martial artist stopped there. Lu Yuzhou thought that today's Wen Quan was a good match for both sides. He looked at the young girl who stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Then she got into a fist stance again. It seemed that she didn't notice her injury at all. For some reason, Lu Yuzhou thought of the Wen Quan Quan Chao Ci in the ruins of the ancient battlefield in the Jinjia state. It was a similar scene but a little different. Lu Yuzhou was not a martial artist, so he couldn't tell what the difference was. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Lu Yuzhou. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew that Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Auntie Lu. But the more Yu Zhuanfu behaved like this, the more powerful Auntie Lu would be. Lu Yuzhou couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned around and glanced at the bamboo flute in Pei Axiang's hand. Axiang, the ancestral bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain, seldom leaves the bamboo sea cave. Most of them are given by that madam herself. Including the Confucian Temple and the Forest of Merit, there are only 4 or 5 places in the whole world. Let alone the ordinary green bamboo in the Bamboo Sea Cave, all the bamboo products made from the ancestral bamboo are recorded by the mountain god government. Your bamboo flute has never been recorded. Is there a reason? I asked Auntie Lu before, but she refused to tell me. Pei Axiang's expression turned strange. She shook her head and gently twirled the bamboo flute in her hand. The yellowed bead gently tapped the bamboo flute. Pei Axiang smiled. I can't bear to look back on the past. Lu Yuzhou wasn't afraid of this. He lowered his voice and said, I'll double the offerings for the next 10 years. Pei Axiang raised 2 fingers. Lu Yuzhou slapped Axiang's fingers away and smiled. Axiang, you're a straightforward person. Dill. Pei Axiang then said, have you heard of a bastard called Alliance? Lu Yuzhou nodded. Axiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I've heard of that senior's name. Besides, my auntie has never forgotten that man. Who doesn't know of this in the White Border continent? He broke the great blasphemy river in the central continent with one fist. He once carried the ancestral mountain with the word, sect, and moved it over 10 li. But these are not what I admire the most. I heard that before he fights he likes to recite a poem. I admire him the most. He called himself the little butterfly in 100 flowers, handsome brother in 10 li 8 villages. In my opinion, this is not an undeserved reputation. There are so many fairies who admire him. Hearing this, Nanny Lu was extremely worried. It would be best if his young master did not learn from that man. Pei Axiang raised her finger and pointed at the bamboo flute. I was beaten up by him and received this as compensation. Lu Yuzhou touched a sore spot. How many of you fought him alone? Pei Axiang said helplessly, 5 or 6. Lu Yuzhou patted her shoulder lightly. Axiang, you're good. If this gets out, you'll gain face. Pei Axiang smiled. That's true. It was not embarrassing. After all, there was once a mountain where 10 people besieged one person, and only one person escaped. Actually, when he was in the vast world, that man's swordsmanship was not obvious. It was only after he had traveled for 100 years in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and slain a great demon at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm with his sword that the entire vast world, especially the central divine continent that he was used to wreaking havoc on, came to realize that the son of AB*TCH was actually so impressive. As for later, this person ascended and left the vast world, went to the sky beyond sky, and finally exchanged a punch with the Beko Kekyung building's really invincible second brother, and each of them beat the other back to their hometowns. It was even more shocking. Being the same age as some people in the same era, seemed to be both worthy of sorrow and glory. Just like Pei Axiang's group, they met Alliance. Earlier people met the most proud person in the world who attracted the water from the sky with a sword. Now, all the young martial artists in the world met Chao Ci and the 11th hidden official. Thinking of this, Pei Axiang glanced at the 2 people who were still practicing on the square. Pei Qian was hit by Lu Suiyu's whip kick again and his body swayed. After trying to stabilize his body, Lu Suiyu gave him 6 punches in a row. His forehead, cheeks and neck were all hit by 2 punches. The 2 punches in the same place was one of the essence of the fist art of Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, called Stacked Thunder. It was a new move that Pei Axiang comprehended after reaching the 10th level. It seemed to be the same fist art, but the fist intent was exactly the opposite. It was the best way to hurt the martial artist's fist intent or chi refining palace. In the end, Pei Qian's chest was hit heavily by 2 punches in a row. His feet left the ground and he fell to the ground. The skinny girl, who was only in her early 20s, was actually able to immediately stand up and stand still after touching the ground with her elbow and twisting her body. She had suffered quite a serious injury. The outcome of the battle was obvious, but the little girl's fist intent did not decrease, but instead increased. Bleeding from the 7 orifices was a small matter for a martial artist in the far travel realm. Pei Axiang nodded. Lu Suiyu's expression became serious. At the same time he was a little angry. He had already changed 2 puffs of pure Jinqi, but his opponent had not changed a single puff. Of course, it was not that Lu Suiyu had weakened his opponent's fist intent, but he wanted to teach her the fist art. That was why he changed his Jinqi twice. But this little girl was too stubborn. Did she really think that the fist art of Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple was not as good as Luopa Mountain? Could it be that he had made up his mind from the very beginning to measure the strength of Lu Suiyu's fist, which was in the peak state of martial arts in the 9th state? Ju Xing and Xiaomu were very nervous. They realized that Sister Pei was a completely different person when she was practicing the fist art with others. She was serious when she was copying books, silent when she was traveling, and smiling when she was chatting. Xie Songhua sighed. The hidden official had a good eye for taking in a disciple. Qin Pingan did not have many opportunities to teach Pei Qian the fist art. After all, Pei Qian was so young and Qin Pingan had gone to the Great Wall of Sorqi long ago. Therefore, the Luopa mountain, which was always covered by clouds and fog and was not famous in the continent, must be guarded by another master. As for Lu Yuzhou knowing about the Luopa mountain, it was because this future god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent was too idle. From Xie Songhua's point of view, Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, this master and disciple pair, had the same spirit and energy as if they were carved from the same mold. Looking at the fist art and fist techniques they chose to fight, the two sides were not alike. Pei Qian in front of her punched out with an indomitable will. As Pei Qian's master, Qin Pingan had to think carefully, and rarely pursued that kind of satisfaction. He had many fist techniques and his fist techniques were unpredictable. He emphasized on the difference between the time, the person, and the place, almost nitpicking. Every fist was a foundation in calculation, and finally achieved the greatest benefit. But Pei Qian was completely different. When he punched out, he had a heroic spirit as if at a young age he understood the saying, "There are no two people in the world, the ask fist asks only oneself." Xie Songhua was after all a sword immortal who liked to travel, and had interacted with the martial artists of the Flowing Dawn continent and the Golden Armor continent, and some of them were good friends. Among them, the two had different fist techniques and temperaments, but the only thing they had in common was that they advocated the profound state of for all eternity, one person with two fists. It was just that this grand principle was easy to say, and it was not difficult for others to understand, but to go there with one's feet on the ground, it was too illusory, and it was difficult to use one's own martial Tao to manifest such a grand principle. It was truly too difficult. But Xie Songhua had another question. Since they rarely met in their hometown, why did Pei Qian respect his master so much? Her two direct disciples, Zhu Xing and Qiaomu, were of course sensible and grateful. Not only did they see her as their backbone, they were also like family elders, so Xie Songhua was very satisfied. She could not find any fault with her disciples, but compared to Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, there seemed to be some differences. Although there was an old-fashioned saying in Jianghu, that following a master was like reincarnation, and that master and disciple were like father and son. But that young hidden official in the disciple Pei Qian's heart seemed to have merged into one. Young hidden officials were indeed the best at taking care of children. Xie Songhua could only explain it this way. Pei Xiang, who had been paying attention to the ask fist, clicked her tongue and said, "To be able to use the ask fist like this, the benefits will not be small. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains." Lu Yuzhou muttered, "Ah Xiang, you have not said the origin of the bamboo flute. That sum of money, Junior is not embarrassed to give it, but Senior is not embarrassed to accept it?" Pei Xiang laughed, "There is nothing that cannot be said, but it is fine if you have heard it, don't spread it around." Lu Yuzhou nodded. It turned out that in the beautiful bamboo sea grotto heaven, Pei Xiang, as the youngest ninth realm martial artist in the history of the Jade Mountain continent, was at her most high-spirited. At that time, as a guest of the Green Immortal Mountain banquet, Pei Xiang had once drunk and traveled the mountains with several good friends, and got into an argument with a sloppy man who was sneakily digging bamboo sticks and bamboo shoots. She had never seen such a shameless person. At first, he said that he was the local god of the Green Immortal Mountain, and that he wanted to dig bamboo shoots to entertain guests. Later, when he was exposed, he kept saying that he was the guest of the Green Immortal Mountain Madam's private banquet, and that it was nothing to dig bamboo shoots. In the end, a young sword immortal immediately sent a flying sword message to the Green Immortal Mountain deity. That person was very brave, leaning against a bamboo pole with his arms crossed over his chest, saying that it was bad luck for them to provoke him. Just wait for the madam's order to chase them out. Then the mountain deity residents replied that the madam did not recognize this person, and so Pei Xiang and her group chased after the thief like chasing a dog. At first, no one took it seriously but more for fun. But when a sword cultivator accidentally used too much force with his sword, that person shouted, "One punch, one little brother," and they were all beaten down. Not only that, that man even buried everyone in the ground, saying that there would be a lot of unrefined jade sword immortals and peak martial artists the next day, and that he would return the favor to the Green Immortal Mountain. When that person buried Pei Xiang, he asked Pei Xiang how his fist technique was. The rest of the people who wanted to break out of the ground were all knocked out with a punch. The ground that was buried under everyone's necks was like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. Pei Xiang did not dare to move so as not to embarrass herself. That young man from before. His sword immortal friend was the one who was buried the most, because that man was grumbling while gathering the soil to bury people. You sword immortals are the most romantic. How annoying. You're going to fall into my hands today. Later on, it was a messenger female official from the mountain deity residence in the bamboo sea cave who appeared to help everyone out. The man who was squatting on the ground with his buttocks sticking out to bury Pei Xiang saw that female official and stood up at lightning speed. He leaned against the bamboo pole, tiptoed on the ground, spat on the palm of his hand, and stroked his hair with all his might, revealing his forehead. He cupped his fists and called out "Miss," calling himself Brother Alliance, smoothly and smoothly. It was so natural as if he was familiar with it. That woman ignored the man and asked directly, "You're both a Confucian scholar and a sword cultivator, but you want to use your fists to fight the enemy? Are you deliberately humiliating these people?" The woman glanced at the man who was carrying a sword on his back and asked again, "If you dare to steal bamboo shoots and bamboo sticks here, then you have nothing to do with being a scholar. Do you want to challenge our Azure Immortal Mountain?" That man shook his head and gently pulled up his belt. He slightly shifted his gaze, not daring to look at the woman, and smiled shyly. A real man would not easily use his sword. Everything was understood without words. After that, there was a chaotic chase. That guy called Alliance ran all over the bamboo sea cave, which happened to be his deliberately vague catchphrase. Do you believe that I've been chased by countless fairies? Chasing after people was probably also considered a pursuit. Until he met the legendary beautiful, barefoot and peerless green-hair madam of the Azure Immortal Mountain. There was a new story that was not known to outsiders. After that, there were different opinions and there was no conclusion. Alliance liked Pei Xiang, so they got to know each other after a fight. He helped Pei Xiang cut a piece of green bamboo from the Azure Immortal Mountain and let her take it out of the bamboo sea cave. After hearing this wonderful story, Lu Yuzhou couldn't help but ask, "Xiang, didn't you return to the Azure Immortal Mountain later and participate in the night traveling banquet? Did Alliance take your surname?" Pei Xiang said helplessly, "He meant that he didn't mind changing his surname and becoming our ancestor." Lu Yuzhou's eyes were opened. How could this work? It made sense. Pei Xiang stood up with the bamboo flute, intending to ask both sides to stop fighting. If they continued fighting, there would be a sickbed in the small Thunder God Temple. That one-track-minded girl had already fallen to the ground 7 times. Lu Suiyu was also really angry. Every time he punched, he was getting closer to the completion of the peak of the 9th state. Half of the ordinary people in the far-wandering state would have been hit by the overlapping thunders. They would have fallen to the ground and vomited blood. And it was not as simple as a broken bone. No matter how strong the body of the far-wandering state was, it couldn't withstand the destruction of a warrior in the peak state. Both sides were only using the Q-asking fist. Even if Lu Suiyu could use this to increase his fist intent and help her improve further, Pei Xiang didn't think it was in line with the rules of Jianghu. People in Jianghu were pure warriors. There should be a limit to protecting the weak. Severely injuring a girl 1 state lower would increase the martial arts fate of the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion. It was very embarrassing. Pei Xiang couldn't afford to lose face like this. So Pei Xiang said, "It's about time." Xie Songhua nodded slightly. Pei Xiang was kind. Otherwise, she would have attacked if he didn't say anything. She would directly ask the oldest and most senior member of the Thunder God Temple. Although Lu Suiyu wanted to continue, he still hurriedly pulled back his fist. Pei Qian seemed to have forgotten herself and still threw out a punch. But she suddenly woke up and forced a puff of pure genuine qi to go against the flow. She wanted to pull back her fist and take a few steps back even though her qi and blood were in turmoil. The slender and weak young woman's figure was on the verge of collapse. Her slightly tanned face was lacerated, and one of her eyes was extremely red and swollen. She appeared to be in a very sorry state. She tilted her head slightly and blood flowed out from her ears. They were both girls, but the 9th state fist was indeed not light. Pei Qian's miserable state made Lu Yuzhou's scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Pei Qian raised her hand and wiped the blood from her temples to her cheeks with the back of her hand. Lu Suiyu started to withdraw his fist intent. He looked at Pei Qian with admiration in his eyes. He nodded and smiled. "I didn't win this time and you didn't lose. It's a tie. When you break through to the next state we can fight again. You can come to Mahu Manor to find me or I can go to Luapa Mountain to find you." Pei Qian cupped her fists and bowed. But she didn't say anything as if she had something to say. Zhu Xing realized that his palms were sweating. He turned to look at Qiaomu who was holding the mountain walking staff. She was sweating even more. Qiaomu sensed his gaze and turned to him with a forced smile. Zhu Xing got angry immediately. Sister Pei is injured. Why are you smiling? Why don't you just smile until the corner of your mouth reaches your ears? Before Zhu Xing could finish, Xie Songhua smacked him on the head and scolded him. Qiaomu is just a little girl. You tell her when she cries and laughs. Do you want her to learn from you and be a taciturn person? Zhu Xing sighed. She's so stupid. How can she learn from me? Xie Songhua remembered something. She said to Zhu Xing seriously, apologize to Qiaomu. What did Yingguan tell you in the letter? You should be serious when you make a mistake. You can change if you know you're wrong. Zhu Xing was stunned. Great, even his master knew that she was using Yingguan to suppress him. Even though he was unwilling, he still said angrily, then I'm sorry. Xie Songhua raised her hand and pretended to hit him. You better be more sincere. Zhu Xing saw that Qiaomu was foolishly shaking her head and waving her hand. His heart softened. He braced himself and said softly, I'm sorry. Mother ***, this is so awkward. Qiaomu broke into a smile. Xie Songhua suddenly thought of another sentence in the letter. Previously, she felt that the young Yingguan was too fussy and didn't care about the details. It was too early for him to write such big words for two little kids. But for some reason she felt that it wasn't too early. Instead, she felt that the young man had written too little in the letter. Things like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Great sword deity who transforms customs, were indeed not enough. She believed that in the future Zhu Xing and Qiaomu would truly realize how much hope the words, great sword deity who transforms customs, carried for the young Yingguan. Standing on the steps outside the Leigong Temple, Pei Xiang had a whole new level of respect for Pei Qian. On the path of martial arts, one could reap what one sowed. The younger a genius was, the easier it was to leave behind a hidden danger that would hinder him from reaching the peak of martial arts in the future. Martial arts grandmasters asked each other to temper their bodies. There were often pros and cons. The good thing was that they could increase their fist intent and perfect their fist techniques. But they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to fully recover from their injuries. They would leave behind many subtle and undetectable problems. The higher the realm, the bigger the problem. For example, the first level of Limitless Realm was the flourishing of energy. The human body was a small world. Once the bones and meridians in the body were broken, how could one flourish? Pei Xiang himself had suffered a huge loss. Although he had a very feminine name, his fist techniques were famous for being fierce. In his early years he was even more arrogant. The reason why he became the third consecrator of the Liu family wasn't because he was greedy for money. As a pure martial artist he cared about nothing else. The main reason was that he was worried about his disciples' path of retreat and inheritance. Although Pei Xiang had the appearance of a handsome young master, he was actually old. He was about the same age as the old man from the North Continent, Wang Dengyi. Pei Xiang had made too many enemies when he was young, and Wang Dengyi was just one of them. Pei Xiang knew that because he had indeed reached the second level of level 10 martial artist, the pure realm. Unfortunately, his foundation of flourishing energy was terrible. Now, Pei Xiang was trying his best to keep himself from feeling hopeless. Therefore, in the past few years, Pei Xiang had occasionally taught Lu Suiyu and the other two direct disciples. He wanted them to remember one thing. Their fist technique should not only be good but also great. They had to pursue a grand and magnificent fist technique. For example, they should learn from the traveling sword immortal from the North Continent. However, other than Lu Suiyu, the other two direct disciples and the 7 direct disciples obviously didn't really understand what Pei Xiang meant. None of them went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train their body and fist intent. Some pretended that they didn't know. They didn't want to die at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason was simple. Even sword immortals would die. Martial artists would only die faster there. Usually once they left the city they were destined to die. Some thought that they had reached the end of the path of martial arts and started to enjoy life. They tried their best to pass on their fist techniques to the third-generation disciples of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion. They said that they wanted to help their ancestor, Pei Xiang, spread his family and conquer a continent with his fist. Of course, there were also some who served as generals in the mortal dynasties. They needed to help the monarch suppress and gather the martial arts fate of a country. They couldn't leave. Pei Xiang's first disciple was in such a situation. Most of the time, after careful selection, he would finally accept a few disciples that he was proud of. He would cultivate them wholeheartedly for decades and pass on the true meaning of the fist art. However, as time passed, the disciples would have their own lives. Over time, all that was left was the title of master and disciple. Even if it was the fist art lineage, the master and disciple would gradually drift apart. Even though those disciples still respected their master in their hearts, most of them didn't have a choice. Pei Xiang felt a little regretful about this, but he wasn't too sad or disappointed. In the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion, other than Lu Suiyu, there was still the last disciple who was young enough to inherit his legacy. In fact, when he bumped into Alliance at the Bamboo Sea Cave, he had already told Pei Xiang to be more open-minded. After all, he was sure to become a 10th realm martial artist. He shouldn't stare at this realm with his eyes wide open. He couldn't run away. He should look at the higher and more magnificent scenery. He should climb the peak of Sui Mountain, take a look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, visit the North Continent, visit the Heaven Gate Cave. It was a pity that Pei Xiang didn't think much at that time. Of course, it was that bastard Alliance's fault. He quickly changed the topic. His eyes lit up. He wiped his mouth drunkenly and talked about the figures of some fairies. Pei Xiang sighed in his heart. Life was always a sudden punch. It was neither light nor heavy. It was just that one couldn't block it. This was probably the so-called feeling of powerlessness. 10th realm martial artists were no exception. Pei Xiang stopped thinking about it. He smiled and said, Pei Qian, if you don't mind the small space, you can rest here and recuperate. This little girl who called herself the first disciple of the Luapa Mountain was indeed the strongest far-wandering realm 5 times. Her foundation was so good that it was unimaginable. It wouldn't take long to recuperate here. Pei Xiang was even more curious about the master in Luopa Mountain of the Aquarius continent that taught Pei Qian his fist technique and helped him temper his physique. Who was he? Could it be a 9th realm martial artist other than Song Changjing of the Aquarius continent? It was unlikely that he was a martial artist of the limitless realm. Otherwise Pei Xiang would have heard of him. There were far too few 10th realm grandmasters in the world compared to the upper 5 realms cultivators. For example, in the neighboring North Continent, Wang Dengyi, Guyu, and Mr. Li, a 9th realm martial artist, were already involved in the flow of martial arts fate in a continent. It was difficult for them to hide too deeply. After the Q-seeking fist, Pei Xiang was troubled by the female sword immortal Xie Songhua. She didn't look like she came with good intentions. Pei Qian, who had been silent, finally said, I still have one last fist. I would like to ask Senior Lu for advice. Lu Suiyu stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them on his temples. He rubbed them gently. Xie Songhua hesitated and asked, Pei Qian, are you sure? Pei Qian nodded and turned to look at Xie Songhua. Pei Qian grinned. Just one fist. Lu Suiyu turned to look at his master. Pei Xiang thought for a while. Then let the little girl stay here for a few more days. He meant that Lu Suiyu didn't have to worry about seniority and the difference in realms. But Pei Xiang used his voice to remind his disciple, remember, you can punch harder, but you can't hurt the opponent's foundation. He didn't want to become enemies with the Luapa Mountain, which was against the martial artist's will. Lu Suiyu smiled and answered, how can I bear to do that? The more of such good seedlings in the world, the better. Pei Qian cupped his fists at Lu Suiyu and said, I know I was rude, Senior Lu. Then he looked at Pei Xiang and said, apologize to Grandmaster Pei. Lu Suiyu nodded and said, then let's exchange a fist. You give me a gift and I'll give you a gift in return. Xie Songhua held back her laughter and said to the 2 children, learn from your sister Pei. That's the style of a master. Zhu Xing nodded and said, I can learn if I want to, but it's hard to say for someone else. Qiaomu pulled Xie Songhua's sleeve gently and said with a trembling voice, Master, I'm scared. Then Pei Qian stopped and made a strange movement. She raised her hand and patted her forehead gently. In the Lion Peak of the North Continent, Qin Pingan reached the golden body level 7 from the 6th realm under Li Er's punches. Li Er's punches were always targeted. Therefore, many of his punches were not suitable for a 6th realm martial artist, but they were suitable for training Pei Qian's body. Fortunately, Li Huai spent half a year in the small town at the foot of the mountain to help his mother make money. He didn't see Pei Qian's punches even once. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the mood to practice. Practicing punches was too hard. It was real. Pei Qian of the past and Li Huai of the present were exactly the same when it came to being afraid of suffering the most. However, Li Huai was luckier than Pei Qian. He didn't know that he didn't need to suffer. Normal people could compete with Li Huai in terms of knowledge and courage, but they couldn't compete with him in terms of going out and stepping on dog shit. Pei Xiang suddenly asked, what was the name of the first punch? Since the fist intent was clear, it wasn't against the rules of Jianghu to ask about the fist technique. Pei Qian slowly retreated and kept a distance from Lu Suiyu. She answered, the punch came from Luapa Mountain, but it wasn't taught to me by my master. It's called the deity drumming style. Pei Xiang smiled and nodded. How old is your master? Pei Qian shook her head. Pei Qian knew what she should say and what she shouldn't say. If she couldn't say it, she would keep her mouth shut. It was also considered treating people with sincerity. In the past, at the Great Wall of Sword Energy, Yu Zhuanfu had broken the fist intent of her master's deity drumming style. Today, outside the Thunder God Temple of Mahu Manor, Pei Qian was also broken by Lu Suiyu. She only gave out 17 punches. As expected, there were many strange people in the world. Pei Qian was sure that if she could give out 24 punches, the opponent would fall to the ground. It was the same for level 9 martial artists. However, the opponent could still break her fist intent after the 22nd punch. No matter if it was a spar or a fight to the death, she would lose. She had no choice. The difference of one level between martial artists could be ignored by her master, but Pei Qian couldn't do anything. All she could do now was give out this punch. Pei Qian figured it out herself. She didn't think of a name and had to wait for her master to come back. Her master was good at naming things. Jingqing warm tree, how beautiful was that? Looking at herself, Pei Qian compensate? Pei Qian looked around and held his breath. His mind was immersed and his eyes were shining brightly. She bent her knees slightly and sent out a palm, one fist clenched in front of her. She didn't punch out, just a fist stance. Xie Songhua brought the two kids and rode the wind a few hundred feet away. Pei Xiang squinted her eyes on the steps and then took a step to block in front of Lu Yuzhou. Behind the young girl, it was like a sun had broken through the surface of the ocean, rising into the world and then suddenly hanging in the air. When I punch out, I am like the sun in the sky. All martial artists in the world can only kowtow. The 6th dynasty of the Central Plains Divine Continent, Shaoyuan Dynasty. Imperial tutor Chao Pu and his proud disciple Lin Junbai started to review the early plans of Embroidered Tiger in Aquarius Continent. It was as warm as spring inside the pavilion, but outside it was snowing heavily. However, this grand tutor was a man of few words. He let Lin Junbai explain to him the intricate and complicated strategies of the Great Li Dynasty on and below the mountain, commenting on their advantages and disadvantages and explaining where the advantages and disadvantages lay. Lin Junbai did not have to worry about making mistakes in his understanding and could speak freely. This wasn't strange in the imperial tutor's residence, because Chao Pu always thought that the biggest problem in the world was that everyone had different levels of knowledge, but he liked to be a teacher, but he didn't know how to be one. Therefore, Chao Pu had a strange habit of teaching and dispelling doubts. He liked to let the disciples who thought they had achieved something regardless of their age, imitate those teachers in the school. They could either explain the principles to others in the school, or convince themselves in the study room first, using reason to convince others and themselves first. When Lin Junbai was deep in thought, Chao Pu would talk about something else. Between teacher and student, they wouldn't be distracted. This imperial tutor, who was second only to one person in Shaoyuan Dynasty, wore a laurel belt, had a thin appearance, and held a snow-white horsetail whisk on his arm. The key was that the old man was very scholarly and easygoing. He didn't look like a person who was entrusted with the power of the country by the emperor, but more like a scholar who was leisurely traveling in the woods. Chao Pu smiled. The 3.5 direct disciples of the literary sage can barely be counted as 4. Of course, now there's one more disciple, the hidden official Chen Pinggan. Our Confucian orthodoxy is generally divided into 6 main branches, and the branch of the old scholar is the most withered. Especially one of them, he has never admitted that he belongs to the Confucian branch. He only recognizes teachers, not the orthodoxy of the Confucian temple. Because of their different temperaments, these 4 people were once known as the spring, summer, autumn and winter seasons. The old Confucian said slowly, no matter who it is, they will feel refreshed when they get along with Qi Jingchun. Lin Junbai asked, I heard that before Mr. Qi became the hill master of the academy, his temper wasn't very good? His teacher could call Qi Jingchun by his name, but Lin Junbai had to respectfully call him Mr. Qi. Even though they were teacher and disciple, Lin Junbai didn't want to overstep the rules. Chao Pu smiled, the cold of spring kills the young. The old man then said, scholars are approachable, reasonable and courteous. They're not trying to be nice. Scholars have spirit and strength of character, how can they be a pile of mud? That sword immortal was like a scorching summer, easily making people feel the heat. Outsiders from the branch of the literary sage couldn't get close to him. Scholars were upright and unapproachable. Later on, he turned to swordsmanship, and accidentally became the best swordsman in the world. There's no reason to talk about it. The one called Blockhead by the old scholar, his real name has never been confirmed. Even the brothers from the branch of the literary sage are used to calling him Lu Shirlu. This person disappeared after leaving the Forest of Merits. Some say that he's an old martial artist of the 10th state, while others say that he's an immortal with a ghostly body. He's even related to the one he's most proud of. It's said that they once went into the mountains to gather herbs and visit immortals. There's no record of this person in the Confucian temple. It's probably written before, but the old scholars secretly erased it. This person doesn't speak much, and is the quietest person from the branch of the literary sage. Some of his sayings are mostly spread by alliance and can't be trusted. The autumn wind is chilly, and the only time this person made a move, he caused a huge disturbance. However, the old scholar was the one who stepped in. I don't know if it's to clean up the mess, or to make an even bigger mess, causing a mountain to sink. However, the world only knows about the aftermath and not the real cause. Lin Junbai heard this and was puzzled. Such a hidden character, he didn't show up when Pearl Grotto Heaven fell, and he still didn't show up when the left sword deity rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Now Xiao Hu is guarding the vase continent, and there's still no news about him. Teacher, isn't this too unreasonable? Chao Pu nodded. That's why there's a rumor that this person has gone to another world, to the Western Buddhist kingdom. Lin Junbai's expression was strange. Alliance once caused a ruckus in a certain academy, and there was a popular saying that advised the gentlemen and sages, "Don't stay up late, it's not easy to get a monk's genealogy certificate. Be careful not to go bald or the temple won't accept you." Chao Pu waved his horsetail whisk and changed his arm and laughed. Alliance was able to get too close to the branch of the literary sage, and there was a lot of controversy in the beginning. After the battle between the 3rd and 4th ranks ended, Alliance went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and it's not like he wasn't disappointed. The old Confucian then talked about Xiao Hu. As the first disciple of the literary sage, Cui Dong had the potential to become the amiable Winter. The hill master of the academy, the chancellor of the learning palace, and the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple in the central region. Eventually he became a sage of the Confucian temple who was ranked quite high. If everything went according to plan, these titles would be as easy as pie for Cui Shi. Most importantly, Cui Dong had a good relationship with many forces outside of the Confucian temple. He played the colorful cloud art with the city lord of the martial emperor city, was a good friend of the Yu family's patriarch, and was also a chess partner. The hill lord of the academy, whose natal name was Water, was also a sword immortal, and the patriarch of Paper White blessed land, and so on. They all recognized Cui Dong's knowledge and character from the bottom of their hearts. However, Cui Dong wasn't the kind of person who liked to call his friends, so Cui Dong became quieter and quieter. It wasn't until the world was turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color that Cui Dong reappeared in the eyes of the world. It was difficult to ignore him now. For example, Chao Pu didn't like Cui Dong. He wanted Cui Dong to die of old age as the imperial tutor of Dali. Now Cui Dong helped Dali occupy a continent and stop the demons from heading north to the Aquarius continent. Chao Pu admired Cui Dong, but he only recognized Cui Dong's profound knowledge and foresight. It didn't mean that Chao Pu could accept Cui Dong's betrayal of his master. So much so that Chao Pu had always viewed Cui Dong's hasty introduction of knowledge, and his betrayal of the literary lineage as the crucial turning point of the literary saint lineage's decline. But Chao Pu was also the imperial tutor of a continent, and compared to other scholars he had to admit that Cui Dong's knowledge was pushed to the extreme in the Aquarius continent. Up and down the mountain, the entire continent was in the hands of Cui Dong. Chao Pu sighed softly. Winter is the best time to dry books. People's hearts are dark and selfish, and it was brought out by Xiao Hu to see the light of day. If not, which vassal state of the Aquarius continent doesn't have enmity with their country, and their hearts will definitely not be any better than the Tongyi continent. Lin Junbai lowered his head to look at the Aquarius continent's chessboard and said softly, Xiao Hu is truly ruthless. His heart is ruthless and his hands are even more ruthless. Even in the Aquarius continent, where a country is a continent, in the face of a calamity, there were many scholars who resigned from their positions, immortal masters who left their sects, and cultivators who went into hiding. But the Dali dynasty seemed to have predicted this, and did not wait for the situation to escalate, and quickly came out with a set of countermeasures, and worked extremely quickly. It was obvious, as though they had always been waiting for these people to surface. Dali's young emperor Song He issued an imperial decree, and ordered all the vassal states of the continent. All the vassal states' generals and ministers who dared to disobey the laws of Dali, or disobeyed in the back, or were passive and lazy, would be held accountable, and there would be evidence to check and laws to follow. Those who dared to not report, those who reported the good news but not the bad news, and those who stirred up trouble, would all be recorded by the vassal states' rulers, and the detailed records would be immediately handed over to Dali's civil and military officials. The local Dali army had the authority to go over the vassal states' rulers, and act first and report later. The hundreds of officials who resigned in the Aquarius continent, according to the new Dali law, their descendants for 3 generations would not be able to enter the official path, and would be reduced to nothingness. Not only that, the various imperial courts and government offices would also cancel all the banners, arches and plaques that were given to the families in history. They would either remove them on the spot or take them back. Not only that, the imperial court ordered the local officials to repair the county records, and record the names of the people who resigned. In Lakeview Academy, a scholar who was known as a great gentleman, was personally in charge of this matter, working together with Dali's Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Rights, and went everywhere. Lin Junbai suddenly said, if the local civil and military officials of Dali were given another 30 years to digest the strength of a continent, it would not be so rushed and strenuous. Chao Pu nodded and then shook his head. Lin Junbai understood and said with a complicated expression, does Dali have the embroidered tiger? Chao Pu's words were a step further, of course it's best if there is the embroidered tiger. If there is no embroidered tiger, as long as the knowledge of the school of merit can be sustained, Dali's national strength can continue to rise. Qi Jingchun cultivated a large number of scholars in the Cliff Academy for half a continent's land. Cui Dong imparted and used the knowledge of merit. This is the tacit understanding between Qi Jingchun and senior apprentice brother. The knowledge of both sides not only restricts but also complements each other. Chao Pu pointed at the chessboard. Junbai, talk about some details. Also, talk about some subtleties that our Shao Yuan dynasty wants to do but can't. Lin Junbai said, in all the strategic locations on the coastal front, Dali's cavalry is divided into 2 armies, front and rear. The rear army's military strength is relatively thin. The front army is the main attack, using generosity to die first to raise morale and ensure the army's morale. The rear army supervises the vassal troops everywhere. Speaking till here, Lin Junbai sighed. Often with a few thousand troops, they dare to supervise tens of thousands of troops. From this, it can be seen how powerful Dali's cavalry is. Lin Junbai continued to say that the Mountain View Bulletin of the Immortal Mountain was actually able to be posted in the various prefectures and counties of the vassal states of the Aquarius continent. This showed that the Great Li dynasty had astonishing control over the cultivators of the continent. There was a flying sword message in the pavilion. Chao Pu held the horsetail whisk in one hand and held the flying sword with 2 fingers. After opening a secret letter sealed with purple mud, he sighed and said, the Fuyao continent cannot be defended anymore. Zhou Xinji has already died in battle. Qi Tingji has started to lead the troops to retreat to Jinjia continent. He will continue to be the mainstay, but most likely he can only fight to defend half of Jinjia continent and wait for reinforcements. So many scholars in the learning palace are gone just like that. Lin Junbai's heart was heavy. Before this there was bad news. Compared to the orderly retreat of Fuyao continent, a large number of Fuyao continent cultivators retreated to Jinjia continent. Tongyi continent was even more tragic. Peace Mountain was broken through. Not a single cultivator of Peace Mountain survived. After losing the 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation, Fuyao sect followed closely behind and died in battle. Not a single one of them was able to survive. Dafu Academy was personally suppressed by the sovereign great demon of wasteland, Zhou, using Confucian methods. This meant that in the entire Tongyi continent, there were only 2 places that still had some hope left. One was the deep-rooted Yugui sect, and the other was the Tongyi sect. Although not all of the mountains and rivers of the continent had sunk, most of the continent's fate had fallen into the hands of the demons. Lin Junbai asked, Mr. What about the mellow scholar Qin? Chao Pu was even sadder because he was from the secondary sage's bloodline. The mellow scholar Qin Chunan of the South Swirl continent was the pillar of the secondary sage's bloodline. Chao Pu said helplessly, Mr. Chen made the worst choice. When the world thought that he deserved to die, he did not die. When he deserved to live, he did not live. Chao Pu stood up and looked at the falling snow outside the pavilion. He mumbled, what do you mean by deserved to die? In the eyes of the world, he became the first Ascendant Realm cultivator to die in a grand battle. What do you mean by deserved to live? Whether it was merit or demerit, as long as Qin Chunan was alive, as long as he defended the South Swirl continent, he would have a chance to explain why he did not die. Even if Mr. Chen did not say it, I, Chao Pu, and the secondary sage's bloodline, would explain it for Mr. Chen. Lin Junbai stood up with Mr. Chen. But without Mr. Chin, the South Swirl continent cannot be defended. Even with the mountain search map that Mr. Bai gave us, we cannot defend a continent. If Mr. Chin chooses to leave the South Swirl continent to protect his reputation, it may seem like he is going to die, but he will be the true sinner of the world. Chao Pu said, as long as Mr. Chin doesn't leave South Sa continent, all the cultivators who are related to Tongye continent and Fuyao continent will still hold a grudge against Mr. Chin, even if they know the truth. This is human nature, but there are so many people in this world who only care about grudges and don't understand. Going up the mountain to cultivate the Tao, cultivating the skin and hair, only cultivating the strength and not the heart. There will be endless trouble. The old Confucian looked serious. Legend has it that in the Fu Academy, Zhou laughed and said, since you Confucians are in power, why did you give it to the secular king? Since you know the human heart, why didn't you do anything for 10,000 years? The human heart is good by nature, and you Confucians have only yourselves to blame. Then I'll hold the demon-revealing mirror and let you all see if you're full of righteousness, or if the good and evil of human nature is revealed under the demon-revealing mirror. Since one Tongyi continent is not enough, I will look at a few more continents. This was not Zhou alarmist words. How many people in the South Swirl continent were whispering and pointing at Chinchunan? 2 continents had fallen, but the South Swirl continent was not involved. When it snowed in the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent, there were not many snowmen left to sweep the snow. Chao Pu smiled, then turned to Lin Junbai and said, by the way, I have a piece of good news. The young vassal king of Great Li, whose mansion is in Old Dragon City, has refused to allow any cultivators from Tongyi continent to come ashore. Not only that, this Song Mu has also given an order that any cultivators who come within 10 miles of Old Dragon City will be treated as an enemy of Great Li. Not only can all cultivators from the Tongyi continent not enter Old Dragon City, they can't enter any part of the Aquarius continent. If they are found, they will be killed without question. Lin Junbai praised, no wonder Xiao Hu let this person build the capital and guard Old Dragon City. Chao Pu continued, but the bad news is that the demon's core has always been the Tongyi continent, the Aquarius continent, the North continent, and the White Jade continent. Just you wait. The first time the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor makes a move in the world, it will definitely be on the Aquarius continent. And it will definitely be the work of someone powerful. The old scholar glanced at the sky. He was silent for a while and then said, Junbai, turning the tide is a magnificent feat. Mending the mountains and rivers is also a feat. You have to become close friends with righteous and innocent people. You also have to learn how to control those flies and dogs. Only then can you really do something. Otherwise, at most, you can be a lecturer, a teacher, or a famous talker. It's not bad, but it's not good enough. Lin Junbai bowed, Mister, you have taught me. I am temporarily unable to stop the fall of the heavens. I am willing to be a heaven-mending craftsman. Chao Pu nodded. The snow was getting heavier and the cold wind was bone-chilling. But when the snow melted, the roads would be even more muddy. When the snow melted, it was the coldest and the most visible. The old scholar suddenly asked, that hidden official, what kind of person is he? Lin Junbai thought for a while, then answered, a smart and good person. Chao Pu muttered to himself, Qi Jingchun has passed away and he is trapped in the Tongyi sect. Cui Dong is guarding the Aquarius continent, and his last disciple is left alone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old scholar is really willing. Lin Junbai could not help but say, Qin Pingan once said that a truly magnificent feat can be seen everywhere in the human world. The light of human kindness can be seen everywhere. It depends on whether we are willing to open our eyes and look at the human world. Chao Pu smiled, traveling tourists on a snowy night, even if there is a flickering light, it will still be comforting. On the road of life, it is true that every bit of light you see, even if you are in the human world at night, your eyes and heart will be brighter. The old scholar suggested that the fifth world be named the Pure World, but the Central Earth Confucian Temple did not agree, and the matter was still shelved. Chao Pu suddenly laughed out loud and said, Good fellow, let's not talk about human nature and talk about good and evil first, only talking about good and kind people so that the Confucian orthodoxy can put more effort into the matter of education. This sentence is clearly borrowed from your mouth to say to the scholars of our secondary sage lineage. Lin Junbai was slightly nervous. Another flying sword message arrived. After Chao Pu read the secret letter, he was in a daze. Lin Junbai said softly, Teacher? Chao Pu came back to his senses and said, Our Confucian lineage specially wrote a moral essay, explaining what a mellow scholar is. Lin Junbai's face was gloomy. Was it instigated by someone behind the scenes or did it come from the heart? Chao Pu threw the secret letter and smashed it with his horsetail whisk. He sneered, "How stupid." Lin Junbai rubbed his face with both hands. The old scholar said self-deprecatingly, "I'm suddenly a little envious of Cui Dong." Apart from the Ascension City in the middle, the sword cultivators, under the lead of the criminal official lineage, opened up 8 immortal mountains with abundant spiritual qi in the surrounding area of the city in a spurt of energy. They either built manors on the mountains or built cities near the rivers. They also created mountain and river formations and secretly placed treasures. This was equivalent to drawing a different type of restriction that covered a radius of 1,000 miles. This would be the first mountain and river boundary of the Ascension City. Naturally, it would continue to expand outwards. A sword cultivator who had traveled to this place became the first guest to visit the Ascension City. Actually, he wasn't really a guest. He could even be considered half a family member. This was because he was Deng Liang of the Snow Mountain continent. As a sword cultivator of the old secluded official lineage of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had stayed in the Summer Palace for many years. He was naturally very familiar with Suning and Guizhuzhou. When he left the inverted hanging mountain, the young secluded official wrote a personal letter to Deng Liang, who was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm. The sect that Deng Liang belonged to quickly began to operate in secret so that Deng Liang could enter the fifth world and find an opportunity to break through there. There he would obtain additional fortune. Whether it was for Deng Liang or the sect that he belonged to, it was a good thing. In the letter, the young secluded official reminded Deng Liang that if he could convince the sect's Hall of Ancestral Masters to let him go to the New World, it would be best to go to the Tongyi continent and not the South Swirl continent or the Fuyao continent. However, regarding this matter he must not mention it to the sect. Finally, at the end of the second year of Jiachun, everything was ready. Deng Liang chose to travel to the North continent, the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent. Deng Liang purposely passed by the Tai Hui Sword Sect's Pianran Peak in the North continent, the Fuping Sword Lake in the middle, and the Luapa Mountain and the Feng Shui Temple in the Aquarius continent. However, Deng Liang did not visit any of them. Even though the sect had already spoken to the Confucian Temple and an academic palace to help Deng Liang obtain a very important document, Deng Liang was still a little worried. He was worried that the Tongyi continent, which was too far away, would be a mess of brains. In fact, the root of the problem was that Deng Liang's impression of the Tongyi continent was too bad. He didn't even have a good impression of the 3 academies there. Deng Liang was even prepared to be rejected there. Deng Liang arrived at the gate of the Tongyi continent at the turn of summer in the 3rd year of Jiachun. Then Deng Liang changed his mind and stayed there for almost 3 years. He guarded the gate with seniors Zhua and Wang Shizi. Deng Liang only entered the 5th world when the gate was about to close. Then he rode on his sword all the way to the Ascension City. Along the way, Deng Liang relied on the sword will accumulated from the 3 years of guarding the gate with seniors Zhua and Zhua. Together with seniors Zhua's guidance, he finally entered the unpolished Jade Realm in the New World. Coincidentally, at the Zifu Mountain in the southeast of the Ascension City, Deng Liang met the leader of the penal officers who was supervising the formation. He was Qi Shou, who had also entered the unpolished Jade Realm. Qi Shou was clearly very surprised by Deng Liang's arrival. He was even more enthusiastic and personally brought Deng Liang to tour the Zifu Mountain. He saw the ancient stone tablet that had already been set as a forbidden area. There were 2 lines of ancient seal characters inscribed on it, 6 holes red cloud mysterious book, 3 purities green seal of the purple mansion. Qi Shou and Deng Liang did not hide anything. They frankly said that they had already dug out a simple jade box at the foot of the mountain. However, they could not open it for the time being. They really did not dare to act rashly. They were worried that they would trigger the ancient restriction and destroy the box along with its contents. Even if Deng Liang came from the lineage of the old hidden officials, Qi Shou's sincerity towards this foreign sword cultivator who had gone out of the city many times to fight was truly from the bottom of his heart. This was because the 2 of them had cooperated once on the battlefield and cooperated very well. In reality, Qi Shou did not have a good impression of Chao Gun and Xianxian, these young foreigners. He only hit it off with Deng Liang. After arriving at the Zifu Mountain, Deng Liang was no longer in a hurry to enter the Ascension City. In any case, he had to wait 100 years before he could leave this new world that did not even have a name. Deng Liang was not delusional enough to think that he could break through 2 realms in a row within 100 years and enter the Ascension realm. Fortunately, there was still an era name. It was said that the time and weight of these 2 matters were still undecided at the moment. After Qi Shou heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he did not realize the significance of these two matters. Deng Liang did not hide anything and directly told Qi Shou why these two matters could not be underestimated. One was related to the time and some kind of great Tao manifestation of the calendar, while the other determined the weight of all things in the world. As for the undercurrents that were surging within the Ascension City, Deng Liang could roughly guess the general situation after thinking about it for a while. After all, when it came to the matters of the sects, the mountains, and the vast world, the immortal masters of the archives were much more familiar than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Deng Liang would not take the initiative to get involved. Therefore, Deng Liang followed Qi Shou to the Ascension City. However, he did not restore his identity as a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. Instead, he became the first honorary official in the history of the Ascension City. Then, Deng Liang went to see Dong Bujue, a lady who made Deng Liang understand that he was destined to be unable to get what he wanted. Dong Bujue had just returned to the Ascension City and went to drink at the Stacked Cliff wine shop. Deng Liang walked on the street that was not unfamiliar to him. He realized that the shop did not have the head shopkeeper and the second shopkeeper, but business was still good. However, the substitute shopkeeper had become a hunchbacked man. At this moment he was drinking with Dong Bujue at the same table. Luo Jini and Guizhuzhou were also there. It was just nice that each of them had a bench. The shopkeeper with the surname Zheng was the only man. No wonder he was full of smiles and spittle as he talked about the local customs of the Aquarius continent. When Deng Liang sat down, the man happened to talk about the past of the Pearl Grotto Heaven and the young hidden official. No one would be courteous to Deng Liang. After greeting him, there was no need for pleasantries. Deng Liang said that he had finally broken through. At most, Luo Jini congratulated him. Guizhuzhou applauded him. Dong Bujue did not even bother to say anything. Deng Liang liked this kind of familiar atmosphere because he was not treated as an outsider. Guizhuzhou kept pouring wine for Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng continued to tell the story of how Qin Pingan earned a copper coin by delivering a letter. Dong Bud came here to drink to relieve his boredom, so he let Zheng Dafeng talk nonsense. Guizhuzhou, on the other hand, pestered Zheng Dafeng to talk more about her master. Luo Jini, on the other hand, only listened and drank occasionally. She did not speak. Guizhuzhou heard Zheng Dafeng talk about her master. When he was young, he ran around Fulu Street, Peach Leaf Alley, and Fence Gate every day. It was there that he met Ning Yao for the first time. As for the handsome and confident manager Zheng who could hold his liquor, of course, he was the witness of both parties. Guizhuzhou felt that she had heard the most exciting story in the world. She clapped her hands together. There's no need to think about it. My master must have recognized mistress as his mistress the moment he saw her. Her master had never mentioned these things back then. Mistress had never mentioned it either. Zheng Dafeng nodded and said, yes, yes. At that time, Lu Duan, your master, was already very experienced. He already knew the difference between women who learned martial arts and those who did not. Back then, I was stunned by what he said. It took me a few days to recover. There's no need to be surprised. Poor children take charge of the household early and know a little about everything. Guizhuzhou tilted her head slightly and frowned. Why did Manager Zheng's words sound a little strange? Luo Jini was slightly surprised. She lowered her head and drank silently. She still did not speak. Zheng Dafeng coughed and said, I'll tell you more about Mud Bottle Alley. That place is really a place with good feng shui. Other than the master of Luapa Mountain, there's also a devil incarnate called Gu Kan and a sword immortal called Chao Shi. The ancestral residences of the three families are all in the same alley. Speaking of this, Zheng Dafeng was slightly embarrassed. It seemed that talking about this in vast heaven could scare people, but it was meaningless to talk about this with the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Guizhuzhou leaned on the table and suddenly said, Master has been walking around Mud Bottle Alley alone for so many years. When he leaves the ancestral residence, he's alone. When he returns home, he's still alone. Does he feel lonely? Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin and nodded. Probably a little. Anyway, every time your master travels home, he will first go to the ancestral residence in Mud Bottle Alley to sit for a while. Guizhuzhou whispered, Manager Zheng, what did my master look like when he was young? I can't imagine it. Alas, when he was young, I can't even imagine it. Zheng Dafeng smiled. He's always exposed to the wind and the sun. He's dark and thin. He's not very tall, so he's very inconspicuous. When he was younger, except for wearing straw sandals, he's probably the same. Guizhuzhou scratched her head and continued to lean on the table, staring at the white wine bowl in front of her. I thought my master would turn into a young man with a whoosh, and then become the master I'm familiar with. Zheng Dafeng took a sip of wine and said no more. Deng Liang suddenly said, "Previously someone ranked the top 10 young people in the world. Just the hidden official alone was ranked as the 11th. At least it means that the hidden official is still in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and has reached the peak of Martial Mountain. He is also a sword cultivator of the Jindan stage." Guizhuzhou sat up abruptly. "Really?" Deng Liang nodded and said with a smile, "Absolutely." Deng Liang glanced at Luo Zhini. Dong Bute glared at Deng Liang, who was up to no good. Deng Liang punished himself with a bowl of wine. Even Luo Zhini was unhappy with him. Deng Liang could only change the topic. He asked, "Sword Immortal Ning hasn't returned to the city?" Guizhuzhou sighed. "What can I do? Master's wife must miss my master more than anyone else, but she's too embarrassed to drown her sorrows in alcohol in front of us. She could only run far away by herself, and then miss my master as much as she can in a place where no one can see her. Sigh, if only master's wife brought me along. I could even use your sleeve to wipe my tears." Guizhuzhou's head was suddenly pressed down, and her forehead was pressed against the table. Guizhuzhou, whose head was pressed against the table, could only laugh. She then tried to curry favor with a muffled voice. Master's wife, why didn't you use your sword to create a series of thunderbolts in the sky? I didn't even have the chance to beat the gongs and drums to announce your arrival to the world. Master's wife is the only immortal in our world now." Ning Yao pressed down hard twice and Guizhuzhou's head was thumping. Only then did Ning Yao release her hand. Before she sat down, she greeted Zheng Dafeng as Uncle Zheng and then greeted Deng Liang. This was the first time Zheng Dafeng saw Ning Yao again since they parted ways in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The young man was no longer a teenager. The young girl of the past was now a shocking immortal. Zheng Dafeng smiled. "Ning Yao, don't worry. At least on that desolate mountain where I watched over for many years, Qin Pingan definitely didn't have any bad intentions towards anyone." Ning Yao dismissed it with a smile. Guizhuzhou sat beside Ning Yao. She raised her hand and said softly, "Master's wife, before you came, I calculated with my fingers that Master is already at the peak of the mountain, and is about to become a Jade Raw Realm Sword Immortal." Deng Liang was a little helpless. It was a pity that Gu Jianlong, Chao Zhen and Xianxin were not around. Otherwise, not to mention the Jade Raw Realm, even the Ascendant Realm would be in the bag. In the fifth world. Even though the two gates of Fuyao Continent and Tongye Continent were closed, there was still chaos. There were countless strange people and strange things. The Grotto Heaven's only son, Shu Nanyuan, suffered from heatstroke in Shu. After creating a transcendental platform, he met a black-robed scholar who came to visit. The latter was called Qinwen. He came from the North Continent, but was not a sword cultivator. Some of the Tongye Continent's cultivators who coveted the transcendental platform were scared out of their wits when they found out that this person was one of the 10 young people. There was a Qi refinement warrior called Yang Hengxing. He was good at talisman and had a bad temper. He constantly quarreled with the Tongye Continent's cultivators. In the end, he angered everyone and was hunted down by almost 100 Qi refinement warriors. No one expected this guy to secretly enter the nascent soul realm and the far travel realm in this world. He killed more than half of the large group of cultivators. There was also a rumor that a female sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi once traveled south alone. She was extremely close to the southern gate and killed many people. And in the vast Central Plains Divine Continent, there were people traveling alone and passing by the Wishing Bridge. In the night, Su Bai, who was wearing a white robe and reading at night, stood alone on the bridge. He looked at the bright moon on the mountain peak opposite him and saw a woman riding a horse on the mountain ridge. Su Bai looked into the distance and saw the woman in red riding a white horse. A narrow saber hung by her waist and a wine pot tied to her waist. It was as if she was riding a horse into the moon. In the Thunder God Temple of the Horse Lake residence in the snowy mountains, Pei Qian, a martial artist of the 8th level, delivered a nameless punch that was equivalent to the perfected 9th level. Lu Suiyu, a martial artist of the 9th level, returned a punch of the 10th level. They exchanged a punch. Pei Qian's punch was both a punch and a punch. She slid back dozens of feet. Although she was covered in blood and her body swayed a few times, she still took a deep breath and sank her feet into the ground a few inches before she fainted. But she still stood upright. Lu Suiyu was hit by that punch and broke through the outer wall of the Thunder God Temple. He staggered in the Thunder God Temple and vomited a mouthful of blood. Pei Oxiang muttered softly, "Another one with the surname Pei." When Pei Qian woke up, it was already 3 days later. She then recuperated in the Thunder God Temple for more than a month. During this time she ignored the stranger named Lu Yuzhou. She only asked Andy Xie Juxing and Chaomu about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She asked about what her master did and said after she left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a hidden official. She also asked Andy Xie if it was difficult to become a golden core sword cultivator. Finally, before she left, Pei Qin went out alone and helped Zhu Xing and Chaomu make a normal book box and a bamboo cane as a farewell gift. Since they called her Sister Pei and she was more than 10 years older, she was actually half an elder. Pei Qin first thanked Pei Oxiang and Lu Suiyu and then left. She carried the bamboo box and held the mountain cane in her hand. She bid farewell to Auntie Xie and her master outside the Thunder God Temple. She bent down and smiled at the two sword immortal embryos. Practice your swordsmanship well. Read more books and travel more. Stay together and don't separate. Zhu Xing, who was carrying the new bamboo box, nodded vigorously. Sister Pei, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely be 2 levels higher than someone. Chaomu held the mountain cane in his hand tightly and said like a chicken pecking rice, Sister Pei, when we go to Luapa Mountain in the future, we must stay at home. Pei Qin smiled and straightened her back. She patted the 2 children's heads. Master is by your side. Don't be in a hurry to grow up. Xie Songhua asked the 2 disciples to stay. She sent Pei Qin off alone for a while. The 2 of them walked together. Zhu Xing and Chaomu looked from afar. Sister Pei seemed to have grown taller. Lu Yuzhou sat on the steps outside the door. His mind was no longer in the Thunder God Temple. He took out a snow coin and held it up high. It was really beautiful. In the distance, Pei Qin looked at the ground and said softly, Master once told me in my hometown that he had the ability to take care of himself. He wasn't bragging. It was rare in the world. Master lied. Xie Songhua was speechless. Pei Qin walked out quickly. Then she smiled and walked backward. She waved goodbye to Auntie Xie. Xie Songhua smiled. Be careful on the road. Take care of yourself. Pei Qin turned around again and walked quickly. He performed a 6-step stance and suddenly rose from the ground, riding the wind to travel far away between heaven and earth. Lu Yuzhou looked up. The snow coin in his hand was beautiful. The moonlight tonight was beautiful as well. The world was vast. The old scholar appeared in the north of Fuyao continent. He shouted in his mind, Hey brother Bai, are you there? Answer me. Mother *Ker, there was a guy who said that you didn't have a sword in your hand. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Taoist Sun returned to the gate between the 2 continents without any warning. He said loudly, What sword? Just take it. Thus, a green-robed scholar who was originally guarding the Peach Blossom Hall and the Grass Hall slashed open the sky with his sword and returned to the center of the vast Fuyao continent. Looking at a sovereign great demon, the scholar said indifferently, All right. Bai is also here. 706. On the cliff of half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, a gray robe fluttered in the wind. Lu Bai came here to say goodbye to Senior Dragon King. She had just reached the nascent soul realm and received 2 pure sword wills as a gift. Most of the 90 sword immortals of Moon-Bearing Mountain who practiced here had already broken through or received a sword will before Lu Bai. They left the city one after another and went to the vast world to rush to the battlefield of the 3 continents. Those wisps of sword wills that wandered between heaven and earth for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years were pure and unbiased. As long as the sword heart was clear, those who were compatible with it would be recognized as the sword cultivator of the world. They would be able to get a chance, a pure inheritance without any so-called incense or the title of master. There was only one kind of existence, no matter how high the talent or how good the qualification was, could never be favored by the sword will. For example, Qiyu, who was listed as one of the top 10 young people in the wilderness, and the girl whose nickname was Dooku. Lu Bai said softly, Senior Dragon King, I'm about to leave here and go to Tongyi continent to follow teacher and senior brother. I wonder if senior has any words for me to pass to teacher? The strong wind blew on the city wall, but the gray robe did not speak. Lu Bai did not dare to urge this eccentric senior. She was not in a hurry to leave the city wall. She looked at the opposite cliff and could not see the trace of the bright red robe. Jiazi Tent ordered to set up a powerful mountain and water restriction on the opposite half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, completely isolating heaven and earth. Lu Bai could see the scenery on the opposite side clearly, but the opposite side of the city wall could only see white fog. Senior Dragon Monarch beside her was indeed too unpredictable. As one of the 3 old sword celestials from the moon supporting mountain 10,000 years ago, he was once Qin Xingdu's best friend. They once fought together in the human world and asked the sword celestial realm. After he became a felon, he eventually became a puppet of the moon-supporting mountain together with clairvoyance. However, he was very different from clairvoyance, who had his soul scattered and was not in a clear state of mind. Dragon Monarch gave up his physical body and even allowed Sovereign Baying to step on his head. On the battlefield, he killed the last sword immortal of his lineage, Gao Kuei. Gao Kuei asked the sword, and the Dragon King received the sword. That was all. In the end, the old man personally cut off the last incense of the sword path. Liu Bai really did not understand the senior Dragon King's thoughts and actions. In fact, Liu Bai could not even understand Li Zhen. Li Zhen was still on the city wall, as if he was determined to fight to the death with the young hidden official. As the moon-supporting mountain sword immortal embryos each gained something, the great Tao of sword fate circulated. Naturally, it would cause the other half of the great wall of sword chi to become thinner and thinner. This caused that fellow's situation to become more and more precarious. This was because the stability of that half of the great wall of sword chi was closely related to the destiny of the sword Tao. It was believed that the young hidden official who had fused with half of the great wall of sword chi would have the clearest and sharpest perception of this in the world. The mortals at the foot of the mountain were ignorant and ignorant. They did not know the principles of life and death. Therefore they did not know that old age was approaching, and did not know which genius was about to reach the end of their life. The Dragon Monarch said, "Ask your teacher to ask Lu Cha to come back here and do his best. In a year at the latest, we must force that kid into the unpolished Jade Realm." No. I must not be affected by that person's words. The senior Dragon King must not be on the same side as him. Therefore Liu Bai asked when he had doubts. He did not allow himself to be suspicious. He asked directly, "Senior Dragon King, why? Please enlighten me." The Dragon King smiled and explained, "For Qin Pingan, breaking the Jin Dan and forming the Jin Dan is a matter of course. It is not easy to become a nascent soul sword cultivator, but it is not too difficult either. It is just that he needs some time to work hard. He is not in a hurry to raise the level of Qi cultivator. He is more focused on how to increase the fist intent. This is probably the most urgent thing in the eyes of that little mad dog. After all, cultivation depends on oneself. He has always been like climbing the mountain. Only his fist practice is unshakable. How can he not be anxious? In the vast world, a martial artist at the peak of the mountain is indeed something. But here, is it enough?" Liu Bai only felt dizzy. He said with a trembling voice, "Didn't he say that he was about to reach the pure Jade Realm? You believe whatever he says?" The Dragon King sneered, "The truth is that he casually said it to scare you and Li Zhen. I wanted to say that he was about to reach the nascent soul stage, but you believed it, so I was too lazy to say it." Liu Bai sighed faintly. The Dragon King looked at the opposite side. What is this boy's temperament? Is it difficult to see through? Everything was seen as something that could be seen in his eyes. No matter how far away it was, no matter how difficult it was, as long as there was a path in his heart, he would not be in a hurry at all. He would just quietly work, and in the end, step by step, everything would be within his reach. However, one should not forget that this person was the worst at creating something out of nothing and relying on himself to find that one. He has the least confidence in this. Speaking of this, the Dragon King asked with a smile, "You don't believe it, right?" Liu Bai did not know how to answer. Senior Dragon King's statement made him skeptical. The Dragon King said helplessly, "It seems that you are really scared by his two life source flying swords. Let me ask you, such a young martial artist of the Ninth Realm, who became a hidden official as a foreigner, and a smart person who can convince the public. He travels, experiences and fights constantly, but has Qin Pingan ever comprehended a punch that really belongs to him? Has he? No." Liu Bai suddenly understood and nodded gently. The Dragon King said, "Everything is within the rules. You have forgotten his other identity, a scholar?" Liu Bai ascended to the nascent soul realm as if he took a big step closer to that person. The demon in his heart was terrifying because of its mysterious nature. His aptitude, cultivation level, and even his temperament were like the clouds in the sky. How could he be lower than the demon in his heart? Many people who ascended to the upper 5 realms were able to subdue the demon in their heart. To a large extent, they did not know what the demon in their heart was. Since it was already here, it was easier to break through the bottleneck. Once they knew what the demon in their heart was, all the methods to break it were actually nourishing and strengthening the demon in their heart. However, if the young hidden official was already dead when Liu Bai faced the demon in his heart, then Liu Bai ascended to the upper 5 realms and wished that the demon in his heart was Qin Pingan. Because at that time, Liu Bai could maintain a little light in his heart and know that the demon in his heart was already dead. After hearing the words of the dragon god today, Lu Bai's Dao heart was set. He looked at the person opposite him and smiled. Say goodbye to the hidden official. I hope there will be a chance for us to meet again. With such a Dao heart, Lu Bai only felt that his sword heart became clearer. He was eager to fight against Q Sword, who had a huge disparity in victory. The person smiled and remained silent for the first time. He did not disturb his Dao heart with words. Lu Bai could see that the other party was not having a good time these few years. It was not easy for him to ascend to the peak of the mountain. After stabilizing his appearance, he became more and more haggard. For a cultivator who lived in the mountains for a long time, it was not strange for him to sleep for a few years or even dozens of years. He was like a dead dragon lying in a deep pool, like a statue sitting in a temple. For example, Venerable Fiery Dragon of Lying Ground Peak in the North Continent was famous for his ability to sleep. And one of the newly evaluated top 10 youths, the Dream Traveler of the Liuxia continent, should be someone similar to Venerable Huolong. It was not strange for them to only rest for a short while during this period to nourish their souls. This kind of nap was very particular. It was in line with the theory of great death of the human body. It was a method of deep sleep that was highly recommended by the Taoist cultivators on the mountain. If one did not have any thoughts, according to the Buddhist doctrine, it could make one stay away from all the perverted dreams. Therefore, compared to the most common deep sleep in the night of the common teachers, it could really benefit the 3 souls and 7 spirits and give the spirit a great rest. Therefore, it would give the Qi cultivators a particularly sweet feeling. From the drooping of the eyes, to the intention of sitting down to sleep. A cultivator who meditated to rest his spirit and slept without dreams was a sign that a Qi cultivator had ascended to the middle 5 states. However, a Qi cultivator who did not sleep or rest for a whole 7 years and was in a state of overthinking all the time was very rare. Naturally, it would hurt his spirit. Therefore, although he had the state, his spirit was getting more and more haggard. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, Senior Dragon God, I don't understand. Did I kick you in the alley or did I stop you from snatching the bone from Li Zhen? Why do you two have to chase me and bite me? Dragon God smiled and said, Although there is only half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi left, Qin Qingdou is indeed a bit difficult to chew. He has endured for so many years for you. Indeed, he should be proud. Qin Pingan shifted his gaze and said to Lu Bai, Why are you still here? No matter how tender I am to you, there is a limit. Lu Bai's eyes were firm and said, When you and I part today, it is very likely to be a separation of life and death. You just need to say more. In the future, I will not be the real Qin Pingan after all. Qin Pingan waved his hand, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. While I am in a good mood today, get out of here quickly. Lu Bai did not move and his body was motionless. Dragon God sneered and said, You just comprehended a little bit of White Bone Temple to wash away the anger in your heart, and your mood is better? You are still miles away from Zen. You might as well tell the truth. To you, the White Bone Monastery is a genuine heterodox path. Even if you gradually comprehend it for 10,000 years, you still won't be able to comprehend it. You can see that your body has turned into an extremely pure white bone, and your thoughts will fall, and from the broken to the end the white bone will grow flesh and finally the flowing light will overflow. When you release your mind, you will find that there are countless white bones mixed together. Unfortunately, it is not compatible with your path and it is all an illusion. Do you think that all the sentient beings who died in vain in the bamboo lake in that book are really just white bones? Speaking of this, the Dragon King glanced at Qin Pingan and shook his head lightly. He said disapprovingly, If you want to deceive yourself and others by scattering thousands of thoughts on the piles of bones so that you can barely rest for a moment, then you should obediently hide. Don't come to me and ask for trouble. In fact, Qin Pingan would definitely not go too far on the path of White Bone Temple. As Dragon God said, it was just a trick to temporarily take a nap. So even if Qin Pingan did not come today, Dragon God would not give him the slightest chance to nourish his soul. Qin Pingan frowned slightly and then smiled. Holding the sword in his hand, he pointed at the vague old man in the gray robe. Senior Dragon God, what a profound Taoist technique. You pointed out the right path for me to avoid going astray. How can I thank you? After so many years of hard work, you have helped me to sharpen my Taoist heart. If it were not for your appearance, I would have mistakenly thought that Senior was the left protector of Dragon Alley in my hometown. Dragon God smiled and said, When a man is about to die, his words are kind. You are the opposite. Qin Pingan turned his head again and asked curiously, Are you really not leaving? Do you really think that by standing still and looking at me a few more times, you can sharpen your Taoist heart and sword intent? Lu Bai looked at the young man and sighed with emotion. You are so pitiful. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Dragon God suddenly used a powerful sword chi to isolate the world, not allowing Qin Pingan's words to reach Lu Bai's ears. He did not even let her look at the other party. Without the suppression of Dragon God's sword chi, the mountain and river restriction that covered half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi closed again. Lu Bai found that her vision was blurred and she could not see the other side. She was stunned. Senior Dragon God, why? Dragon God said, you only need to know one thing. He was right when he asked you to stop. Moreover, he said this sentence to pave the way for the last sentence. Otherwise, if he said it and you heard it, it would make your heart demon sore. Lu Bai shook her head and said, I don't believe it. The old man's figure condensed by the sword chi gradually dissipated, and once again turned into an empty gray robe. Dragon God said earnestly, let's go, there is no need to lower yourself to the same level as a mad dog. In the future, practice your sword well. If you can really cut off the heart demon manifested by this person, it will be of great benefit to you. It will be a blessing in disguise, and your achievements may be higher than before. Although Lu Bai did not know the inside story and was curious about Qin Pingan's words, she would not disobey Dragon God's teachings. She did not dare to treat her swordsmanship as child's play and fight with Qin Pingan. She immediately left the city on her sword. After Lu Bai left the city, Li Zhen, who had been standing not far away, came to Dragon God's side. Li Zhen said aggrievedly, you are much better to Lu Bai than to me. Dragon God just turned his head and looked at the ruins of the city in the north. 10,000 years ago, the criminals who migrated here as sinners, everything came from nothing to something. Li Zhen asked, why are you so against Qin Pingan? Dragon God said indifferently, what hatred can a young man have with me? It's just that any sword cultivator who wants to be second to Qin Qingdu deserves to die. Li Zhen asked again, although I am not clairvoyant, I know that clairvoyance is disappointment. Why are you like this? Clairvoyance's mentality was similar to that of the old blind man in the 100,000 mountains. Sword Celestial Zhang Lu was probably the same. They had the same mentality towards the old and new worlds. Dragon God retracted his gaze and remained silent. Li Zhen asked, is our hidden official really not a nascent soul, or is he just a broken Aurus core? Dragon God was too lazy to speak. Li Zhen muttered to himself, but it's not strange that Lu Bai pitied him. Heaven and earth were lonely, how could the sun and the moon not shine on him? Occasionally, birds would fly to the city, and after passing through the mountain and river formation, they would fly past the city. Since the sun and the moon could not be seen, there was no distinction between day and night, and there were no 4 seasons. Rebirth, concentration of the mind, body outside the body, was the yang spirit. It liked the light and was the best place for Aurus cores to rest. A divine light, free and unrestrained, was the yin spirit. It liked to roam at night, and was the place for nascent souls to rest and cultivate. Qin Pingan and the Great Wall of Sword Aura paid a great price for their unification. The 3 had long been merged into one, or else they would not be able to bear the weight of the great demon's real name, and would not be able to truly unify with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. However, the young hidden official was destined to not have any yin spirit to travel out of his body. As for the Confucian sage's natal characters, it was impossible. Li Zhen laughed, Lu Bai is a little stupid, but it's good to be stupid. Her future inner demons would not be too stubborn. Dragon God decisively blocked the heaven and earth, which was equivalent to saving half of Lu Bai's life. Otherwise, the hidden official would only need to say a word to make Lu Bai lose half of his life. It was very simple, why do you like me? Was enough to make Lu Bai's Taoist heart collapse. As for whether Lu Bai really liked him or not, it was not important at all. This was precisely the most troublesome problem. After all, if the world did not like someone, it did not matter. There were thousands of reasons for liking someone in the world, and there were thousands of reasons. Dragon God suddenly used the sword aura to isolate an imperceptible small world and asked, what did you see? Li Zhen asked back, what are you talking about? Dragon God said in a deep voice, your life source flying sword is called time. Li Zhen laughed, so what if it is? Don't you know better than anyone that I am the most idle sword cultivator in the world, or at least one of them? With my level, what can I see and what can I do? Li Zhen shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything. The reason why Li Zhen was unwilling to become a clairvoyant was because of the life source flying sword that was like a big cage of heaven and earth. In the past, there were many young sword cultivators in Jia Shenying who besieged Qin Pingan. After that, Zhu Gong noticed Li Zhen's dispirited state of mind and persuaded Li Zhen face to face. With his current state of mind, in the next 100 years, his achievements might not be as good as Liu Bai. Zhu Gong also asked Li Zhen, who wanted to stay away from the true self of clairvoyance, whether he could give up clairvoyance and Li Zhen in this life for the identity of a sword cultivator and really give out a sword. At that time, Li Zhen's answer was very strange. In turn, he asked Zhu Gong if he had walked through the long river of time, and Li Zhen finally gave 2 words, riverbed, and fate. The eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu once saw an old friend, and also had a sigh. If he went against the flow of the long river of time for 10,000 years and returned to the battlefield, he would be able to challenge any of the seniors of the sword. Li Zhen looked across and murmured, "I envy you." And the young hermit who was envied by Li Zhen with the Zhangkan hanging on his waist, was slowly punching on the city wall. Just like in the past, he punched and left alone. At that time, there were still 2 huts on the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The old sword immortal was still there, and so was Chao Ci, who had won 3 rounds consecutively. Compared to Qin Pingan, whose thoughts were constantly changing, the flow of the long river of time was really too slow. Therefore, punching was even slower. Every time he punched, it was like going back and forth between the peak and the foot of the mountain, digging a handful of soil and finally moving the mountain. On the opposite half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, every time the barbarians killed a great human cultivator, they would carve a big word on the city wall. Moreover, the Jiazi tent seemed to have changed its mind. There was no need to kill an ascendant realm cultivator, even if it was an immortal realm cultivator or the leader of a big sect. They could carve the name of the great demon and the person they had killed. Because the great demon's carving caused too much of a commotion, especially because it involved the flow of heaven and earth's fate, Qin Pingan, who sat on half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, could still vaguely sense the abnormality on the other side even though they were separated by a large formation of mountains and rivers. Occasionally he would punch or slash to break the formation, which was not some boring action by Qin Pingan. Zhou Xinji, one of the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent, Sword Immortal Kuxia's martial uncle. An ascendant realm cultivator from the Fuyao continent. In addition, there was the old Lord of Heaven of Mount Taiping from the Tongye continent, the Mount Taiping Mountain Lord. Jihai, the leader of the Fuji sect. 3 academy sages. Among them was Gentleman Zhong Kuei's teacher, the Mountain Lord of the Defu Academy. They had all died in battle. Fortunately, Qin Chunan of the South Swirl continent and his senior brother were not around. Sun Yuan of the Jade Gui sect and Jiang Shangzhen of the Tongyi continent were also fine. Through these, Qin Pingan could roughly estimate the speed of the demon race's advancement in the vast world. Originally, it was meaningless and would only add to his troubles. However, after obtaining the travel book of mountains and rivers, when Qin Pingan refined all the words one by one and obtained the secret letter from the Dali imperial tutor, it became important. Then Qin Pingan had a feeling in his heart. This Cui Dong, as long as he was not sick in the head, would not have thought of such a method to send the letter. The true strength of Cui Dong was not that he was betting that Qin Pingan would be able to piece together this secret letter. Instead, he was certain that the old fox, Zhou, who called himself the bookworm, would know of this secret letter after him. What was even more frightening was that in the eyes of Cui Dong, it seemed that whether Zhou knew of this matter or not, it would not change the established situation in Cui Dong's heart. It would be best if Zhou did not notice. However, even if Zhou was truly a peerless genius and knew of this matter, it would not affect the overall situation. However, there were still several big and small meanings hidden within. Qin Pingan regretted that he was as sick in the head as Cui Dong. He had actually opened this secret letter by accident. It would be better if he did not know. At the old site of Tongyi Continent's Defu Academy, a great demon in green robes who looked like a scholar had a thought. He immediately sent someone to bring over a travel book on mountains and rivers. He refined all the words in the travel book. After thinking for a while, he refined the words Cui, Bai, Sure and One. He also tried all the combinations. Finally, in his heart lake, Zhou obtained the secret letter with only 8 words. The time is right, the mountains and rivers will be reversed. Zhou laughed involuntarily. He used his heart to call out to Cui Dong. Then he extended his hand. Let me invite Imperial Tutor Cui to have a chat. The other party was scheming openly. He was betting on whether the Aquarius continent would be able to decide the direction of the world. If the Aquarius continent could be defended, then the so-called reversal of mountains and rivers would be meaningful. After all, the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the wasteland still belonged to the vast world. If they could not defend it, Cui Dong could only exchange his life for a life. At most he could only save a young man. And it depended on whether the other party was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and change places with Cui Dong. The most interesting part was that Zhou Mi dared to say that if Qin Pingan really sought help from Cui Dong, who had lost the Aquarius continent, he would most likely be disappointed. If Cui Dong ignored him, then it would truly be an interesting game. Cui Dong's figure slowly condensed in front of Zhou Mi. Zhou Mi asked, "The time is right, is it when the Aquarius continent successfully obstructs the Wasteland continent's army from going north, and finally the two continents are in a deadlock?" It was just that the image had descended and the old scholar of Defu Academy smiled and nodded. It was the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. If Zhou Mi was not in the academy ruins, Cui Dong naturally would not appear. Zhou Mi asked again, "Imperial tutor Cui is so sure that Qin Pingan has already received the secret letter, and that the Aquarius continent can be defended, and that Qin Pingan can last until that day? Especially that Qin Pingan can endure the danger of his life, and will not change places with you so early, and will not cause your previous efforts to be wasted?" Cui Dong said, "As the last disciple of the sage of literature, I still have this bit of brain and responsibility." Zhou Mi smiled and asked, "Imperial tutor Cui, I only have one last question. How can you be sure that half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can last until the time you speak of? Are you not worried that I will personally target him?" Cui Dong said indifferently, "Between you and me, we are not just fighting for the two continents. If you do not have this bit of courage, you do not have the qualifications to talk about reorganizing the Confucian orthodoxy, gathering the literature vein, and establishing a sect." Zhou Mi was silent for a moment, then he shook his head and sighed, "Cui Dong, so you want to use Qin Pingan's life and half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi as bait in exchange for the Sage of Rights? No, the secondary sage's life with mine?" Cui Dong smiled, "It might also be the sage of the first teacher personally taking action." Zhou Mi smiled, "That's exactly what I want." Cui Dong said, "Quickly let the moon-bearing mountain ancestor break the hole in the sky. I want to see what those ancient gods blocked by the Sage of Rights can do in the Aquarius continent." Zhou Mi nodded, "As you wish." Then the two of them looked in the direction of the Fuyao continent at almost the same time. Zhou Mi smiled, "Why provoke him?" The old blind man in the desolate world's 100,000 mountains had already expressed that he would not interfere. The Taoist temple of the Eastern Sea Monastery, that stinky cow's nose, chose to stay out of the matter, and even helped a little before he ascended with the Taoist temple. That old monk's whereabouts were still unknown, the most likely was that he had already reached the Aquarius continent, but this was still within the expectations of the moon-bearing mountain. Only the scholar of the Central Plains, who was known as the proudest of the mortal world, according to the original calculations after going to the fifth continent, he would stay there and return the sword to the Xuandu temple of the green underworld. He should not have returned to the vast world with the sword. Unexpectedly he still attacked. The level 14 cultivator, the scholar Bai Yi, held the immortal sword and appeared in the Fuyao continent in the southwest of the desolate world. He attacked 3 times, one sword forced the opponent out of the Fuyao continent, one sword crossed the sea, and one sword landed near the old site of the inverted hanging mountain, killing a sovereign great demon. 707. It was the beginning of spring in the 7th year of Jiachuan. The ancestral hall of Ascension City held the second official meeting where all direct disciples had to be present. All the sword cultivators who built residences and traveled outside returned on time. It had been 6 years since the first time they hung the statue and offered incense. 41 chairs were placed in the ancestral hall's main hall. Only the table under the portrait had 2 empty seats. The criminal official's seat was on the left, while the hidden official and the Treasury Spring residents were on the right. There was a vague confrontation between the two sides. The leader of the criminal official's branch, Qi Shou, had reached the Jade Pure realm not long ago. The seats were for 2 old nascent soul sword cultivators. They came from small families on Taixiang Street and Yuhu Street. In the past they were the vassals of the Qin and Nailan families. The 2 old men had an ordinary relationship with Qi Shou. Their souls had decayed and they had at most 100 years of life left. Therefore they were more interested in helping Ascension City spread their branches and were willing to teach sword techniques to young sword cultivators. This was like the officialdom of a secular dynasty. The old men who were about to retire would often be more upright and dared to say and do things that they did not dare to do in the past. Now that Ascension City had a new atmosphere, sword cultivators no longer had sectarian views. The hidden officials branch of the Summer Palace had previously flipped through the archives and organized the secret records, giving out the Tao formulas and sword manuals left behind by many sword immortals that were originally sealed. However, when cultivating on the mountain, it was important that the Tao could not be taught easily. One could not take it too seriously, but one could not take it too lightly. Therefore, young sword cultivators had to rely on their own talent, contributions, and the quality of their natal flying swords, especially the general structure of their flying swords' natal abilities. Then, through the joint inspection of the criminal official and the hidden officials branch, sword cultivators could read the many secret records and sword manuals of different grades and items. There was still a threshold, but compared to the Great Wall of Sword Chi of the past, the threshold was much lower. Not only that, the hidden officials branch also took out an improved Sword Chi 18 stops cultivation method and made it public to all sword cultivators in Ascension City. It was said that this new 18 stops was first passed down from Alliance. In the early years, only a few young people, including Ning Yao, Chen Sanqiu and Stack Zhang, were able to cultivate this method. One after another, sword cultivators stepped through the door and sat down on their respective chairs. Not only were most of them young, but they were also young in age. These young geniuses were at least Dragon Gate realm sword cultivators. There were also a few potential sword immortals who were not yet 20 years old. They were exceptions. There were rumors that these 5 young men and women who had ascended to the middle 5 realms but had yet to become Earth Immortals were very likely candidates for the hidden officials line of sword cultivators. In Ascension City's ancestral hall, there were too few old people and too many young people. This was a unique scene in any of the immortal ancestral master halls in the vast world. There was still about an incense stick's worth of time left before the appointed time. Qi Shou had already taken his seat. He took the initiative to turn his body slightly to discuss matters with an old nascent soul sword cultivator beside him. Currently, the sword cultivators of the criminal official lineage had the most authority in Ascension City. They had endless work to do every day. Qi Shou had to take care of everything personally. The location of the 8 mountains around Ascension City, the placement of the winning items, and the creation of the mountain water formation all required Qi Shou's decision. To be able to ascend to the upper 5 realms in such a busy situation, it was enough to show Qi Shou's amazing aptitude. All these years, Qi Shou did not blindly focus on sword cultivation and deliberately pursue that unpolished jade realm. Instead, he was busy working for Ascension City year after year. This won Qi Shou a lot of people's hearts. As Ning Yao had yet to appear, the atmosphere in the Ancestral Master Hall was still relatively relaxed for the time being. This was because everyone knew that Ning Yao alone occupied half of Ascension City's Ancestral Master Hall. Guizhuzhou placed the mountain walking staff on both sides of the chair's armrests and gently swung her legs. Beside her sat an old lady and a fair person. Gu Jianlong said telepathically, "Lu Duan, why hasn't Ning Yao ascended to the Ascension realm yet? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed." As for how to address Ning Yao, it was actually a big problem for the hidden official lineage of the old Summer Palace. It didn't seem appropriate to call him Lord Hidden Official. It seemed even more inappropriate to call him by his name. After all, Ning Yao was already a true Great Sword Immortal. But to call him Great Sword Immortal Ning was too distant. Fortunately, Ning Yao had spoken earlier. They could just call him by his name. In the end, no one was polite, nor did they dare to be polite to Ning Yao. Moreover, the hidden official lineage's sword cultivators were not polite people to begin with. Guizhuzhou patted the green bamboo staff with both hands and sneered telepathically, "What do you know? You don't know anything. This is Master's wife leaving some face for them." Dong Buji suddenly slapped the back of Guizhuzhou's head. Guizhuzhou raised both of her hands and made a messy fist stance. Her shoulders shook as if she had broken up Dong Buji's fist intent. Then she said angrily, "Sister Dong, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything bad about you, I swear to God." Dong Buji's fingers were deftly flipping a book collection seal made of frost jade. She smiled and said, "My hands are itchy." Guizhuzhou complained softly, "Master Hidden Official isn't here and Master's wife hasn't arrived yet. You're already bullying me." Wang Xinshui suddenly asked, "Great Sword Immortal Me and the 2 good brothers Chao Gun and Xian Can, are they still considered as our hidden official lineage's sword cultivators?" Gu Jianlong rolled his eyes and said, "Are you stupid? Is it difficult to move a few more chairs? Don't our Summer Palace still have their names on our genealogy records?" Wang Xinshui nodded and said, that makes sense. In the early days of the Summer Palace, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chao Gun, and Xian Can called each other brothers from the bottom of their hearts. They all saw each other as kindred spirits, so Dong Buji called them the hidden official's 4 lackeys. Then the four of them added up to one Guizhuzhou. Luo Zhini felt a little sad for no reason. In today's Ascension City, Luo Zhini was a little like the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Not only were they born beautiful, but they were also destined to become female sword cultivators. Back in the Summer Palace, Sword Immortal Chou Miao was still there. Lin Junbai, Song Gaoyuan and the other youngsters were all there. Just by watching Lin Junbai play chess with Chao Gun and Xian Qin, each of them had a lot of bad chess pieces behind them, but each of them liked to be a useless strategist. At that time, Luo Zhini didn't find it interesting. Looking back, Luo Zhini realized that it was a very interesting thing. There was a young man who watched from the side with his hands in his sleeves. His chess skills weren't good, but he liked to give random advice as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. If Chao Gun and Xian Qin won against Lin Junbai, Guizhuzhou would lead the four lackeys to flatter him. If they lost, that person would confidently say that it was his fault? It didn't make sense. After Fan Dash sat down, his expression was solemn and he was silent. He was the one who sat the most properly among the hidden official sword cultivators, and also the one who was the saddest. The girl he liked the most was already a married woman. When he met her on the street, her child already knew to call him Uncle Fan. For some reason he was only a little disappointed at that time, but he didn't feel heartbroken anymore. Looking at the child who looked like her, Fan Dash only knew that he smiled in relief. But he didn't know how his smile would look in the eyes of the woman who was already a married woman, and then a mother. His best friend, Qin Sanxiu, went to Vast World. His most trusted young hidden official was left alone at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. He really missed that Dash. Fan Dash quietly turned his head and looked back, laughing at himself. He quickly retracted his gaze and continued to hold his breath, silently nurturing his sword intent. Fan Dash knew that his talent in the way of the sword couldn't compare to any of the hidden official sword cultivators. He had only reached the Golden Elixir realm after many obstacles. Moreover, Guizhuzhou, Gu Jianlong, and the others were not only born with great talent, but also worked harder than ordinary people. Therefore, Fan Dash was under a lot of pressure. As the second in command of the criminal officers, Nian Xan almost never showed her face in public. She usually wore a loose robe, and her cultivation was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, but she wasn't a sword cultivator. Even the Summer Palace didn't seem to know her true identity. She appeared out of nowhere in Ascension City, and then mysteriously became an important figure of the criminal officers. She was one of the four great eccentrics of Ascension City. Nian Xian's seat was behind the criminal officers and the two nascent soul old sword cultivators. However, Nian Xian, like Ning Yao, had yet to show her face. The three chairs to the south of Nian Xian's seat were also occupied by one of the four great eccentrics. They were the three golden elixir sword cultivators of the same master, but the men wore women's clothes. They came from the Dustpan House, the Sword Immortal's private residence next to the Elm Immortal Inn. Relying on the remarkable ability passed down by their master, the three of them were now in charge of helping Ascension City find young sword cultivators. Actually, they were more willing to become sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage, but Ning Yao, who announced to the public that she was temporarily in charge of the position of the hidden official, did not agree. The old Sword Immortal of Dustpan House, who had an extremely good personal relationship with Alliance, had collected many ancient ink stones. Therefore, Shizhou, Shuiyu and Feijin, these three golden elixir sword cultivators who didn't have high realms but had outstanding killing power, were the most familiar with Guizhuzhou, who liked to climb walls and visit people when she was young. Therefore, although the Ancestral Master Hall was clearly divided into factions, the relationship between each faction was actually inextricably linked. They were either friends who got along well with each other, or they were related by the incense of their ancestors. A woman stepped through the door and quietly sat down. During this time she didn't greet anyone and didn't even make eye contact. It was Nian Xian. Nian Xian began to close her eyes and rest. She was destined to not speak during today's meeting. Currently, if one wanted to become a member of the criminal officer lineage in Ascension City, only sword cultivators among the Qi refinement warriors were qualified. This was an iron rule in Ascension City. On the other hand, the hidden official and Quan House lineages were not restricted by this rule, and the Qi refinement warriors of the 100 schools of thought were unhindered. For the criminal officer lineage, if one wasn't a Qi refinement warrior, only pure martial artists who used the Cold Palace as their starting point could write their names on the criminal officer lineage. The martial artist lineage of the Cold Palace hired the wine shop's substitute shopkeeper, Zheng Dafeng, to teach them martial arts. However, Zheng Dafeng declined the position of Ascension City's consecrator, and taught Jiang Yun Yuan Zhouhua, and the other used fist techniques for a salary. Currently, the number of martial artists under the criminal officer lineage had increased sharply, and there were already more than 60 of them. Other than Jiang Yun and the other 10 people who were first taught by Lian Shuang, as well as the 2 children that Nian Xian took in when the city first landed, the third batch was mostly children of 5 or 6 years old. When it came to martial arts, although the requirement for one's aptitude was far lower than that of sword cultivators, it was still better to learn fist techniques as early as possible. Therefore, in the end, the criminal officer lineage had unknowingly formed a lineage with 3 leaders. Qi Shou held the authority, and Yen Xen was in charge of nurturing the martial artists. Other than that, the 2 nascent soul old sword cultivators were more compatible with the 3 golden core cultivators of the winnowing basket house. This was because one side taught sword techniques, while the other looked for sword cultivators. Both sides cooperated smoothly. However, even so, Qi Shou, who was in charge of almost half of the sword cultivators, was undoubtedly the most powerful person in Ascension City. After Qi Shou finished talking with the old sword cultivator beside him, he returned to his sitting position and glanced at the chair opposite him. The hidden official lineage opposite him was led by Ning Yao, Dong Bud, Su Ning, Luo Zhini, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chang Taiqing, Guizhujiu and Fan Dach. Currently there were a total of 9 people. Compared to the criminal officer lineage, the hidden official lineage had fewer people, and their hearts were more united. The criminal officer lineage couldn't compare to them. When Ning Yao returned from her second trip, Qi Shou discovered that she had reached the bottleneck of the immortal realm and was a true greatsword immortal. However, in the eyes of all the sword cultivators in Ascension City, it was surprising that Ning Yao didn't break through when she returned. From this, it could be seen how important Ning Yao was to Ascension City. It was difficult to become a sword immortal, and even harder to become a greatsword immortal. It was even harder to become an Ascension realm cultivator. However, Ning Yao was the only exception. Qi Shou didn't feel any resentment towards this, because Ascension City needed such an existence. After all, this world was divided by heroes, and Ascension City wasn't the only one. He was destined to lose to Ning Yao on the path of the sword, but Qi Shou had the entire world to fight for. Qi Shou's gaze shifted slightly. Gao Yeho's chair was next to Ning Yao. This person came to the ancestral hall earlier than Qi Shou. Gao Yeho was still in the nascent soul realm, and it wasn't something that could be done in 3 to 5 years. Qi Shou didn't see Gao Yeho as an opponent, and was even willing to be friends with him like Deng Liang. The Quan residence was in charge of Ascension City's finances. The clothing, sword, and pill shops were combined, and it was headed by Gao Yeho, a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, as the god of wealth, Gao Yeho wasn't good at financial matters. The ones in charge were the sword cultivators promoted from the Yen and Nalan families. They weren't young and their realms weren't high, but they were the most suitable to be accountants. Quan residence, just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was the work of that young hidden official. Otherwise it wouldn't be so scholarly. Qi Shou once fought side by side with Chen Pingan on the city wall. He separated public and private matters. On the battlefield both sides were friends. Chen Pingan even took the initiative to do a big business with Qi Shou. However, outside the battlefield each side used their own ability to disgust each other, and it wasn't to the point of life and death. Qi Shou couldn't help but admit that if that guy followed him to this world, he would definitely be restrained, but it might give him a fighting spirit. And other than the Qi family's deep foundation, his own ancestor, Qi Tingji, was the only old sword immortal who was still at the peak of the sword path. Even if Qi Tingji was in the vast world and continued to kill demons with his sword, to the current Ascension City, he was still a huge deterrent. Deng Liang's seat was near the gate, so he was neighbors with the most junior but talented children. This didn't follow the rules. As the first consecrator of Ascension City, his seat should be near Gao Yeho and Yeraxin. It was Deng Liang who insisted on this arrangement. This also made Deng Liang's popularity in Ascension City, which wasn't bad to begin with, become rather good. He was born in the pure snow continent's Nine Dew Mountain. As a direct disciple and a nascent soul sword cultivator, he was the mountain lord of the Nine Dew Mountain's solemn peak. After returning home, he secretly became a green member. This was more difficult than becoming a direct disciple of the Ancestral Hall. Because once he became a green member of the Nine Dew Mountain, he would be able to take away a portion of the sect's luck. Deng Liang was born in the old hidden official's lineage, and at the same time had a close relationship with the leader of the penal official, Qi Shou. Therefore, Deng Liang chose not to rely on either side, and intentionally distanced himself from the hidden official's lineage. This was an extremely sensible and wise move. Deng Liang came here for three things. He wanted to cultivate his sword and break through the realm, and he wanted to become a great sword immortal. He wanted to see his beloved girl, Dongbu, and he didn't expect more. Secondly, he wanted to be the bridge between Ascension City and the Nindu Mountain. Deng Liang also hoped that he could do something for Ascension City, and try his best to avoid the conflict between the hidden official and the penal official's lineage. Therefore, Deng Liang's position had to be impartial. Many of the consecrator's words could only be heard by the sword cultivators of Ascension City. When he traveled to Ascension City this time, he brought a considerable amount of celestial resources that were unique to the sect, and the gifts were not light. They were the Sui Dan wine that the monarch at the foot of the mountain favored the most, as well as the heavy thinking rice and the ghost talisman. When Deng Liang came to the fifth world this time, he brought with him an item that was close to him and an item that the sect specially bestowed upon him. There were 60 jars of celestial wine that contained abundant spiritual energy. The celestial rice was called the heavy thinking rice. The rice was like a pomegranate, bright red in color and tasted like water chestnuts. There were a total of 400 caddies, and it was most suitable to be used as medicinal cuisine for cultivators of the lower 5 realms. The 300 ghost talismans were especially precious, and they were also known as the green-veined golden book in the snow-white continent. They were made of talisman material, a type of celestial leaf that was unique to the Nindu Mountain. After being made into talisman paper, the green veins would circulate under the sunlight and moonlight, and a talisman paper would be pasted on it, just like a spiritual door god that protected the residents. Deng Liang gave all of them to the Quan residents. Ning Yao appeared outside the main door. The many small conversations in the ancestral hall instantly stopped. In these years, Ning Yao broke through the realms and traveled. There was no one else who understood this world better than her. Ning Yao did not take a seat. She lit incense for the Ascension City ancestral master. Disciplinary official Qi Shou and Quan residents Gao Yi followed closely behind her. The 9 incense sticks for the 3 of them would be given by the oldest member of the ancestral hall. This was the first meeting of the Ascension City ancestral hall, and a new rule was set. Since Ning Yao proposed it, no one objected. The person in charge of handing out the incense today was one of the nascent soul old sword cultivators of the disciplinary official branch. This was the first time the old man handed out incense for the 3 of them, and he actually had tears in his eyes. In the past, there would be a few meetings here every year, but secluded official Ning Yao was always traveling. If she did not light the incense, it would not be considered a real meeting of the Ascension City. In addition to the previous meetings, half of the seats in the ancestral hall would be empty. Every time the old sword cultivator handed out incense for Qi Shou and Gao Yi, he would never have such a mood like today. Besides the 3 of them, the other members of the ancestral hall all stood up. After Ning Yao sat down, she did not speak. Qi Shou said, "Let's start the meeting." In this meeting of the ancestral hall, the disciplinary official branch, even the 2 nascent soul old sword cultivators and the 3 Jindan in Shizhou, were actually more worried that the ancestral hall of the Ascension City would become the law of the land from today onwards. Their worry was not entirely out of selfishness. The first time Ning Yao returned to the Ascension City, she killed Qi Shou with 1 sword. This was something that the whole city knew. Then would it be that every time the secluded official branch suffered grievances, in the future, regardless of whether it was justified or not, Ning Yao would simply hand over her sword and settle the matter? No one would doubt Ning Yao's identity as the leader of the city, and they would not even think that Ning Yao would use her official position for personal gain. The reason was too simple and there was no need for it. Ning Yao did not care about these so-called authorities at all. For Ning Yao, who was now in the Ascension realm as far as the disciplinary official Qi Shou and Quan residence master Gao Yi, they were very clear that if they wanted to become the #1 sect in the 5th world, Ascension City could lack anyone, but they could not lack Ning Yao. However, if Ascension City wanted to stand firmly in the 5th world, they could not completely rely on Ning Yao's realm and swordsmanship to help Ascension City solve everything. Therefore, there was a group of old sword cultivators who met privately before coming here. The general idea was that they hoped Ning Yao could simply leave the secluded official branch and become an existence with a transcendent status. Or more directly, she could become the second Qin Qingdu. The major matters were decided by her, but it was best for Ning Yao not to interfere with the ordinary affairs and trivial matters of Ascension City. She could focus on practicing her swordsmanship and become the first Ascension Realm sword immortal in this world in one fell swoop. Consecrator Deng Liang could see the general thoughts of the current 3 branches of Ascension City at a glance. After all, he was a secluded immortal master from a vast sect like the 9 Capitals Mountain. In his early years he had been a mountain cultivator for many years. Deng Liang did not think that these mixed thoughts were definitely bad things. He even felt that the current Ascension City, if one did not talk about combat power, was more vigorous than the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the early years. Taixiang Street and Yuhu Street were still in the city, but now there were no rich and powerful families or sword immortal family heads. There were not many old people left. After all, almost all the sword immortals had died in battle in their distant hometowns. It was as if in that war the eldest sword immortal had deliberately forced all the sword immortals and old people to make way for the young people. This was a foreign land now, but one day, it would become the home of more and more young people and children in Ascension City. Qi Shou was the first to speak. The first thing he said was to gather and filter the information of all the immortal factions. The focus was on the sects that had the word sect in their names, such as the Baek Okekyung Building, Xuandu Temple, and Shuigong, which was located in the easternmost part of the world. Another thing was to gather intelligence about all the genius cultivators who had reached the Jade Unpolished Realm. For example, the female Taoist Huang Ting of the Tongyi continent was already at the Jade Unpolished Realm. She was building a stone tablet at the top of a mountain, and her sword was engraved with the words Taiping Mountain. There was also a man who went by the alias of Yang Hengxing. He was both a martial artist at the far travel realm and a nascent soul cultivator. He was not to be underestimated. Other than Ning Yao traveling alone on her sword, there were also 4 groups of disciplinary official sword cultivators who went in different directions to gather information. They also gathered a large amount of information from Fuyao continent and Tongye continent. Qi Shou said, "We will follow the old rules of the Summer Palace and compile 2 books. One will record all the sects and factions, the other will record the upper 5 realms and earth immortals. What do you think?" Ning Yao nodded. Gao Yeho said, "No objections." After 6 years of continuous expansion, because Ascension City was located at the center of the world, it began to have more and more contact with the outside world. Sword cultivators constantly went out to travel, and others also traveled here. Other than Ascension City's continuous expansion, it was orderly and visible to the naked eye. Other than that, many other people's affairs gradually surfaced. Among the 10 young people, Baek Okekyung Building's Taoist Shan Qing was the last disciple of the Tao ancestor. The young monk held a 12-ringed monk staff and traveled alone. Among the 10 candidates, there was Liuxia Continent's Chanyu Grotto, Tianshu, who had already built a transcendental platform. Other than that, there were already many Jade Unpolished Realm cultivators in this world. For example, there was a certain female disciple of the Sword Immortal lineage in Qingming World's Deshuandu Temple. In any case, the hidden official's lineage had old precedents to follow, so they just had to follow the prescribed order. In fact, the Summer Palace had already planned and provided a detailed plan. Previously, the hidden official's lineage left the city and scattered everywhere to survey the mountains and rivers. The criminal official lineage then chose 8 places with abundant spiritual energy to expand their territory. They drew a 1,000-mile territory for the Ascension City Circle as a foothold for the Ascension City's 1,000-year great cause. It was the foundation of their establishment. The old Summer Palace had once left a detailed book written by the young hidden official himself. Lin Junbai, Song Gaoyuan, and all the other sword cultivators worked together to compile this book. It was divided into the structure chapter. Among them, the North Continent's Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Tongyi Continent's Taiping Mountain, Song Gaoyuan's Deer Horn Palace, Lin Junbai's Shaoyuan Dynasty's Temple, the Battlefield, and so on. The way it operated was all a case study. The external chapter, how to build an immortal's mansion, how to set up formations, how to plant spies outside, as well as the various continents' sects, culture and customs, was further divided into 12 major chapters. The human heart chapter, for example, included how to build a school and related matters to pay attention to. The mountains and rivers chapter specifically explained the 5 peaks and the gods of the mountains and rivers in the vast world. This voluminous book of more than 100,000 words, except for the human heart chapter that was deleted by the hidden official's lineage, every member of the ancestral hall had a copy of its contents. Therefore, the sword cultivators of Ascension City today might not be truly familiar with the complicated rules of the vast world, but they were definitely not unfamiliar with it. Disciplinary official, I have something to say. Gu Jianlong suddenly stood up and said with a smile. The 2 groups of sword cultivators of the criminal official's lineage totaled 14 people. On their way to the north and south respectively, they had quite a bit of conflict with the cultivators of Tongyi Continent and Fuyao Continent. I heard that they even killed people. After returning to Ascension City, The focus of the discussion at the banquet table was that the cultivators of the two continents were all trash. After I heard about it, I felt that the cultivators of the two continents in the vast world could be regarded as the sea-viewing realm. If it's true, then wouldn't I, Gu Jianlong, a golden core sword cultivator, be able to run amok in the north and south alone? Anyway, there aren't many nascent soul cultivators in the world now, and even fewer jade puddings. Gu Jianlong added a final sentence. Of course, the people killed by the two groups of sword cultivators of the criminal official's lineage all deserve to die. I want to make this point clear. But then again, the so-called who deserve to die and who deserve to be killed for the time being is only judged based on the words of the criminal official's wandering sword cultivators. As for whether the truth is different from the truth, we of the hidden official's lineage need to make further confirmation. As a family behind closed doors, I'm not afraid to say the ugly words first. If we confirm that there really are sword cultivators outside, wantonly killing and helping our Ascension City win such a great reputation, we must return the favor. When the time comes, I'll have to pay them a visit to reason with them. The golden core sword cultivator of Dustpan Temple named Shuiyu frowned slightly. Gu Jianlong, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? Wang Xinshui opposed him and said with a fake smile, Brother Shuiyu, is there really such a small matter in the world? Which major matter isn't a small matter? Shuiyu, who had a good relationship with both Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui, was about to continue speaking, but was stopped by his senior brother Shizhou through telepathy. A young sword cultivator of the criminal official's lineage sneered, During the Great War, some people didn't contribute much. Now that they're free, they spare no effort to deal with their own people. If that's the case, I think that as long as we meet outsiders in the future, our Ascension City sword cultivators will take the initiative to give way and apologize in advance. How about it? Could it be that the hidden official's lineage's sword cultivators could say such eccentric words? Who couldn't? Dong Bude and Luo Zhini almost stood up at the same time. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao glanced at that young sword cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the ancestral hall's gate with his chair. Then Ning Yao said, After the meeting, change the person and get a new chair. After that young sword cultivator fell to the ground, he was shocked, frightened, and even more hateful. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he seemed to be enveloped by sword chi and turned into a tragic, bloody person, fainting on the spot. Ning Yao said, Continue the meeting. Chi Shou's expression was calm. Gao Yeho was indifferent. An old nascent soul stage sword cultivator wanted to say something but stopped. Deng Liang sighed softly. Did the person outside speak without thinking at all? Gu Jianlong's words were based on the facts, but the person outside the door was against the person, and against the entire lineage of sword cultivators of the old summer palace. Righteousness and personal virtue, good and evil deeds, right and wrong, how complicated was that? Once the person was against the person and not the matter, how could a certain reason be explained clearly? Ning Yao looked at the silent crowd and said indifferently, The people sitting here may not be sword cultivators and may not have a high level of cultivation, but their brains can't be too stupid. There are only so many people in Ascension City now. It's just a circle of 1,000 miles and it's already slightly stretched. Therefore, it's still a bit early to play with the politics of the palace below the mountain. The only rule in the Ancestral Hall's meeting is to focus on the matter and not the person. If you like to focus on the person and not the matter, don't come here to occupy a seat. Ning Yao then looked at Qi Shou and asked, Who is this person's sponsor and guarantor in the lineage of criminal officials? Qi Shou reported 2 names. Immediately, 2 golden core sword cultivators stood up in the Ancestral Hall. Ning Yao turned and said to Su Ning, Record this down, and then go through the files of the person outside the door. Su Ning stood up and took her seat. Ning Yao said slowly, Including the lineage of hidden officials, including Gu Jianlong in the future, everyone has to be more careful when talking about matters. In the past, when we were discussing matters at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, ordinary unpolished jade realms were not qualified to appear. Only immortals could appear and only old sword immortals could speak. Gu Jianlong immediately nodded and said, Got it, I will be careful. Ning Yao turned and looked outside the door of the Ancestral Hall. It hasn't been 7 years and everyone is so arrogant? For a moment the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Deng Liang had no choice but to stand up and explain. If we still treat all the Qi refinement warriors other than the swordsmen in the Ascension City as potential enemies, then one day, our Ascension City will become a lonely military base with enemies everywhere. If we still see all the Qi cultivators in the world as embroidered pillows with low killing power, then we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will be used by other forces to form alliances. Sooner or later we will realize that the sword is not in the sword at all. Accidents will only happen and we will die. Deng Liang's tone gradually became heavier. What one thinks and what one does are two completely different things. If the sword cultivators in the ancestral hall are so arrogant, how can the sword cultivators outside be so arrogant? They like to see all outsiders as ants and feel that other people's lives are insignificant. Everyone who can be killed or not will be killed with the sword. Then, I feel that Ascension City does not need to fight for the world. If they can luckily gain a foothold in 100 years, they can already burn incense in the ancestral hall. Compared to the sword cultivators in Ascension City, the chi cultivators in the world are not of a higher realm and are not lethal enough. So what? Fighting on the mountain, scheming against each other, and hiding for 100 years. That is why they can kill without leaving a trace. These words, I, Deng Liang, am not trying to be an alarmist. Deng Liang finally clasped his fists and said, if it is in other sects in the vast world, a high priest is still half an outsider. Such words that will offend everyone should not be said. The reason why I can't help it is because the land that Deng Liang occupies is worthy of me pouring cold water on everyone. The sword cultivator of Dustpan House, Shueyu, stood up and said, I understand. It was rare for Gao Yeho to take the initiative to speak. In this world, Ascension City has all the advantages. In the next 100 years, even if our hearts are scattered, there will not be any forces that can fight with us. But if we want to develop in the long run, as what High Priest Deng said, we have to learn the strengths of the vast world's chi cultivators and learn from them for Ascension City to make up for our shortcomings. By then, we will have the best swordsmanship in the world, and we will also have tactics that are not inferior to others. Only then will Ascension City have the hope of being the only force in this world. Otherwise, after 100 years, when the accumulated disadvantages are exposed, it will be too late to change the situation. Once the general trend is gone, even if Ascension City still has the most sword cultivators, it will be useless. This was an old and wise argument. The sword cultivators in the ancestral hall all felt that it was natural. Chi Shou added, sword cultivators and the hearts of the people are the foundation of Ascension City. Other than that, having a high realm, a large territory, and a large number of people are all advantages on paper. Gao Yeho nodded and said, therefore the most important thing now is to draw a clear boundary for the power of the three branches of Ascension City's judicial officers, hidden officials, and Quan House, and reduce unnecessary consumption. Other than clearly knowing what must be done, the three branches should know what we can do and what we cannot do. These words could be considered as the Quan Manor branch of Marquis Gao Yi speaking out for the justice of the law enforcers. It seemed unreasonable, but it was actually very appropriate. This was probably where Gao Yeho's overall situation lay. Gao Yeho had already prepared a draft and began to explain the authority of the three branches and the boundary. During this time, among the judicial officers, Shi Zhou raised an objection. As for the hidden officials, Su Ning and Luo Zhini had different opinions. However, with the previous dispute as a foreshadowing, the sword cultivators of the three branches discussed the matter as it was. Even if there were some disputes, it still seemed very relaxed. In the end, the three sides discussed this matter, and only some details needed to be worked on. Ning Yao did not say a word. These matters were indeed better handled by Dong Bude and Su Ning. Therefore Ning Yao was too lazy to say more. Ning Yao had never liked to meddle in other people's business. When she felt that she needed to do something, it meant that Ascension City had a big problem. Chi Shou's next conclusion was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. From today onwards, Ascension City sword cultivators can have thoughts of being superior, but don't be too obvious. In the ancestral hall, the habit of using the realm to decide the importance of the principle also needs to be changed. Almost everyone looked at Ning Yao intentionally or unintentionally, because Chi Shou's words seemed to have some meaning. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao's expression was normal. She said, if the hidden official sword cultivators do anything that goes beyond the rules in the future, the judicial officers and the Quan Fu branches can bypass me and directly punish according to the law. And each punishment should be heavy and not light. This surprised everyone greatly, but also relieved them of a heavy burden. Strangely, those hidden official sword cultivators all had calm expressions and did not feel wronged at all. Ning Yao trusted all of the hidden official sword cultivators. Moreover, when she thought that it would be at least a few years or at most a few decades, she would either go find him or he would come here. When the time came, she would let him busy himself. She was not willing to deal with these matters. In any case, he was the best at them. Moreover, the atmosphere, rules, and reason of the summer palace were all created by him. In the future, there would be more and more honorary guests as well as foreigners who came here to travel or settle down. Ascension City would gradually become a mixed bag of good and bad people. The conflicts between the foreigners and the native sword cultivators of Ascension City, whether overt or covert, would only accumulate and in turn affect the hearts of the native sword cultivators of Ascension City. The hearts of the people were complicated, and even more troublesome than the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the past. The book in the Summer Palace had already spoken about this matter. Since they had chosen this new path, they could only take it one step at a time and look back. If there were mistakes, they would correct them. Every time they corrected a mistake, not only would it not be a bad thing, but it would also be a kind of gain. That person asserted that as long as they used a stupid method of constantly correcting small mistakes until there were no major mistakes in the end, the hearts of the people would not be in chaos. Don't learn from those sects in the vast world. Most of the skills are to cover up mistakes. We, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, must have the courage and strength to correct mistakes. After this sentence in the book, that person added the word must. His strokes were extremely heavy, and his strength penetrated the back of the paper. With great power in hand, one would often become arrogant. Since the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi no longer had a mortal enemy like the wilderness, then their true enemy was actually themselves. Hence, they had to cultivate their hearts more in the future. As long as the starting point of the discussion in the Ancestral Hall was for the sake of Ascension City, then all the sword cultivators of the hidden officials' lineage had to tolerate some unpleasant words, and they had to tolerate some people slamming the table and cursing their mothers. And these kinds of people, when they left the Ancestral Hall, must not be hated by others and must not be ostracized. Once this was the case, over time, whether or not the Ancestral Hall had sword immortals, and whether or not the number of sword immortals was the highest in the world, would not be significant. All the children who grew up in the city must remember those senior sword cultivators, and also remember those sword cultivators who came from the vast world. Both sides must firmly remember. Through each school, through each teacher and teacher, they must be taught what a sword cultivator was, and what a true sword immortal was like. At the end of the booklet there was a piece of paper. The young hidden official, who had always written in regular script, wrote a sentence in running script for the first time. It was not my intention to distract you. Guizhuzhou was the first to flip through the booklet. When she found this piece of paper, she swaggered over to her master's wife to claim credit. In the end, after Ning Yao took the paper, poor Guizhuzhou knocked her head against the door. Dong dong dong. Ning Yao was silent for a moment, then added, "As for who I attack, when and where I attack, anyone can try to stop me." Guizhuzhou quickly clapped her hands. Her palms did not touch and there was no sound. It was extremely skillful. However, after Ning Yao, who had unknowingly caused the hidden official's lineage to take a big step back, added this sentence, not only did it not make people feel depressed, but it also made them feel a long-lost, familiar feeling. It was as if Ning Yao's words proved that the current Ascension City was still the Great Wall of Sword Chi of the past. It was still the Great Wall of Sword Chi that was filled with sword cultivators and sword immortals. It was still the hometown of a city of sword cultivators that resisted the demons of the world. After Ning Yao finished speaking, she listened to the discussion while her mind wandered thousands of miles away. She was now more concerned about a sword cultivator of unknown origins. It was Lu Kai, who was also ranked among the top 10 young people in the world. He had 2 blade-strengthening gourds. He nourished the flying sword Blue Sky, with Burden of Mind, and the flying sword White Foal, with a blade-strengthening gourd. Therefore this person was the only outsider that Ning Yao paid more attention to. It was not because of the statement that only Lu Kai could compete with Ning Yao in the same realm after 100 years. It was because the intrinsic divine powers of Lu Kai's 2 flying swords were too strange. They were the most targeted and could even be said to be specially restrained by Qin Pingan. The flying sword White Foal ignored the long river of time and suppressed Qin Pingan's sparrow in the cage. The flying sword Blue Sky could break 10,000 swords with one sword. It was just right to target Qin Pingan's moon in the well. Ning Yao frowned slightly. Qi Shou continued to talk about leading the team to train. After all, without the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the growth of sword cultivators would be much, much slower. There was also the matter of placing spies in the north and south, as well as the matter of roping in external mountain powers. There was also the matter of picking out martial artists. There was also the matter of differentiating the seniority of the 60 pure martial artists in Ascension City. In order to achieve the true order of inheritance, some seemingly complicated matters were essential. As for the matter of nurturing spies and death warriors, it was a matter of great importance. This involved the possibility of opening another branch. Or perhaps the hidden officials' branch of sword cultivators would be fully responsible for it and increase their authority. Qi Shou had already decided on this long ago. After bringing up this matter, he directly said, "Just leave this matter to the hidden officials' branch. Otherwise, just monitoring Ascension City is a waste of talent." Deng Liang nodded lightly. As a criminal official, he should have such magnanimity. It could prevent the hidden officials' branch from nitpicking on the criminal officials' branch. It was as if the two sides were staring at each other every day, causing too much internal strife. It could also allow the sword cultivators of the Summer Palace, who were most familiar with spying and military operations, to completely let go of their hands and feet and help Ascension City truly look at the entire world. After today's meeting in the Ancestral Hall, Deng Liang had a deeper understanding of Qi Shou, Gao Yeho, and Shi Zhou, the three sword cultivators who would have higher and higher statuses. In Deng Liang's opinion, perhaps Shi Zhou, Shuiyu, and Feizhen, the three sword cultivators who had unique supernatural powers passed down by their masters, might not even know for the time being that the three of them, together with the two old Yuaning stage cultivators, were actually the key existences of half of the Ministry of Personnel and half of the Ministry of War. Moreover, compared to the two old men, Shi Zhou and the other two were younger and had higher attainments in the Great Tao. Therefore, if Deng Liang had the chance, he would definitely find the three of them to drink. Deng Liang had always admitted and faced his own selfishness. Those who know others are wise and those who know themselves are wise. Then, they discussed the strange existences that Ning Yao had killed a lot of. Their identities were similar to the remnants of the ancient gods, but there were differences between them and the records in the ancient books. Gao Yeho asked if he could take them for his own use and let them be the gods of the mountains and rivers that guarded fate and gathered spiritual energy. Ning Yao said, "It's very difficult to subdue them. There's a chance. The hidden officials will take out this booklet after the matter is over, but this booklet shouldn't be spread." Nowadays, the number of cultivators who could kill such existences could be counted on one's fingers in the world. Therefore, every word in the booklet was actually the money of the gods. Qi Shou said in a deep voice, "Other than the hidden official sword cultivators, at most 10 people in the Ancestral Hall can read it. If even the slightest leak, the hidden officials will pursue the matter to the end. After that, the criminal officials would have something to do again." Qi Shou planned to allocate 10 Earth Immortal sword cultivators to deal with such existences. Gao Yeho requested to go with them. Because the mountains occupied by these existences often had a considerable amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and there might even be great opportunities in the Blessed Enclave. Because the Taoist nun of Tongyi Island's Taiping Mountain had already proved this point. And the Quan Manor that was in charge of all the gods' money would of course not sit by and do nothing. There was also no reason for them to stay out of it. Even if Gao Yeho wanted to be an idle cloud and wild crane, the other cultivators under the Quan Manor would jump and curse. After all, money and power were inseparable. Now, there was a saying in the Quan Manor that their sword cultivators' realm was not high enough, so they could use mountains of gods' money to make up for it. Especially those younger sword cultivators, all of them would often say things like F***CK the F***CK, and picking up trash is also a skill. The atmosphere was worrying. Now there were 4 big oddities in Ascension City. It was Ning Yao who was not the city lord. As for Ning Yao's breakthrough, it was the least strange. In addition, there was CXIN's true identity. The female attire of the 3 sword cultivators of Dustpan House. So much so that the 2 young sword cultivators who had just become disciples of Shi Zhou and Lin Jin asked with a bitter face whether they were going to wear women's clothes before they became disciples together. They angered Shi Zhou half to death. Junior martial brother Shuiyu learned from Gu Jianlong and said something fair. He smiled and asked the 2 brats what was wrong with wearing women's clothes. Back then, the hidden official even wore them on the battlefield. Wasn't she also graceful and charming? Finally, the eyes of the younger generation of the Quan Manor's accountants lit up as they went around collecting wealth. The discussion that followed was not a small matter. An old nascent soul sword cultivator reported the current number of sword cultivators in Ascension City as well as the estimated number of native sword cultivators in the next 100 years. Therefore, Shuiyu suggested that he lead a team to travel. There was no need for a lot of sword cultivators, 3 to 5 people would be enough. He wanted to find foreign sword cultivators for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lord Gao Yi suggested that other than the 8 vassal mountains of Ascension City, another 4 cities should be established. They could guard the 4 sides and also accept more people. At the same time, to a certain extent, It could prevent outsiders from quickly infiltrating Ascension City. The candidates for the 8 vassal mountains of Zifu Mountain were also approved today. There were 5 people from the branch of the criminal officer, and 3 from the branch of the Quan Manor. One of the positions was fought for by Lord Gao Yi. The cultivators of the Quan Manor and the criminal officer branch fought for it until their faces turned red. The hidden official branch had too few people and was not suitable, so they did not participate. However, Gu Jianlong said a few words of fairness for the Quan Manor branch. When Lord Gao Yi proposed the 4 new cities, Luo Jin said that the sword cultivators of the hidden official branch, or the people they supported, must occupy a city in the future and become the vassal city's lord. Lord Gao Yi and Qi Shou looked at each other and agreed to this. When they talked about the construction of the city, Luo Jin mentioned the matter of Ascension City, saying that this matter must be prepared early. This was also an important matter that needed to be handled with extreme caution, because there was a high possibility of conflict with various forces. Because the hidden officials branch questioned the sword cultivators of the criminal officer branch, and because of Deng Liang's heartfelt words, the cultivators in the ancestral hall were hesitant. They were really worried about being unlucky. Ning Yao said coldly, "In today's world, other than the 4 ends of the east, west, north and south, the rest of the land is ownerless. There is no legitimate mountain that will belong to anyone. We will go far away and find a high place in each of the 4 directions. We will set up a stone tablet and engrave the words Sword, Qi, Ascension, City. If anyone is dissatisfied and dares to fight for territory with us, we will ask the Sword of Ascension City. If the sword cultivators guarding the mountain can't withstand the opponent's celestial technique, I will ask the sword." In the ancestral hall, everyone ate a huge calming pill. Deng Liang smiled and was full of admiration. As expected of Ning Yao, a woman who had never been to the summer palace. Ning Yao stood up and said, "Sword cultivators are sword cultivators. In another 100 or 1,000 years, at least half of the people in this Ascension City's ancestral hall will be sword cultivators. No matter what happens in the future, in 1,000 or 10,000 years, if there is only one sword cultivator left in this world, this person will also have to be in this ancestral hall. 100 years later, the number of sword cultivators in Ascension City will be more than the sum of all the other sword cultivators in this world. Ascension City has the most sword cultivators in the world. Ascension City has the highest sword Dao in the world. This is not a magnificent feat but a matter of course." Ning Yao wore a golden robe and carried a sword case on her back. Her eyebrows were raised. Qi Shou stood up first and smiled. "What does Prefecture Lord Gao say? When will we reach the Jade Primitive Realm?" Gao Yeho stood up and smiled. "Not much later than you." Everyone in the ancestral hall, especially those sword immortal embryos, had a determined look in their eyes. 2 nascent soul sword cultivators stood up at the same time. The old man in charge of passing incense in the ancestral hall cupped his fists and said, "Then I will leave it to you." In the Qin family mansion on Taixiang Street, there was a reclusive child who liked to bask in the sun and lived in seclusion. Occasionally he would look at the streets outside the Qin family mansion's gate. His name was Qin Mang. This was the new name he gave himself. In this Ascension City, only the hidden officials Ning Yao, the criminal officials Say Xin, and the Quan family's Gao Yeho knew his real name. Other than that, there was only a death warrior from the Qin family and a young servant girl. The former was a golden core sword cultivator in name, but in reality he was a nascent soul. This nascent soul sword cultivator was not only extremely young, but also extremely talented. He was also loyal to the Qin family on Taixiang Street. He could sacrifice himself for this child named Qin Mang at any time. Shi Guangyi. Mang Shi is Mingyi. The literary king chapter of the Great Ya said Mang Shi Guangyi. Calm the people Mang Ning. Create rights and music, bring peace. Qin Mang, who was only 7 years old, or the old sword immortal Qin Shi of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had actually read many books. Otherwise the Qin family would not have a descendant like Qin Sanqiu. The Qin family on Taixiang Street once had a small custom. During the year, on the day Qin Shi carved the word Qin on his head, they would scatter a large basket of illuminating beads on the street. The children on Taixiang and Yuwu streets would often gather early in the morning, waiting to pick up those beads. Among the generations of children, there were many who became sword immortals in the future, but there were even more who died in battle before they could become sword immortals. Today Qin Mang stood at the door, looking at the quiet and deserted street and smiled. Once upon a time, there was a bastard who would shamelessly squat among the children and hit them with his fists and legs. He would even push them away with his butt. Relying on these methods, the man would be able to snatch a large number of children every year. Then a group of children would follow behind him, crying and cursing. At this moment, there was an ordinary-looking young servant girl standing beside Qin Mang. She carefully looked around the street and softly reminded him in her mind, "Master, you can go back." Qin Mang nodded, turned around and walked back into the mansion. After his reincarnation, his old soul was incomplete, but his memories were still there. However, through a longevity lamp in the Qin family's ancestral hall, he was able to replenish one soul and one spirit, so it was inevitable that his temperament would change. The tailor from Old Deaf's prison, Twisting Core, had once secretly sent a secret letter to him, the master of the Qin family. In the letter, the young hidden official asserted that within the city, there were still key chess pieces placed in the wilderness. Their realms were definitely not high, but they were hidden so deeply. When the city was rapidly expanding in the fifth world, he had to be careful of a few chess pieces that seemed to be secretly stealing high positions. This was to prevent these existences from collaborating with the demon race that entered the new world through the three continents' gates to make a long-term plan. Therefore, within 60 years, he earnestly requested Senior Qin Shi to find an opportunity to remind the Summer Palace, especially to pay close attention to the old faces that were already in the ancestral hall, as well as the two new faces that had the potential to enter the ancestral hall. The hidden official's lineage had to be carefully investigated. Other than that, he also had to pay close attention to the sword cultivators that were not young and not known for their talent. If they were earth immortals who could break through two realms within 100 years, he had to be especially careful. Qin Mang walked in the most familiar mansion with a slight smile. This hidden official was really worried about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The contents of the secret letter were gently worded, and the writing was meticulous. The key was that the words were everywhere, and the words were spoken with the etiquette of a junior. In the secret letter, the young hidden official was most worried about the old sword immortal Qi Tingji, who was in charge of guarding the mountain and water cave of Fuyao continent, breaking the contract and entering the fifth world. He definitely could not allow Qi Tingji to control the life and death of all sword cultivators. Therefore, he had to be careful that Tongya continent was the first to close, and Fuyao continent closed later than South Hassa continent. Qin Mang muttered to himself, "Fortunately, Fuyao continent's gates were indeed the last to close, but Qi Tingji had stayed behind in vast heaven." In the end, that young man was still worried about the safety of his future wife. Reality proved that Qin Pingan was overthinking things. Firstly, reality proved that Qi Tingji's skin was not as thick as Qin Pingan thought. Secondly, Ning Yao had broken through too quickly. Even if Qi Tingji was ambitious, he would first seize power, then control the entire city of sword cultivators and challenge the Confucian rules. But with Ning Yao and the sage of literature watching over him, Qi Tingji would not succeed so easily. Moreover, Bai Yi had a relationship with the old scholar, and the power of his family's descendant Qi Shou. Qi Tingji must have weighed the pros and cons. However, Qin Mang did not feel that this kind of later proved to be overthinking things was unnecessary. On the contrary, it was the most necessary. After all, Qi Tingji had almost become the second Xiao Chua. If such a person did not want to become the number one person in a brand new world, occupy the fate of the great Tao, and use it to reach the 14th realm, no one would believe it. In any case, the young hidden official was the first to not believe it, and Qin Mang was the second to not believe it. Once Qi Tingji lost his mind and completely shed all pretense of cordiality and chose to break into the fifth world, the first person he would kill would be Ning Yao, and the second would be Qin Shi. As for Qin Mang himself, he had been in no hurry these past years. He had broken through a realm every year, and now he just happened to be at the Golden Core realm. There was a deep meaning to why there were two empty chairs on the table beneath Ascension City's ancestral hall. One chair was for the future city lord. As for the other chair, it was reserved for the first Ascension Realm sword immortal in Ascension City's history. One was for Ascension City's face and the other was for Ascension City. However, to be able to become Ascension City's face, it would not be bad. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Mang would sit in one chair and Ning Yao would sit in the other. However, Qin Mang didn't mind Ning Yao occupying two chairs. He didn't even mind that child Qi Shou would rapidly grow up and become successful enough to sit in the city lord's chair that originally belonged to him. After Qin Mang's reincarnation, his soul had changed slightly. It was inevitable that his temperament would change. He was more interested in the vast world and the green netherworld. He wanted to ascend to the heavens alone in the future with a sword in hand and travel to both worlds. However, if there wasn't a suitable junior within 100 years who could show the talent to sit firmly in the city lord's seat, then there was no other way. When the time came, he would need to enter Ascension City's ancestral hall. However, no matter what, Ascension City's rise was unstoppable. Even if someone tried to stop him, Qin Mang was Qin Shi after all. He was the sword cultivator who had carved the words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the twilight, the shop was about to close. After a hard day, the acting shopkeeper, Zheng Dafeng, was leisurely drinking wine. He stepped on a long bench and looked at the restaurants on both sides of the street. There were no women, so he glanced at them. When a woman came in and out, he couldn't take his eyes off her. A young man poured a bowl of wine for the acting shopkeeper. He shook his head and said, "Dafeng, you're not doing well. Today's Ancestral Hall's meeting is so lively. In the end, you didn't even have the chance to squat at the door and listen. You have the face to teach others martial arts?" Zheng Dafeng bent down and sniffed the wine. He wasn't in a hurry to drink. He raised his head and smiled at Feng Kangol. "Is your big brother Dafeng someone who cares about false reputation? How many women can I see in the Ancestral Hall? Can it be compared to sitting here?" Other than Zheng Dafeng, who was a foreigner, the rest of the people in the shop were his old friends. Two young men, Qiu Long and Lu Er. Two young men who did odd jobs, Feng Kangol and Tao Ban. The wine was the same as before. Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine, Green Immortal Mountain wine, Mute Lake wine, pickled vegetables and Yangchun noodles. The bowls were the same size as before. Feng Kangol spat. This Zheng Dafeng, just by relying on that smile and gaze that no one could imitate, he had scared away who knew how many girls who usually came to buy wine. If not for the fact that there were more old bachelors and gamblers than usual, his good friend Tao Ban said that he would have rebelled against Zheng Dafeng. Tao Ban, who was wiping the table from afar, could not help but ask again, "Dafeng, do you think I'm a martial arts genius that no one can tell?" When this young man was still a child, he had asked the second manager a similar question. However, the manager had changed the martial arts genius into a potential sword immortal. Zheng Dafeng was still in charge of teaching fist techniques. This manager, who loved to drink and was especially willing to embezzle, would never drink before or after teaching fist techniques. Jiang Yun, Dusk Alley, Su Gong and Yuan Zhouhua. These three were the fastest to learn fist techniques. Relying on the brand new world's timing, Jiang Yun obtained martial arts fate twice. Su Gong and Yuan Zhouhua each obtained it once. There was also a young lady from Yuhu Street, Sun Tian. She had a younger sister named Sun Zhao, who was a potential sword immortal. Back then, she was brought away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi by a female sword immortal. They could also learn fist techniques. Actually, the first batch of 10 children had decent fist intents. Later, the two selected by Twisting Core had good aptitudes. After that, the other 40 or so children paled in comparison. The so-called strongest was a horizontal comparison to other martial artists of the same realm. However, the stronger one's foundation was, the more martial arts fate would be bestowed. If one had an unprecedented height when breaking through, it would be even more spectacular when one's martial arts fate was bestowed. Whether one could be the strongest to break through also depended on luck. For example, if one happened to be in the same realm as Chao Ci or Qin Pingan and broke through earlier than them, how could one compete to be the strongest? Before Chao Ci and Qin Pingan, being in the same realm as senior brother Li Er and vassal King Song Zhangqiang was a bleak situation for other pure martial artists. Zheng Dafeng took a sip of wine, leaned back and turned his head. "Anyway, I can't tell. I can only tell that you have good luck with women." Tao Ban complained, "What's the use of having good luck with women? Anyway, you're far inferior to the second manager. When the second manager was here, the female customers were all sneaky. But when you came, they all ran away." Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue. "You'll be struck by lightning for saying that. A beautiful girl's gaze was like asking someone to wear an extra thick cotton jacket in winter. There were also some cannibalistic eyes that could make a man feel as if he was taking off his clothes in summer. His body was cool and his heart was warm. It was a pity that the young man did not know about the matters between men and women." Zheng Dafeng glanced elsewhere. Lu Yi liked Qiu Long, but Qiu Long already had an older sister living in his heart. She was the real owner of the shop, the head manager. Zheng Dafeng still had this bit of eyesight. Therefore, in private, the man glanced at Lu Yi, who was greeting customers in the distance. Half-jokingly, he told the young man who was sad every day that he might as well take pity on the person in front of him. After all, no matter how good his sister was, she could not be seen or touched. It was a pity that Qiu Long might understand such a simple principle and could not do it. It was not difficult to like someone, but it was not easy to not like someone you used to like very much. With a business style that was completely different from the young recluse, shopkeeper Zheng quickly gained a foothold in Ascension City. Although his business was still not as good as before, it was no longer deserted. Moreover, shopkeeper Zheng liked to gamble. Most importantly, in the beginning, all the bankers and gamblers regarded Zheng Dafeng as a comrade of the second manager. Each of them was more careful than the other. They did not expect that after a few times, they would realize that it was a false alarm. It turned out that shopkeeper Zheng really had an excellent conscience and gambling ethics. He would definitely lose every time he gambled. After a few times, the drinkers all said that Brother Zheng had picked up all the things that the second manager had dropped on the ground in the early years. All of them called shopkeeper Zheng brothers and said that in the vast world, if there were more heroes like shopkeeper Zheng and less trash like the second manager, then the people would really be simple and honest. Shopkeeper Zheng's catchphrase was to hold an empty wine bowl and say to everyone he met, "I'll raise a cup first." I just can't stand to see pretty girls walk past with their heads lowered shyly, walking too quickly. Of course, if it's summer, it's fine if they walk faster. Taoban didn't understand it all and only said, "I don't care if you're a scholar or not. I only know that when those girls see you, it's definitely not because they're shy." Zheng Dafeng slammed the table and turned to shout, "Louis, what do you think of Brother Dafeng?" The young girl was shocked and squeezed out a smile at the shopkeeper. She said softly and timidly, "Shopkeeper's eyes aren't good, but he's actually a good person." Taoban chuckled and rolled up some noodles from his bowl. He said, "I'll lift a cup too." Feng Kangol put down his chopsticks and slammed the table with both hands. Zheng Dafeng straightened his back and raised his wine bowl high. "Get up and scratch your head, lift a cup yourself." Taoban suddenly said, "I heard that the door closes for 100 years. I'm not a sword cultivator and I can't learn any boxing or martial arts. Will I never see second shopkeeper again?" Feng Kangol instantly fell silent. Zheng Dafeng laughed. "That won't happen. Qin Pingan can't bear to part with you guys. The reason why our second shopkeeper traveled so far was so that he could reunite with her." Taoban laughed. "If you can talk, drink more. I can treat you to a pot of Mute Lake wine." Zheng Dafeng drank the wine and gently shook the white bowl. "Riches and honor go to waste. I never thought that I could live a comfortable life here." Feng Kangol suddenly asked, "Dafeng, how old are you?" Zheng Dafeng smiled mischievously. "I'm still a young and strong guy. If you guys don't believe me, Brother Dafeng will fry a poached egg for you next time." Taoban rolled his eyes. "If you're a scholar, I'll let Feng Kangol take your surname." Zheng Dafeng looked at the sky and said, "Pack up, let's go home." Zheng Dafeng rented a small house in Yanmo Alley, not far from the wine shop. After closing the shop and going to his residence, Zheng Dafeng opened the courtyard door and greeted with a smile, "Miss Twist Heart." For some reason, Twist Heart, who came with some business, left when she saw Zheng Dafeng rubbing his hands and grinning. Zheng Dafeng was annoyed that he did not treat his guest well. After the man sat down alone in the main room, he lit the lamp and began to flip through a divine book that he had borrowed from Zhu Lian with great difficulty. Some of the pages were filled with colorful drawings. Zheng Dafeng sat upright and still, reading with great interest. After closing the book, he walked to the door and leaned against it. He crossed his arms and looked at the night sky. There were many wanderers in the world who went as far as their legs and heart could reach. When they looked back, the mountains and rivers were far away. They were not afraid of the long journey home. They were only afraid that when they returned home they were already old friends. After being asked by Feng Kangol today, Zheng Dafeng suddenly realized that according to the calculation at the foot of the mountain, as long as one was not a bachelor, one should have grandchildren. A man was a bachelor 8 feet tall. How could one not be worried? Zheng Dafeng grabbed a bunch of sunflower seeds and a flask of Mute Lake wine. He sat on the doorstep and drank while munching on the sunflower seeds. However, as he drank and ate, thinking about Luopa Mountain, Zheng Dafeng relaxed a little. In the past, Zheng Dafeng had seen all the kids of the younger generation in that small town in Pro Grotto Heaven. However, they were not young anymore and were not kids anymore. After all, even Li Huai had reached adulthood many years ago. Zheng Dafeng drank and thought about things. It was indeed the time to drink and scratch one's head. When Zheng Dafeng thought back to that huge martial fate surging, he raised the wine flask and smiled. One is worth it. In the world, fist techniques were the most important. Luopa Mountain. That was because on that martial path mountain peak, there would be 4 people standing side by side. 2 of them would definitely be able to reach the peak and the other 2 would have hope of reaching the peak too. Housekeeper Julien was already at the peak. Disciple Pei Qian was about to reach the peak. Gatekeeper Zheng Dafeng was about to reach the peak. As for the mountain master, Qin Pingan, he was the strongest person in history and had reached the peak of the mountain. 708. In the middle of the Tongye continent. It was supposed to be a good season for rain to give birth to 100 valleys, a great season of tranquility and brightness. Unfortunately, it was the same as last year. The tender silk-like Chinese tuna before the rain was not picked. Countless green tea mountains gradually became barren, overgrown with weeds. Every household, rich or poor, no longer had the slightest bit of the fragrance of spring tea before the rain. The northern Jin kingdom had been peaceful for too long. Compared to a continent, it was unfortunately a place that military strategists had to fight for. In the past, it was separated from the Great Quan dynasty's Yao family's iron cavalry by the Pine Needle Lake in Mount Jinhuang. It was still considered peaceful. However, after a change in the world, all the political maneuvering and all the hard work had become a thing of the past. The northern Jin kingdom was no longer a kingdom. Southern Qi, which was located in the north of the Great Quan kingdom, was not much better than the Beijing kingdom. In the end, only the Great Quan kingdom, whose emperor had not appeared for a long time, was left. The vassals were regent and the empress participated in politics. They were still fighting against the demon army from the wilderness. However, they still had no chance of winning and were retreating step by step. Less than a tenth of the Great Quan Yao family's cavalry remained. The old capital of the southern Qi kingdom had already become the place where the military tents of the moon-supporting mountain were stationed. The Great Quan kingdom had also lost more than half of its territory, and its border army was almost completely wiped out. The soldiers and horses of the various provinces could only retreat to the capital. It was said that when the famous Mirage City was conquered, the military tents would be relocated. When the demon army of the wilderness landed on the west coast of the Tongye continent in the early years, more than 30 military camps had their own orders. They mainly attacked the deeply rooted Immortal Mountains. Generally, they spread from the west to the east and from the south to the north. They did not pay too much attention to the human kingdoms and vassals along the way. They were drowned by the tides and wantonly destroyed. They did not call for surrender or appease. The cities were destroyed and people died. Then they were refined into an army of skeletons by the great demon cultivators under the skeleton throne, Baiying. They killed the living with the dead. In the end, they were all dead. In the old mountains and rivers of the Beijing kingdom, 6 rainbows suddenly stopped above a large golden sea of clouds under the sun. Then they quickly fell to the ground. The wind in the sky blew the hair on the temples of the 6 people. They all had young faces and there were 3 men and 3 women. They broke through a hole in the sea of clouds and their vision suddenly became clear. One of them was a man in a black robe who tied his hair with a snow-white ribbon. Descending from the heavens to the mortal world, he looked like a banished immortal. Under the sea of clouds, there was a huge city with a towering but damaged city walls everywhere. It was the location of a state capital. There were not many cities in North Jin that had not been plundered. It could be considered a lone city in a country. The mountain and river array of the city was even more stable than the capital cities of many vassal states. It was said that it was because there were 2 otherworldly experts in the city. One of them was a core formation stage cultivator who was adept at array formations, and the other was a nascent soul stage cultivator with an impressive cultivation. That was how they managed to keep the dilapidated city under control. However, this wasn't the main reason. The real reason that the city was lucky enough to escape was that an immortal realm demon in the military tent had been killed by Sun Yuan, an ascendant realm demon who was in charge of the operation of the 3 enclosures and 4 divisions Great Formation. Therefore, some great demons felt that this place was too unlucky and were unwilling to show their faces. If it weren't for Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen, the 2 troublesome demons from the Jade sect, who had been relying on the heaven and earth Great Formation that gathered the destiny of a continent to specifically target the immortals in the military tent and the ascendant realm demons, the Tongyi continent would have been destroyed much earlier. Sun Yuan's realm was high and he used a continent as a small world. Several ascendant realm demons were quite afraid of him. Although Jiang Shangzhen was only in the immortal realm, his natal flying sword was too vicious and sinister. Every time the sword fell from the sky, he didn't find trouble with the ascendant realm demons. He didn't even want to fight too hard with the immortal realm demons. He relied on the right time, place, and people to kill those immortal realm demons with an advantage of 1.5 realms. With one sword, the immortal realm demons who could have killed half a country by themselves would either die or fall in realms. After the 2 sovereign realm demons, Yangji and Fei Fei, returned from the sea between the Aquarius continent and the North continent, they specifically searched for traces of Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen in the sky. Among them, Yang Ji and Sun Yuan had an all-out battle, and both of them were injured. After that, Sun Yuan became more and more invisible. Only Jiang Shangzhen continued to stab the human world with his sword from time to time. Fei Fei followed the vine to find the melon and blocked his escape route several times. Jiang Shangzhen had countless camouflage techniques, and his escape techniques were even more elusive. She couldn't kill him. On the other hand, every time the mountain master of the Defu Academy attacked, it was more to protect the dynasty and the Academy's mountain river Great Formation to slow down the advancement of the wasteland. With the destruction of the Peace Mountain and the Fuyao sect, the Tongyi continent no longer had the three enclosures four symbols Great Formation. The time had changed and Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen were in the wasteland. Especially the Ascendant Realm Sun Yuan at the end of last year, he had already been intercepted by Yang Ji and Fei Fei once. It was rumored that Sun Yuan had already escaped from the Tongyi continent and escaped into a secret realm in the sea. Then a little girl with a goat horn braid followed him. The black-robed man held a long sword in his hand. First, he broke the mountain river Great Formation with a slash of his sword. Then he slashed a few offensive magic treasures that whistled towards him. In the city, there was a deity in golden armor who was worshipping incense in the martial temple. He strode away from the doorstep as if he was reminded by the immortal master not to leave the ancestral temple. This deity, who was once a martyr of the country, still held the treasured saber that had been soaked in incense for hundreds of years. He took the initiative to appear and fight. He rose with the wind, but his golden body was shattered by the black-robed man's natal flying sword. The deity in golden armor, whose body was covered in fine cracks like spider webs, roared angrily. Still holding the saber with both hands, the deity in golden armor took a heavy step in the void and slashed towards the young sword immortal bastard. However, the flying sword circled around and shattered the golden body. The city in the human world was like a golden rain. The other 5 demonic cultivators landed in the city one after another. Although the great city protecting formation was not destroyed, it was ultimately unable to stop their tyrannical intrusion. A pure martial artist of the demonic race who was more than 10 feet tall, looked around after landing. He chose a direction and chose a straight line across the city. Many of the city's markets, walls of various sizes, and buildings of various colors were all smashed apart. Occasionally, there would be people with extremely bad luck who would be smashed into smithereens, leaving no corpse behind. He continued until he crashed into the outer city walls. Then he changed his route and used his tough body as a blade to cut straight into the city. He was never tired of doing so. A sword cultivator chose a place with densely packed buildings and walked slowly. Wherever he passed, he would absorb the souls and blood of living people within 1,000 feet radius, turning them into shriveled corpses. A demon took a fancy to the city god's pavilion and suddenly revealed the true body of a huge python that was 3,000 feet tall. Its scales were shining and miasma instantly spread out, corroding the wood and stones. It surrounded the entire city god's pavilion and then used its head to hit the top of the city god's pavilion, smashing a plaque that was bestowed by the North Jin Kingdom's monarch into pieces. It allowed the alchemist's spells and offensive treasures to smash its body. As for Lord City God and his subordinates who wandered day and night, as well as the officials of the underworld, who ordered a large number of otherworldly items to attack it, the python didn't care at all. A young woman in an emerald green dress with a slender figure formed a sword sign with her hands and took out her natal flying sword, peacock screen. Behind her, it was as if a peacock had opened its tail. 81 rays of sword light that were refined from peacock feathers appeared. The feathers shone brightly and were very beautiful. Every ray of sword light had a pair of feather eyes that looked like a woman's eyes. They rippled and gave birth to even more tiny flying swords. This was the natal power of her flying sword, peacock screen, which condensed into the eye-splitting sword light. In the end, the sword light flashed and disappeared, dragging countless emerald green fireflies in the air. She headed straight for the official residence of the state capital. The buildings on both sides were swept by the dense sword light and were emptied. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. There was another female sword cultivator who looked like her. She stepped on a colorful long sword and landed on a city wall where armored soldiers gathered. Yusi's figure landed on the roof of a rich tycoon family's building. He did not kill wantonly like his companions. This time he was only pulled over by a friend to relax. He came from the capital of southern Qi to have some fun. The other 5 were all old acquaintances. The group of sword immortal embryos who fought side by side in the Jiaxin tent were of course Yusi's friends as well. However, they were not very familiar with each other. The cities under Yuxi's feet had not been destroyed by the flames of war. Among them there were very few provincial cities. It was even harder to find the remaining provincial cities of a large country like northern Jin. Most of them were remote prefectures and counties of vassal states. They were used by the cultivators in the military tent to practice. They also had to fight and compete for military merits. Otherwise, they would not have had such a good opportunity. Yuxi sat on the roof with his sword across his knees. He glanced at the already chaotic mansion of the rich and powerful families and ignored it. From the time the Great Wall of Sword Chi was cut in two and the city flew to the distant Fifth World, then to the old site of the Hanging Mountain to pave the way for the army on the sea, to today's attack on Fuyao Continent and Tongye Continent, the two vast continents of the world, they were actually 2 to 3 years slower than expected. Otherwise, at this moment in the wilderness, they would not have taken half of the Jinjia continent, but the entire Aquarius continent. The losses at the Great Wall of Sword Chi were too severe. Compared to the original prediction of the Jiazai tent, there were 30% more casualties. In reality, the Jiazai tent deliberately made it sound too light. Yuxi knew the truth. There were 40% more casualties. Moreover, the tragedy of the Great Wall of Sword Chi battlefield was not something that could be described with the word slight. The Jiazai tent's established strategy was to split their forces into 3 places. However, it was just a small group of top combat power. For example, Lu Cha and 3 to 4 great demons of the sovereign stage would lead a portion of the forces to restrain the Hassa continent. As for the Fuyao continent, they had to take it down. However, they were not in a hurry to take down the Jinjia continent. This was because the Jiazai tent's earliest main attack route was to push north from the Tongye continent and take down the Aquarius continent and the North continent in one go. Then they would use at most 4 years to quickly swallow and digest the fate of the southeast Tongye continent and the southwest Fuyao continent. Especially the Tongye continent, it should have changed hands 2 years ago and become a part of the wilderness. The Jiazai tent was not the leader of the sword cultivators. The young wooden clog had once made a comparison. The army of the wilderness entering the 2 continents was like throwing beans into the fields. When they first came ashore, they did not split up their forces. They were majestic and looked like they could break through bamboo. However, compared to a continent, their forces were still too little. They still needed an endless stream of reinforcements to continuously fill up the damaged territories of the 2 continents. After that, they would become what Mr. Zhou called the planting fields. They could not treat the 2 continents as dry swamps for fishing. After the initial stage of intimidating the people, they had to appease the broken dynasties and pull in the cultivators on the mountain who escaped the net. They had to strive to welcome an autumn harvest within 10 years. They did not expect to be fruitful, but they had to be able to convert a portion of the human forces of the 2 continents into the northern expedition of the wilderness. The focus was on the mountain cultivators who were desperate for their lives, the pure martial artists who were scattered in the pugilistic world, and the various dynasty officials and generals who cherished their lives. All sorts of people would gather into a military tent and choose 1 or 2 people to enter the Jiazai tent. They had to pay attention to the opinions of these people. In order to take down the Aquarius continent and the Jinjia continent and gain a foothold in the wilderness, they would at most hand over the Fuyao continent and half of the Jinjia continent and return it to the vast world in exchange for the North continent. At that time, the wilderness would control the Tongye continent, the Aquarius continent, and the North continent. As for the so-called return of the Fuyao continent, the Jiazai tent already had a plan. The many sovereign stage demons would work together to completely sink the continent. The wilderness would not be able to obtain the fate of the continent, and the vast world would only be able to take back the countless islands that were scattered all over the place. In this way, just repairing the old mountains and rivers of the continent that was closer to the wilderness army would consume a lot of the Central Earth's Confucian Temple's energy, money, and people's hearts. Because of Yuxi's special identity, he was not as simple as a cultivator of the Jiazai tent and a potential sword immortal of the moon-supporting mountain. That was why he knew these shocking details. A female sword immortal changed her mind and rode her sword to Yuxi's side. The quality of the sword was not bad. It drew a colorful sword light in the air. Her name was Xian Zhao, and she was a pair of sisters with her sister Yin Su. They were both sword cultivators. Although they were not listed in the Moon-Supporting Mountain's 100 Sword Immortals, she was a direct disciple of the Moon-Supporting Mountain's 100 Sword Immortals. She was a female official of the Snow Frost tribe. Although she looked young, she was actually a female cultivator over 300 years old. The Moon-Supporting Mountain was one of the sects under Imperial Concubine Fei. In the past, Imperial concubine Fei and the Yeluo had fought against each other for many years. The moon-supporting mountains Snow Frost, Willow Branch and the other female cultivators of the 6 tribes had contributed a lot. Xian Zhao's human form was a pretty girl with a pointy chin. She lifted the corner of her dress and gave a curtsy, calling out, "Fourth young master you." Yusi did not stand up. He only nodded with a smile. The wilderness had a strict hierarchy. If anyone was too polite it would only backfire. Xian Zhao kept her sword and sat not far away from Yusi. However, she did not dare to get too close. She rested her chin on her hands and looked at the chaotic city. She said softly, "Fourth young master you, I'm a little tired of killing. How can there be so many cities in this vast world? Capital cities, prefectures, counties and counties. There are many cities and even more people. Luckily they are too cowardly. They only scared themselves half to death and did not resist. At first I was happy. I thought that I don't have to risk my life like I did at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, after killing so many, one batch after another, I got sick of it." Yusi smiled and said, "This is the vast world. As long as there are no wars and there are no droughts or locusts, people will get along well with each other. There are very few fights to the death, which is why there are so many people. It's different from our hometown." Before the appearance of the moon-supporting mountain's grand ancestor, the wilderness was a chaotic world. The world was really chaotic. Great demons ran rampant in the world. There was no such thing as killing indiscriminately. Xian Zhao pointed at a place in the city and asked, "I saw this kind of memorial arch again. There are many places. My sister and I can't recognize the words on it. Fourth young master you've read books and know about the vast world. What do they do?" The wilderness had ancient words. It was said that they came from the same source as the vast world. However, they were different and had their own evolutions. However, because the words came from the same source, the scholarly sage's natal words were still feared by all the great demons. About 1,000 years ago, a language called the Cloud Water Script started to spread in the wilderness. It was created by the world literati, Mr. Zhou. Yusi explained, "This is something unique to the vast world. It's used to commend those men and women who are knowledgeable and virtuous. I've read about the sages here in the books. There was a saying, 'Today there are great evils. The pure wind is decadent but there are good deeds.' It's a good example. The general meaning is that people can be praised through memorial archways. In the vast world, if a family with a memorial arch is erected, their descendants will be able to enjoy glory." Xian Zhao was puzzled. These people sound very powerful. However, after fighting for so many years, they don't seem to be of any use. However, she had indeed met some strange people before. There was a white-haired old woman with a walking stick who stood in front of the ancestral hall. Although she would die like a piece of tattered cotton wool in the end, she was actually not afraid of death. Could it be that she had lived long enough? She also saw an old man in a scholar's robe. Although he was facing a great disaster and could only wait for death, he died beside a table piled with books. At that time, the old man was holding a child's hand and asked the child to speak loudly. The old man listened to the child's teeth-chattering words. Perhaps it was the family's teachings or the words from a sage's book. No matter what, when the old man died, his expression was calmer than many of the cultivators on the mountain who gave away magic treasures and immortal coins. Many of the emperors and generals who prostrated themselves on the ground were also calmer. But even so, what was the point? Xian Zhao felt that it was meaningless. After all, the old and the young were all dead. On the other hand, many of the places that were originally regarded as places to fight by the military tents were battlefields, lines of defense, passes, and tens of thousands of elite cavalry and infantry in bright armor. They were all just for show and would collapse at the first touch. Some of the high cities and impregnable passes were often breached after 2 or 3 attacks. The armors were too new and the old soldiers were too few. However, some of the immortal families and the elite troops of the 7 or 8 dynasties still caused some trouble for the army of the wasteland world. Especially when attacking the place called Peace Mountain, there were heavy casualties. The 2 military tents lost all the troops under their command. In the end, they had no choice but to transfer 2 groups of troops over. Yusi did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was difficult to explain to her the uselessness and usefulness of these illusory things. They were used to educate people's minds, but they were naturally useless in fighting and killing. Every memorial arch was priceless in a peaceful world. However, in a chaotic world they seemed to be worthless. Yusi looked at an old nascent soul-state cultivator and finally could not take it anymore. He had already left the protection of the formation and was fighting with Yin Su and the others. Because Yin Su had killed too many along the way, and he had done it on purpose for him to see. That pure martial artist had even purposely ripped off a few heads and threw them on the formation. Ripples appeared like fresh blood smeared on the wall. As for that python true body, he returned to human form. He grabbed 2 city god pavilion godly spirits and pressed them on the outer wall of the formation, crushing their golden bodies bit by bit. Xianzhao was already satisfied to be able to chat with him for a while. She stood up and said apologetically, "Fourth young master, I am going to kill now. Otherwise, sister will think I am lazy and will nag for a long time." Yu Si waved his hand and reminded with a smile, "You still have to be careful of those 2 human earth immortal cultivators. You cannot let your guard down just because you are a golden core sword cultivator. Human cultivators are very cunning when they are alive. After making up their minds, they will be more decisive when they die." Xianzhao nodded. "Fourth young master, you had a noble status, but he was always so easygoing and his words were gentle." Yu Si looked at Xianzhao's departing figure and did not plan to make a move. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Yu Si had entered and left the battlefield too many times. He had many merits and did not suffer many losses. Actually, it was just that one time, but it was a little heavy. After breaking through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Wildlands cultivators were slightly slower in this unfamiliar world. However, it was like 2 nascent soul Qi refinement warriors who had worked hard to kill a troublesome golden core sword cultivator. Then they had to deal with a group of dispirited lower 5 realms cultivators. Of course they would find it very easy, even boring. Yu Si stood up and looked down. A young man dressed in brocade robes and a jade belt, whose face could be considered as handsome as jade in books, was hiding by the window of the study and looking at him. A young man dressed in rough clothes was even more interesting. When he saw Xianzhao flying back and forth on her sword, he ran all the way and climbed up the nearby roof. He mustered up his courage and asked with a trembling voice, "Are you the immortal master on the mountain who came to save people?" Yu Si smiled in Tong Yezhou's elegant language, "I don't understand your North Jin official language." Unexpectedly, the young man immediately changed the official language to elegant language. "Immortal master, can I cultivate immortal spells with you?" Yu Si shook his head, "I'm a demon, not an immortal master. Naturally, I'm not here to save people but to kill people." The young man was stunned. Yu Si waved his hand, "Hurry up and hide. After 10 or 20 years you might still be able to live." Suddenly, the young man's expression changed and his eyes burned with passion. "I know where the treasures are hidden in the residence. I'm willing to lead the way for you. Can I follow you in the future?" Yu Si smiled, "Sure, lead the way. I can really give you a great fortune. After the world is turned upside down, it's time for the new and old atmosphere to change." Anyway, he had nothing to do. Moreover, he thought of a certain saying in the Jiazi tent. When would the people of the wasteland world be at ease after occupying a new continent? It was those who survived the war and admitted that they had no way out and no chance to change their mistakes. Even if these people returned to the vast world, they would still have no way out because they would definitely be dealt with in the future. Only then, these people could be used by the wasteland world at ease and become lackeys who bite and kill more fiercely than demon cultivators. For example, in a country, if an official killed the emperor in the imperial court, the person chosen by each government office would definitely be killed. It was the same within the family. Moreover, it had to be done in the ancestral hall, causing people to commit treason. The immortals on the mountain had their disciples kill the old ancestor. Everyone's hands were stained with blood and so on. All the rules and etiquette that the Confucian school had painstakingly established were about to collapse. Overturning and starting over on the ruins for thousands of years, the so-called morality would only be the rules set by Mr. Zhou. It was said that not only was Wooden Clog following Mr. Zhou, he was also bestowed with a surname. Yu Si landed on the ground and reached out to grab, bringing the young man who felt like he was riding the clouds to his side. Yu Si purposely did not see the other's back drenched in sweat and walked slowly. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want? For example, a certain woman you didn't even dare to think about before. Is there someone you want to kill? For example, a certain rich person you hate the most. The person you want to get the most, the person you want to kill the most, you've already said it, I can help you." The young man gritted his teeth and nodded, "I don't want anything, I think it should all be master's, I don't dare to take any of it. But I want to kill 2 people. Yu Si asked curiously, "Which 2? The young man beside Yu Si gritted his teeth and said, "One of them is called Han Qingxin, the young master of this house. The other one is called Han Shui, Han Qingxin's elder sister. She's a girl who's visiting her family." Yu Si smiled and said, What deep grudge do you have with that pair of siblings? It could be seen that this person was a servant of the house, he might even be the son of that lowly family. The young man was silent and shook his head. Then he clenched his fists and his body trembled. He lowered his head and said, I just want them to die. One is born with a good life, the other is a shameless bitch. You see stopped and let the person raise his head to look at him. The young man was sweating profusely. You see smiled, the bad guys in the vast world are the good guys in the savage world. Don't worry, you won't die. I'll still let you do as you wish, but I'm worried that you won't be able to let go of your hands and feet, you won't be able to do the evil things in the past. Before you kill people, you can do more things that you've dreamed of doing. For example, if killing 2 isn't enough, then kill more. I'll wait for you here, don't worry about me waiting, I'm very free. While speaking, Yu Si took down a small yellow silk bag from his waist. When he touched it, clouds immediately came out and a black flood dragon slithered on the surface of the bag. For a moment, mist filled the air. Yu Si shook the yellow silk bag lightly and the black flood dragon fell to the ground and turned into a tall and sturdy man with black eyes. Yu Si then threw the bag to the young man lightly. Keep it well, this flood dragon slave will be your Tao protector in the future. He'll teach you immortal spells and help you become the person above the people of Tongyi continent. Not to mention the descendants of the Han family, even the former emperors and monarchs, the land immortals on the mountain, when they see you they'll have to bow their heads and call you. Alright, what's your name again? The young man took the bag with both hands and said with a trembling voice, Master, I'm called Lu Jianxin. I know how to behave. I once had an elder brother called Lu Jiaoguang. Yu Si smiled knowingly, I taught you to be righteous when you were young, I checked you to be diligent and vigilant. They're all good names, your father helped you get them from the school teacher, right? Lu Jianxin wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Master is really knowledgeable. Yu Si waved his hand, follow me in the future, do more and speak less. Don't flatter me, you'll die. Lu Jianxin didn't dare to say more. He bowed and flew away. That black flood dragon retainer followed behind him, making the young man fearful but also full of courage. Yu Si planned to let this Lu Jianxin become the master of this continent's city and let the young man live a comfortable life as a local tyrant. Then he'll let the black flood dragon record in detail and show the changes of the city's customs in those few years to Wooden Clog. As for why Lu Jianxin hated that brother and sister so much, only heaven knows. Maybe it was because he saw a snow-white fox fur prince on a winter day with thin clothes and felt even more ashamed of his inferiority. Maybe it was because he'd admired that girl for a long time and just happened to pass by one day. That girl didn't say anything, but her careless gaze said everything. These weren't strange, Yu Si didn't care what the truth was. What really made Yu Si feel fun was the moment before. From Lu Jianxin's eyes, Yu Si saw the young man's heartfelt gratitude, admiration, reverence, and that kind of willingness to gamble, the determination to risk his life. Lu Jianxin was clearly willing to use a moment of pleasure to kill all the long-term unhappiness in his heart. In the wild world, these pitiful people who easily went to extremes were needed, the more the better. These people would probably become the Confucian gravediggers that Wooden Clog said. Mr. Zhou once joked that there were too many scholars in the world who liked to pretend to be righteous. They really thought that the world couldn't see that they were sanctimonious, but in fact it wasn't. One kind was angry but didn't dare to speak up year after year, the other kind was yearning to become that kind of person, so they were actually digging their own graves. No wonder there were people who came to fill the soil and flatten the graves. Yu Si suddenly raised his head. There was a great phenomenon between heaven and earth, spreading rapidly from a great distance. It was undoubtedly the great magical power of the Ascendant Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for even Yu Si to be able to clearly sense the majestic aura here. A woman with scarlet eyes appeared beside Yu Si and said softly, Mister, please leave this place temporarily. That Sun Yuan of the Jade Gui sect was first intercepted by Yang Ji and me, then chased by Xiao Chua, and followed into the hidden secret realm at the bottom of the sea. It was completely destroyed and there was no way to escape. Sun Yuan appeared on the coast of the East Sea with his Dharma form, intending to split the Tongyi continent into two. It's very likely that this place will be affected. Yu Si shook his head and said, You just need to protect me, Immortal Algae, and the others. I want to see how Sun Yuan split the Tongyi continent up close. The throne demon Fei Fei nodded. Yu Si frowned and asked, What about Xiao Chua? Fei Fei said, That secret realm is very strange. It seems that Sun Yuan was temporarily tricked into another world. Perhaps Sun Yuan's escape this time was to deliberately lure Xiao Chua away. She suddenly disappeared in a flash, and a moment later she returned to her original spot, her expression slightly changed. Xiao Chua finally attacked. Yusi looked up. Above the east sea of the Tongyi continent, a door was broken open in the sky. Xiao Chua used a sword to break open the other side of the sky, and was able to fly back to the vast world. Then a magnificent sword light fell towards Sun Yuan's Dharma form. Its aura was not inferior to the first sword Bai Yi used in the Fuyao continent. That sword light with unparalleled momentum was intertwined with water, fire, and lightning. Fei Fei looked up and said softly, "That old thing is dead for sure." Yusi smiled and said, "Compared to you, Sun Yuan really isn't old." Fei Fei smiled and said, "I'll go grab a few pieces of the glazed golden body for Mr." Yusi was just about to shake his head, but Fei Fei had already swept away. After all, she was a throne demon and did not touch the foundation of the great Tao, so Yusi could not casually reprimand or stop her. Moreover, Fei Fei had used her heart to warn him to be careful. Yusi did not bat an eyelid and strolled leisurely in this rich mansion. Suddenly, Yusi was all around, and the long river of time seemed to have stagnated for no reason. Yusi was not afraid. The robe he was wearing was given to him by Fei Fei, and could withstand the full power of an immortal sword cultivator without dying. Moreover, once Yusi's robe was hit by a spell or flying sword, Fei Fei could arrive in an instant as long as she was not a continent away. Yusi, turning his head to look at the ridge of a roof, a handsome man wearing a laurel hat and a golden robe was gently tossing the yellow silk bag that the inky flood dragon could not break free from. That person glanced at Yusi's robe and smiled. "It's rare to see something that you want, but my little life is still more valuable." Yusi cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Jiang." Jiang Shangjin raised his hand and waved it lightly. "You don't have to be so polite. It's rare for father and son to reunite. Just call me father. In the future, remember to let that little maid Fei Fei massage your father's shoulders and legs. Consider it as making up for your filial piety." Yusi laughed involuntarily, and after a moment of silence he asked, "How is the young man protected by the inky flood dragon slave?" Jiang Shangjin giggled and said, "His soul has been swapped with a handsome guy. I reckon that when the river of time disperses, he will be more confused." "Where am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" Yusi asked. "Sect Master Jiang did not save Sun Yuan, but came here to chat with me instead? You did not even kill the one who was close at hand. Why would you save the one who was far away?" "Once I, Jiang Shangjin, am smart. Even I don't know what I'm thinking. How can you predict it?" Jiang Shangjin curled his lips. "Besides, your bastard son is a little trash. That lowly maid Fei Fei was willing to give her natal robe to you. I'm timid. It's not a good deal to kill you and lose a sword, so I can't do anything to you. I'm already very satisfied to have picked up this half-immortal weapon yellow silk bag for free." Yusi was silent. One of the magical powers of this robe was Sword Lock, which was more mysterious than Du Mao's sword boat. Yusi wanted to use himself as bait long ago, to get hit by Jiang Shangjin's sword that was known as killing immortals with a willow leaf. Jiang Shangjin put the yellow silk bag into his heaven and earth sleeve, and the stagnant long river of time returned to normal. Yusi asked, "Why don't you go to that credit month or Duku?" One was one of the 10 young people of several worlds, and the other was one of the candidates. The key was that they were not like him and Jiang Shangjin. There was not a single sovereign great demon as a guardian. Jiang Shangjin smiled without saying anything. In a study, a handsome man in luxurious clothes was wrestling with a young man. Originally, without the protection of the Black Flood Dragon retainer, Lu Jianxin, who could have beaten the Han clan's young master to death with just his strength alone, was now being ridden by someone who was punching him until his face was covered in blood. Lying on the ground, the handsome young master was in great pain from the beating. He regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to look for that beautiful woman first. That Lu Jianxin, with a face full of tears and a pair of fierce eyes, cursed with a strange voice while beating the him on the ground. In the end he grabbed the him by the neck with both hands. Jiang Shangjin smiled. "All right, Sister Fei Fei, you don't have to hide anymore. You're so good-looking, why don't you dare to show yourself?" Fei Fei actually walked out from Yusi's robe and said to Yusi, "Young master, it's just a kind of secret illusion, roughly equivalent to the cultivation of nascent soul. Jiang Shangjin's real body isn't here." Jiang Shangjin nodded. "Of course I'll never make a move if I'm not 100% sure, and don't come to kill me if you're not 100% sure. This time I'm here to greet you too. When Sister Fei Fei wears the robe again, remember to let forth young master you hide in the military tent obediently." Otherwise it's perfectly justified for me to beat my son. When Jiang Shangzhen's final illusion dissipated, the yellow silk bag on his waist didn't leave with it. Jiang Shangzhen wasn't that stupid. Previously he was just teasing, you see. This man, who was the newest and possibly the last lord of Yugui sect, was a little dejected. He turned his head to look at the eastern sea. An ascendant realm cultivator's golden body began to collapse. No matter how magnificent the scenery was at the end of the curtain, there was still the principle that a bad life was better than a good death. It lingered in his heart and made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang Shangzhen murmured, "The old fart who scolded you for so many years, when he died it really made me sad. It'll be difficult to get scolded in the future." In the end, Jiang Shangzhen was only left with a head that hadn't dissipated yet. The remaining illusion looked down at the master and servant whose identities were weirder than the other and smiled. "Old and new debts, one for bullying my woman, and the other for scheming against old Sun. In the future I'll slowly settle the accounts with you too. Anyway, I'll drag it out with you too." Frost fell. At this time the sun went down to the ground, and the yin qi began to condense. The dryness of autumn hurt the body's fluid, so it was suitable for resisting the cold outside and clearing the heat inside. Therefore there was a custom of eating persimmons at the foot of the mountain. It was said that it could nourish the muscles and bones and prevent the lips from cracking in winter. After a light rain, under a persimmon tree that looked like hanging lanterns, the misty sky and grayish-black branches contrasted with the bright red color of the fruit. It was especially festive. A young woman who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, with a slightly plump figure and a round face, wore cotton clothes. She stood on her tiptoes and straightened her back. She held a withered branch that she picked up from somewhere and knocked 5 or 6 persimmons to the ground. Then she casually threw the branch away, bent down to pick up the red persimmons, and wrapped them up in her cotton clothes. Finally, she squatted in front of a county boundary stone. While chewing on the persimmons, she looked at the stone inscriptions. In the middle it was engraved, "Serve the officials and establish a ban, Yongning County boundary." On the left side, there was a small line of words that wrote the country's name. She felt that it was very impressive. With such a stone tablet that ordinary people passing by wouldn't even look at more than a few times, they could settle the 2 neighboring territories. In her hometown it wasn't possible. It wasn't that particular, and it couldn't be that particular. If one fought too fiercely and had a bad temper, it was easy to not keep anything. After arriving here she traveled all the way. She collected all the official gold, silver, copper and copper coins of various countries, the 4 treasures of the study, the little 9 marquises, and the books of the 100 schools of thought. She had an affinity with everything she saw. Anyway, when she arrived at a post-war city, the more doors there were, the fewer doors there were. She could casually pick them up along the way. There were more than corpses everywhere. To eat persimmons one still had to hit the persimmons off the tree. However, picking up things that were said to be worth a lot of money was much easier. In today's Tongya continent, the world in the north was actually not as stable as in the south. The Tongya continent's immortal mountains were the least numerous among the 9 continents in the vast world. Most of them were big mountains, relatively speaking. In fact, in any continent with a vast territory, it was still very difficult for ordinary people to enter the mountains to visit immortals with the naked eye. It was not as simple as meeting the emperor. Of course, there were also those pitiful people who were trapped by the mountains and rivers array formation and went around in circles. Now, the more remote the Tongya continent was, and the thinner the spiritual energy in the mountains and rivers, the less trouble it would attract in troubled times. Many small countries in the corner, even if there were a few so-called immortals in the mountains who could be considered well-informed, would have long wanted to take a mountain with them and run away. How could they care about others? After ascending the mountains to cultivate, what should be broken would have been broken long ago. They would easily travel far away, enjoying the sunset and drinking wine. Why would they have so many worries? If it wasn't for the fact that she liked to travel far away and wasn't greedy for military merits, natural treasures and feng shui treasures, perhaps the people of Yongning County would have to wait a few decades before they could meet an outsider like her. She came from a faraway place, but she wasn't an outsider. After eating the persimmon, she picked up a tree branch and stood up. She leaned against the boundary stone, crossed her legs, and gently scraped off the dirt on the soles of her shoes. Previously, outside the Confucian temple in the county town, there was an official with a group of Confucian scholars chanting, plowing, and weaving to avoid the wind and rain, probably because it was frost. The descendants of I'm so hasty, anyway she couldn't understand them. She only learned some of the great and elegant language. Other than that, she couldn't speak or understand the language of the Tongya continent. She didn't know anything about the official languages and dialects of the various countries. She only saw the group of people who had become officials and those who had not yet become officials gathering together to do something for the people. It was quite a scene. However, wasn't the person in the official's robe a little too fat? His face was flushed and even his neck was almost invisible. Shouldn't all scholars be as thin as Mr. Zhou? There was a group of children who were playing around on their childhood horses. They were playing house as they carried the palanquin to get married. Previously, when they saw the woman standing beside the rock, the children only glanced at her a few times and ignored her. The woman looked unfamiliar and wasn't pretty. She continued to travel alone. Following the traces of the movement of spiritual qi, she finally saw an immortal sect. It was a small sect and was not common in the Tongya continent. However, the cultivators on the mountain seemed to have gone out, so she did not pay them a visit. In the end, hundreds of miles away between two mountains, there was a vast mountain fog that flowed slowly like a stream. Between the mountain peaks, there were immortal qi cultivators who had set up a huge net with spells to catch a type of bird. It was as if they were catching fish at the foot of the mountain and chasing the fish into the net. A few qi cultivators who could control the wind kept scaring the flock of birds. Some cultivators of the lower 5 states who could not control the wind kept flying in the mountains, making noises and deliberately startling the birds. The cotton-clothed woman sat on a branch of a low mountain and watched this scene quietly. It seemed that after the wasteland reached the Tongya continent, the scene was similar. There were constantly startled birds flying in the sky and crashing into the big net. It was just that she didn't know if those immortals on the mountain who saw the rulers below as puppets would turn to envy these lowly ants at the foot of the mountain in her eyes when they were about to die. They probably couldn't care less. In the moment of life and death, even those who had attained the Tao would probably be confused. She suddenly wanted to find someone to chat with. She didn't expect that they could speak the language of the wasteland, but at least they could speak the language of the central divine continent. It wasn't easy to find them now. The city god temple and the mountain shrine in the small places were useless. They definitely only knew the language of the Tongya continent. It was a pity that those Confucian scholars of the academy had either died on the battlefield or retreated to the Jade sect and the Tongya sect. The 5 mountain lords of the great dynasties were definitely dead. The disciples of the Shang clan were even more slippery. Their ability to earn money and hide was too good. It was hard to catch them. As for the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, she was fortunate enough to meet one previously. He was hiding in the deep mountains and had yet to establish his own sect. He was probably the so-called hermit of the vast world. When she met him, she ignored him. It was mainly because she was too lazy to fight him. Previously, she went to a medium-sized immortal residence. There were Jindan and nascent Soul Earth immortals overseeing it. They didn't have a pleasant conversation and she killed each of them with a punch. Not bad. When she just came ashore, there was a pure Jade Realm cultivator whose name she forgot to ask. Wasn't he also killed with a punch? Several young men and women of the lower 5 realms slowly descended the mountain in her vision. There was a female immortal master holding a chrysanthemum that had just been plucked. Frost had killed hundreds of flowers, and only this grass was flourishing. The cotton-clothed woman placed her hands on a tree branch. She wasn't interested in the female immortal masters. She was more interested in the chrysanthemums. Her thoughts drifted away. She heard that there was a place called the Blessed Land of 100 Flowers in the vast world. Among the deities of 100 Flowers, it seemed that this flower had a very high position. It had many elegant names and they were all very pleasant to the ears. Frost Pistil, Smiling Flower Gold. As for Sun Essence and Zhouing, they were a little strange. The cotton-clothed woman preferred these messy things. When she was cultivating in her hometown, she always felt that there were too many interesting things in the vast world. Therefore, she had to come here to take a look. As for the fighting and killing, it didn't mean much to her. The reason why she had returned to the human world from the wasteland and came to the Tongya continent was because the sovereign demon, the Lotus Nunnery Master, was killed by Dong Sanjing's sword. After all, to a certain extent, she and the Lotus Nunnery Master were neighbors. Of course, they were neighbors, but they were actually very far apart. In the wasteland there were 3 moons hanging in the sky. However, the moons were only close to each other. Occasionally, only the one called Yao Jiao would drop by her house. Men and women walked in the mountains. Some said that the autumn clouds did not fall into the water on that moonlit night. Fire burned the cold mountain stream and pine trees into ashes. Then there were poems sung by others. Some were from books and some were from their own stomachs. The cotton-clothed woman couldn't understand anything. She was a little annoyed. In the past she would have tolerated it. She was just a passerby on the way here. However, when she wanted to find someone to chat with, she was a little annoyed. She habitually reached out her hands and slapped her cheeks. Her movements were not small and attracted the attention of the young immortal masters who had sharp ears and eyes. Some of them looked at her unkindly. Some saw her as a thief, and some disliked her for being ugly. There were also those who looked at her as if she was a bird in a net. She hated it the most. However, when she saw a round-faced little girl staring at her curiously, the cotton-clothed woman grinned. She was in a good mood. She couldn't speak, so she raised her arm and waved at the little girl as a greeting. The little girl hurriedly waved at the unfamiliar elder sister. Then, when her senior brothers and sisters looked at her, she immediately put her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. The cotton-clothed woman smiled. A round-faced girl was the cutest. In the end, the group of people didn't say anything. They didn't know that they had taken a turn at the gates of hell and went back to the mountain. The cotton-clothed woman was still holding the branch with her hands. She smiled and said, "Are you Jiang Shangzhen?" A man stood on a treetop. He smiled and nodded. "Miss Kuiyu has a round face and is very beautiful. So I changed my mind." The cotton-clothed woman was still looking into the distance. She said, "I'm not someone you can kill just because you want to." Jiang Shangzhen sat beside her and accompanied her to wait for the moonlight to come to the human world. He asked, "Have you seen Qin Pingan?" She thought for a moment. "I've seen him once. He's not as good-looking as you." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "No such thing." "709. This month's update is very unstable. There will be a lot of small chapters in the future. I apologize to everyone, please forgive me." On a stone arch bridge in the middle of a busy city, weeds grew in the cracks of the bluestone slabs. A royal mausoleum that had not been worshipped for a few years was already a bleak scene of foxes and hares. The spirits of the mountains and lakes left the hidden caves in groups and rampaged in the market below the mountain. They clamored outside the Wenwu Temple, City God Temple, and Shanshui Temple without fear. A king was drunk in the arms of a beauty and repeatedly murmured, "It's not my fault." The woman reached out and gently rubbed the cheeks of the man in the dragon robe. Previously, in the main hall, the generals were pale and the civil officials suggested that they go out of the city to present the imperial seal. Previously, during the Lower Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the 10th lunar month, there was a custom of burning incense sticks, burning gold and silver buns, and praying for heaven lanterns. This year no one burned incense sticks, gold and silver buns, and no one put up the heaven lanterns to pray for blessings. There was a father and son who were respectively the prime minister and assistant minister of a country. They discussed with the immortals in a secret room. As the cultured leader of a country, the old man kept comforting himself, saying that there would be a way. There was no reason to eliminate the root of the problem. It was impossible to kill them all and leave nothing behind. There was a theater in the county city that was adjacent to the village school. Originally, the old master hated the students who went to watch the girls perform. On this night, the old master and the young children sat together on the bench and listened to the ghosts sing the opera. In a small remote country that had not been affected by the war, there was a Taoist temple built on a cliff. There was only a winding mountain path that led to this place. It was like a small Taoist temple that was embedded in the cliff. It was once a temporary stop of a Taoist immortal of Taiping Mountain. He took in an anonymous disciple there in his early years. Although there was a lot of incense, it was still passed down. However, it was just an unintentional move. The disciple was not good enough. As a cultivator, he was already old at 100 years old. His several disciples were even worse. It could be said that each generation was worse than the previous one. It was believed that the old Taoist still did not know who the young master on the statue in the Hall of Ancestral Masters was. The scholar and the swordsman traveled here together and did not seek anything. When the scholar came back from Tongya sect, the swordsman happened to be in a military tent nearby. They agreed to come here to relax. Previously, the three big demons had been plotting for a long time in Tongya continent. Among them, the young Taoist who successfully became a direct disciple of Taiping Mountain contributed the most. The so-called young Taoist, who was exposed by the youth of Fuming sect, forced him to take action early. It seemed that he had ruined the plan, but in the long run, it was an accident. It was a pity that he could not join forces with the White Ape to kill Zhong Kuei. Since his whereabouts were unknown, it was most likely that the old Taoist in the temple did something. Then the remaining incense in the vast world would help him gather. The scholar said, "You shouldn't have killed her. It doesn't matter if you killed a few people in the pure jade realm, but you shouldn't have killed her. You even wanted to protect the Yuji Hill for her." The swordsman said, "Sir, I saw that she was begging too much, so I couldn't hold back." The scholar laughed and said, "If it was Firen who said this, I wouldn't be surprised. But when it comes from you, the scholar, it doesn't feel right." Zhomi sighed and said, "In the world of yin-yang evolution technique, one person monopolizes half of the world. Jade Gui sect's ancestral mountain, Shenjuan Peak. The old sect master Sun Yuan had died heroically in battle. An ascendant realm cultivator's glazed golden body shattered and scattered between heaven and earth. Most of them were intercepted by great demons. The current sect master, Jiang Shangzhen, used the method of gracefully appearing in the mortal world to prove that he was still alive and very lively. However, the general situation was collapsing. An immortal realm cultivator who had lost the protection of heaven and earth could not support a collapsing building alone. The peak master of Jiui Peak, Wei Ying, who originally had a higher chance of inheriting the position of sect master than Jiang Shangzhen, went to the Aquarius continent to take up the position of sect master. She temporarily served the Song clan and was destined to be unable to cross the continent to return to Jade Gui sect. The Patriarch of Discipline glanced at the chair opposite him and then glanced at the two empty chairs under the portrait of the ancestral hall. Jiang Shangzhen had moved from the opposite seat to under the portrait. It was really heart-wrenching to take another look. He then glanced at the moonlight outside the door. A god of wealth who was in charge of Jade Gui sect's immortal money and heavenly materials and earthly treasures was named Song Xingtang. He said angrily, "Why is our sect master Jiang still wandering outside? Is he going to watch people from top to bottom die every day? It doesn't matter where he attacks, he doesn't even help his own mountain. What's going on?" It was slightly redundant to address Jiang Shangzhen as Sect Master Jiang. It was not directly removing the surname, Sect Master. This was a subtle gesture. Jiang Shangzhen had not truly convinced the masses in Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall. However, an important reason for such an awkward situation was that the old sect master Sun Yuan had always been alive. In addition, the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang clan had always been an independent existence similar to a military town in Jade Gui sect. It was too disgusting. Therefore, Zhao Xingtang and Jiang Shangzhen had always been at loggerheads. Whenever the Hall of Patriarchs of Shenjuan Peak held a meeting behind closed doors, it was a famous dog-eat-dog situation. However, Jiang Shangzhen always had the upper hand. Jiang Shangzhen even gave him a nickname, Bald Song, the hairless old dog. A female ancestral master who had a deep hatred for Jiang Shangzhen sat near the door. Her surname was Lu Huamao. Her aptitude was not outstanding. In her early years, she relied on a large amount of immortal money and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enter the upper 5 realms by luck. Every time Jiang Shangzhen had a discussion, he would almost always strike up a conversation with Lu Huamao first. Sister Lu was a good name. She was in her prime. Every year she turned 18, and her appearance was as beautiful as today. In such a perilous situation, Lu Huamao had no choice but to be stubborn and speak up for Jiang Shangzhen. There must be a sovereign stage great demon watching over here and responsible for killing Jiang Shangzhen. Perhaps there is more than one old beast waiting for him. She could forget about calling Jiang Shangzhen sect master. The reason why she was like this was because when she was young, she was close to the water and wanted to travel well. She went to the Cloud Cave blessed land. As for training her Dao heart, it was just a side trip. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen, this bastard, was still the young master of the Cloud Cave blessed land at that time. He secretly attached himself to a woman of the blessed land with a strange Abhijina secret technique. Then he met Lu Huamao and hit it off with her, calling her sister. After that, the two of them naturally traveled together. Then they visited a place called Hibiscus Pond in the Cloud Cave blessed land. Taking advantage of the pleasant moonlight and secluded, the woman shyly undressed and actually blushed. At that time, Lu Huamao even teased her and pinched the woman's pink cheeks. When she thought about it later, it was really a tragic event. After that, Lu Huamao began to cultivate crazily. She wanted to catch up to Jiang Shangzhen's realm so that she could find an excuse to chop that bastard half to death. It was a pity that on the path of cultivation, there would always be someone better in terms of talent, foundation, and temperament. Jiang Shangzhen, as the recognized next peak master of Jiui Peak, did not cultivate diligently. However, he was always 2 realms higher than her. Once, after she caught up to him by 1 realm, Jiang Shangzhen met her. He pestered her and flattered her. In the end, not long after he turned and left, he broke through the realm on the same day. There was a very interesting situation in the meeting of the Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall. Those who spoke more and those who spoke louder had little to do with their realms. It depended on who had a worse relationship with Jiang Shangzhen. As time passed, people like Lu Huamao, who had ordinary aptitude, would have a lot of weight whenever she spoke in the meeting on the Divine Seal Peak's ancestral mountain. On the other hand, such an old immortal had a high seniority and was of the same generation as the old sect master Sun Yuan. His cultivation was also high. However, because he never argued with Jiang Shangzhen and liked to be a peacemaker, he was not valued when he really talked about important matters. He did not even curse Jiang Shangzhen or throw a chair at him. How dare he say that he was wholeheartedly devoted to the sect? The Patriarch of Justice was a little depressed. He patted the chair's handle lightly. The situation changed and the situation reversed. The old sect master should not have appeared. With the protection of the 3 enclosures' 4 symbols great array, although Sun Yuan had just ascended to the ascendant realm, his cultivation seemed to be at the perfect peak of the first realm due to the favorable conditions. When Taiping Mountain and Fuyao sect were destroyed one after another and the great array dissipated, he immediately returned to his original state. The old heavenly lord of Taiping Mountain had risked his life to kill a great sword immortal of the desolate world with the bright moon mirror. As for Taoist Taiping Mountain's slaying of demons and devils, he had many military merits and was the best in the continent. As for the Fuyao sect, sect master Huahai was able to hold on until Taiping Mountain was destroyed with his Jade Realm cultivation. It was a magnificent feat in itself. Almost all of Jade Gui sect's military merits came from the 2 sect masters, Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen. Sun Yuan, who was at the Ascendant Realm, killed 2 Immortal Realm demons and a Jade Realm Sword Immortal. As for Jiang Shangzhen, he had unknowingly slaughtered 4 pure Jade Realm cultivators, including a large group of Earth Immortals and Demon cultivators who served as an added bonus. Song Xingtang was puzzled. That Xiao Chua, how did she turn from a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to a sovereign of the desolate world? The Patriarch of Justice sneered. What? Is it important? What's important is that she has signs of merging with the desolate world. She is also an Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal. Our Tongya continent is now the territory of the desolate world. The next time Xiao Chua attacks, if she still uses her sword instead of her fists, who can block her Q-sword? A less experienced consecrator who sat near the door said softly, the Tongya sect and that sword immortal. The cultivators of Jade Gui sect had a good impression of the second disciple of the literary saint's lineage. A messenger flying sword stopped outside the gate of the ancestral master hall. The Patriarch of Justice reached out and took out the letter. After reading it, his face turned pale. Lu Huamao was worried and asked carefully, "What's wrong?" The Patriarch of Justice said in a low voice, "Zhou personally appeared in the territory of the Tongya sect and gave them a huge promise. As long as the Tongya sect removes its protective formation, the Wudong Heavenly Umbrella, they will be allowed to set up their own independent regime. Not only that, they will also receive the protection of Zhou and Moon-Bearing Mountain for 1,000 years. In addition, the new sect master of the Tongya sect will become the head of a new military camp. The Tongya sect will only nominally become a vassal of the future master of a continent. Everything will go on as usual. The Wildlands will even be willing to send 2 great sword immortals to serve as the Tongya sect's consecrator and guest elder. Furthermore, these 2 won't have the right to criticize the Tongya sect's ancestral hall." Lu Huamao asked, "What about the sword immortal?" The Patriarch of Justice said helplessly, "The cultivators of the Tongya sect don't need to make things difficult for them at all. They don't need to expel the left and right from the sect. They only need to remove the mountain river formation and choose to watch from the sidelines when the left and right attack." Lu Huamao frowned. "Won't the left and right be isolated?" The left and right were originally outsiders to the Tongya sect. Previously, the left and right were still able to unite the hearts of the people by using their swords to protect the sect. It caused the cultivators of the Tongya sect to be willing to risk their lives. Zhou actions clearly wanted the left and right to be enemies with the hearts of the cultivators of the entire Tongya sect. Should they defend the Tongya sect or not? If they didn't defend, the Tongya sect's mountain river fate would be taken by the desolate world. If they defended, the Wudong Heavenly Umbrella would already be removed. Every time he attacked, the hearts of the cultivators of the sect would fluctuate if they were caught in the crossfire. Song Shengtang stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. difficult, a huge problem. If they put themselves in his shoes, it would indeed cause everyone to feel troubled. Lu Huamao asked, the person who passed on this information? The disciplinary ancestor destroyed the secret letter, saying, it's a young female cultivator called UXN. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Jade Gui sect ancestral hall relaxed a little. The disciplinary ancestor smiled, she's the reincarnation of the mother of our ancestor who revived the sect. Jiang Shangjun was really good at speaking strange words, describing Du Mao as a prodigal child of the Tongye continent, half of the ancestor who revived the sect. Everyone in the Divine Seal Peak Ancestral Hall felt that this sentence was extremely wonderful. Gradually, it spread widely in the Jade Gui sect. In any case, the Jade Gui sect and the Tongye sect had been hostile to each other for more than 1 or 2,000 years. This matter wasn't lacking. If it wasn't for this huge change, the Divine Seal Peak Ancestral Hall would have specially discussed this matter in the early years. They would beat the dog while it was down and nibble away at the foundation of the Tongye sect bit by bit. Not only did it conform to the rules of the Confucian school, but it also secretly hurt people. Lu Huamao sighed, if we're not careful, this matter alone might bring a fatal disaster to her. The disciplinary ancestor said, then let's pretend that we've never seen this information. This bit of morality has to be talked about. No matter what the fate of the two sects will be in the future, regarding this matter, everyone should be more honest in their words and actions. On account of the little girl's kindness, if there's a chance, we can still help her a little. The ancestor repeated, if there's a chance. The old man suddenly stood up and soon everyone followed suit. They walked out of the ancestral hall together. Outside the mountain and river formation, a young woman in cotton clothes spoke slowly in the Tongye continent's elegant language that she had just learned. Logically speaking, the Jade Gui sect's mountain-protecting formation had long isolated the world, and the other party didn't have any means to temporarily break the formation's restriction, so they shouldn't be able to hear her voice. However, all the cultivators of the Jade Gui sect could hear her words clearly, just like how there was no moonlight in the human world. The woman in cotton clothes didn't say much. She only meant that the Jade Gui sect didn't need to give up the sect, and the cultivators didn't need to leave the mountain. They only needed to hand over a cloud cave-blessed land. A green-robed swordsman with the alias of Chen Yin had a slender figure. He carried a sword on his back. He bought a boat with a black awning at the Peach Leaf Ferry. The usually graceful boatmen and the old wormwood workers who were better at reciting poems than the refined scholars had already fled in all directions. The green-robed swordsman could only row the boat himself. Nowadays, the scholars, poets, high-ranking officials, and nobles of the Great Quan dynasty's capital region didn't have the leisure to enjoy the scenery on a boat. Therefore, this person was undoubtedly an immortal master from another place. The boat with a black awning at the Peach Leaf Ferry wasn't an ordinary boat used to row by foot. The bow of the boat was engraved with a kind of water bird that looked like a heron. It was because of this ancient bow that the green-robed swordsman became interested in rowing the boat. There was a jade tablet of the ancestral hall hanging on his waist. Ancestral hall continues incense, and Taiping Mountain cultivates me. This jade tablet was only one of the spoils of war from a certain military camp, so it was given to him. Fei Ran had a good impression of the Great Quan dynasty. It had many advantages and had many outstanding people. This was especially so for the elite cavalry of the Great Quan border army. The strength of the troops stationed at various places made the few military camps in the central region of the Tongyi continent look at them in a different light. The overall situation of the Tongyi continent below the mountain was actually much better than what the Jiazi camp expected. Simply put, the performance of the Tongyi continent on the battlefield could only be described as terrible. The strong wind tested the strong grass, and it showed how outstanding the Great Quan dynasty was. However, wild grass was still wild grass. No matter how strong it was, it would be reduced to ashes when a huge fire started. After all, the current time of the Tongyi continent was controlled by the moon-supporting mountain. Fei Ran threw away the bamboo and the boat went forward on its own. However, the military camp in the capital of southern Qi was arguing about the survival of the Great Quan Lu dynasty. One side wanted to wipe out Mirage City and build a temple to warn the entire central region of the Tongyi continent. They wanted to chop off the heads of the kings and officials and then send cultivators to hang them at the gates of the various small countries. This was the result of stubbornly resisting. One side felt that the civil and military of the Great Quan dynasty had many talents and had the ability to support them. As long as it was done well, they could create a puppet emperor. It would be a huge help to the military camp. Anyway, the young emperor had abandoned the country, swept clean the treasury and fled to the Fifth World. They could use this to spread the news. The various cities of the Great Quan dynasty were already under martial law, and only people were allowed to enter and not leave. This was to prevent the people from escaping as they pleased. The demon race would secretly guide and use them to break those defensive lines and ultimately lead to the destruction of the country. However, Fei Ran was not here to sightsee. She wanted to meet someone. The head of the Golden Peak Temple, Du Hanliang. His realm was not high and he was an earth immortal. He was not a sword cultivator, but he was very smart. The young man on the water observation platform of the Unjust Sentence sect met Fei Ran. Fortune and disaster came together in an instant. He originally had the chance to follow Fei Ran to the mountain to cultivate, but in the end he mysteriously died. Lu Jianxin, who was eventually strangled to death by himself, met Yu Si. If Jiang Shangzhen had not interfered, he would have had the chance to become a fish dragon and obtain great fortune. Becoming the head of a city was secondary. Climbing up to Yu Si and having a wooden clog that he used to observe the Tao was simply the two biggest protective talismans. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Fei Ran had been thinking about Mr. Zhou's words. The Confucian Academy and the Confucian Academy had given too much power to the secular dynasties. They were not willing to use an iron fist to control and restrain the people's hearts. The 3 Confucian academies and 72 academies sounded like a lot, but in the huge Tongye continent, it was only 3 academies including the Dafu Academy. In the end, the Confucian Temple had to restrict the gentlemen and sages of the academy to not be too involved in the matters of the imperial court. They would not allow the Confucian scholars of the academy to be the emperor behind the scenes of the various countries. As a result, everyone did their own thing. The mountains avoided the world, the experts hated the world, and the generals, ministers and officials were all fishing for fame. They pretended to be ostracized by the Confucian Academy. True sages. On the mountains, below the mountains, in various countries, they were all in a state of disunity. However, Fei Ran was very curious about why Mr. Zhou had established the Confucian Academy and what was the fundamental purpose of his Confucian Academy. How could he completely change the crux of this situation? Just the coexistence of the monster race and the human race in the future was a huge problem. As for Mr. Zhou's true identity, Fei Ran had heard of it before. Zhoumi was, of course, an alias. He was once a true Confucian scholar. According to senior brother Qiyun, Mr. Zhou was young and talented. However, his knowledge was not accepted by the Confucian Temple. After a discussion with someone, he was completely disheartened, which was why he traveled to the wilderness. This scholar came up with 12 strategies for peace, for the Confucian Temple. First, he came up with a cultivation manual for all the scholars in the world. The Confucian Academy's sages, gentlemen, and saints corresponded to their families, countries, and the world. All the emperors of the secular dynasties and vassal states had to be disciples of the academy. Those who were not Confucian were not allowed to become the ruler. Every mountain head of the academy should be the teacher of the emperor. The Confucian scholar should be the imperial tutor. Regardless of whether it was the 3 ministers, 9 ministers, or the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, these important officials should also be disciples of the academy. Every temple had to have an official position that could ignore the restrictions of the palace. They were responsible for recording the merits and demerits of a country's emperor, generals, ministers, and ministers as part of the 3-year examination of the academy. Second, all the monster cultivators of the upper 5 realms, including the earth immortals and monsters, were exiled to a continent and strictly restricted. Once a monster ascended to the Dragon Gate realm, they had to report to the Confucian Temple and the various academies in the central region and record their true name in their files. After this group of monster cultivators reached the Golden Core realm, they had to assist the gods of mountains and rivers to ensure that the land under their jurisdiction would be peaceful for 100 years. Their main task was to kill the monsters that caused trouble, which was similar to the position of county guard. Then the academy would judge whether they could be promoted to mountain head or water deity or continue to work for 100 years. Once they were promoted to mountain head or water deity, they would be like a clear stream in the officialdom of the human world. Their path of promotion was no different from that of the river deity or the mountain lord. Third, 3 areas near the inverted mountain would be chosen to connect the South Sa continent, the southwest Fuyao continent, and the southeast Tongye continent. For example, the territory of the old Rain Dragon sect. Then they would gradually station troops at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. First, they would move the mortals and those who were not suitable for cultivation to the islands under the Rain Dragon sect's jurisdiction. Then, they would transfer the sword cultivators of the northern Reed continent to guard the Great Wall of Sword Aura for a long time. All the cultivators who had committed serious crimes in the vast world could redeem their lives on the battlefield with their merits. All the wild cultivators could use their merits to buy elixirs, secret manuals, and treasures on the mountain. They did not have to fight outside the city. During war they would guard the city. After war they would use the Great Wall of Sword Aura as a base to build cities in the south. They would force the desolate world to mobilize troops at least once every 30 years. The geography of the Great Wall of Sword Aura was unique. Chi cultivators who were not sword cultivators were naturally suppressed. Therefore they would cultivate a sufficient number of pure martial artists. Although they were also suppressed by the Great Tao and pure sword intent, they were different from Chi cultivators. The martial artists could train their bodies. Moreover, the threshold for becoming a martial artist was lower than that of a Chi cultivator. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Aura would be a war situation. Chi cultivators who were not sword cultivators and pure martial artists would mostly be supporting the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Fourth, all the Immortal Realm and Ascendant Realm cultivators would be given extra freedom. These people who were at the peak of the mountain would have to contribute. However, every time they contributed they would definitely receive more in return. The Confucian Temple acknowledged their superiority. For example, when they rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Aura, the Confucian Temple of Heartland promised that they would not have to fight to the death and that they would not harm their great Tao. They only needed to do things that were not perfect. For example, if they had the upper hand in the battle, they would expand their advantage. If the battle was unfavorable, they would use their Dharma treasures that were not great refinement items to resist the attacks of the great demons. They would also build mountain and river formations to protect the cities, the city walls, and the sword cultivators and the martial artists. Fifth, the Confucian temples in the Central Plains built 72 Taoist academies in addition to the 72 academies in the various continents and countries. Apart from taking the initiative to inspect their cultivation aptitude, they also accepted tributes from the imperial courts of various countries and took in cultivation seeds from all over the world. This group of Confucian scholars, in addition to scholarly pursuits, specialized in the art of war. They were not the type of people who only knew how to talk about strategy on paper. The location of the final test was the Great Wall of Sword Chi that was filled with smoke. Sixth, divide the 100 schools of thought into 9 ranks. There will be 2 ways of promotion and demotion, no different from officialdom. Those who disobeyed the rules would be expelled from the ranks of the 9 ranks. All knowledge would be banned and all books would be destroyed. The patriarchs of their families would be imprisoned in the Confucian Temple's merit and virtue forest. Seventh, break the barrier between the mountain and the foot of the mountain. One of the suggestions was to add fuel to the fire and entice the cultivators on the mountain to become immortal Tao companions. Eighth, exclude Buddhism and Taoism, forbid all Taoist temples and monasteries, and ensure that the Confucian school of thought truly dominates the world. Ninth, focus on supporting militarists, merchants, and strategists. Apart from that, there were 3 strategies that specifically targeted the 2 neighboring worlds and the ancient gods. Firen sighed and put away her complicated thoughts. She muttered to herself, in the end, Mr. Zhou proposed these 12 strategies in the past to seize power for the Confucian Temple of Thought. He wanted to let the scholars obtain greater freedom and bring peace to the world. Near a crossing of the Peach Leaf Ferry, 2 black awning boats met. Firen frowned. That Du Hanling actually did not come alone. Beside the nascent soul cultivator was a young golden core cultivator and a Lord Xing Wang in official attire. Fei Ran only frowned, while Du Hanling and his grand disciple Xiao Yuan Ran, as well as Lord Xing Wang of Great Spring riding Crane City, had an expression as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Du Hanling was an ambitious and ruthless person, but when he saw Fei Ran's green robe with a sword on his back, the familiar attire of the Taiping Mountain Ancestral Master Hall's jade tablet hanging on his waist, as well as that vaguely recognizable face, he was shaken. Du Hanling only felt that it was a coincidence, otherwise how could it be this person? 2 people walked over from the crossing. They were the Great Spring feudal Lord Lu Tsong and the Duke Gao Shizhen. When they saw Firen, they almost turned around and left. Firen understood and smiled. It seemed that they all recognized the hidden official. Moreover, it seemed that they did not have a good relationship in the early years. Firen smiled and said, "Long time no see. We meet again." When the black-clothed girl saw the white clouds flying over Luapa Mountain, she would wave her golden pole and green bamboo cane to greet them. This was called treating guests well. Hey, I am the right protector here, the big water monster of Mute Lake. I have 2 friends, one is called Pei Qian and the other is called Nuan Shu. Do you know? Do you know? Today, the right protector of Luapa Mountain brought the left protector of Dragon Riding Alley who had not been promoted. One was squatting and the other was lying on the cliff, waiting for the white clouds to pass by. The left protector of Dragon Riding Alley, a small official, could not be compared to its big official. White clouds and dogs. In the mountains it was most afraid of Ruanxiu. On Luapa Mountain it was most afraid of Pei Qian. However, it liked this little silly girl very much. It once accompanied Zhou Meili and squatted at the gate of the school opened by Madame Chen in Longwei Creek. They waited for Pei Qian, who kept saying that he was the most heroic person who could beat a goose and beat a dog, to come home after class. They often waited for half a day. The little girl would chat with it for a long time. The scholar glanced at the canopy in the sky. The old scholar asked, "Brother Bai, don't miss this opportunity. Why don't you teach him a few sword moves? What is called a sword immortal? Isn't it Lin Feng who wants to kill the flood dragon spirit? Aren't those ancient divine spirits who don't greet guests stronger than the flood dragon? All the more you should use your sword." Previously, Xiao Chui used her sword in the Tongyi continent. How shocking it was. That little girl has such sword intent. Bai, you are also 8 feet tall and wielding an immortal sword. Can you bear it? Brother Bai, just go all out. If you're being courteous with me, I'll be impatient with you. To tell you the truth, I'm good at cleaning up a mess. But let me say this first, 3 to 5 strikes should be enough. I won't be able to take any more than that. If you're really unhappy, 7 or 8 strikes at most. The scholar ignored the old scholar and disappeared in a flash. The old scholar stomped his feet. Then he looked at the Luopa mountain. Thinking back, Bai also used the White Cloud song to send Lu Shilu back to the mountain. Miyu wanted to meet the embroidered river goddess. He wanted to find a chance to sneak in and cut open the golden body to see how big her courage was. In his hometown, Miyu had few chances to interact with the mountain and rivers goddess. He didn't expect that in the Aquarius continent, there were temples and gods everywhere. The Fox Kingdom in the Clear Breeze City was something Miyu had long wanted to pay a visit to. As for the city lord Su Hun, Miyu treated him as half a kindred spirit. Because Su Hun was said to be a man who rolled in a pile of women, Miyu wanted to confirm whether the Lu Xianyang clan's ancestral heirloom, city lord Su Hun, who competed with Huang He for the title of number 1 under the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, was still wearing the Bianzi armor that was passed down in the Lu Xianyang clan. As for the Aquarius continent's Sword Dao Mountain Peak, 10 sword deities of the 10 Great Peaks, Xingyang Mountain, there was an old ancestor sword deity who had just come out from closed-door training. At that time, Miyu was accompanying Lu Xianyang to take a nap at the riverside shop. When he heard Lu Xianyang say the words old sword deity, Miyu was shocked. Just as he was considering whether his unpolished jade realm in the Great Wall of Sword Chi had a chance to exchange his life with the Aquarius continent's immortal realm, Lu Xianyang handed him the Mountain and Rivers Bulletin, the mountain's exclusive congratulatory report, with golden words on the blue bottom. Miyu looked at the Mountain and Rivers Bulletin, the praises on it. It was as if the old man had not ascended to the unpolished jade realm, but ascended to the ascendant realm. Miyu was puzzled. King ascended to the unpolished jade realm, and you had to go into closed-door training for 100 years? The reason why I was called the Great Embroidered Sword Deity in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and won the title of number 1 under the unpolished jade realm, was because I went into closed-door training for half a year longer than expected? Miyu only felt that his sword was going to rust. If it were not for Bai and Lu Shiryo's visit this time, Miyu would have almost forgotten that his natal flying sword was called Rosy Sky. Ordinary cultivators or mountain and lake spirits such as the black snake who came from the Chiduan mountain like Wei Shanjun, or the python in the Yellow Lake mountain, would not feel that it was too long. But who was Miyu? He was an embroidered pillow who could lie in the clouds in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and did not have the heart to practice the sword. When he came to the Aquarius continent, especially after parting ways with the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, Miyu always felt that he was getting farther and farther away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He did not even have the extravagant hope of becoming a great sword deity. Wei Pai also said, I can become Dali's Lord Beiyu thanks to Alliance. I'm also good friends with Qin Pingon. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It is only right for me to help. Lu Shilu said, you don't have to call me Mr. Lu. You can call me Jun Xian. Although it is also an alias, I have always used this name in the world. Smoke lingered in the backyard of the Yang family's medicine shop. Old Yang put his smoking pipe on his waist and got up to welcome them. It was the old scholar and Bai Yi who came together. Bai Yi was about to leave the continent and enter the sea. However, the pestering old scholar stopped her and insisted on having a seat here. Bai Yi remembered the fate of Taoism at Chunming sect in Yuan Bao's last years and did not refuse the old scholar's invitation. If Chen Chunan of the South Sa continent was said to have the title of Mellow Scholar, Bookstore Net, then Bai Yi was said to have the title of Immortal. His swordsmanship was superb, and his movements were both superb. He was clearly unrivaled in poetry, yet his poems and songs were spread around, shocking the later generations. They always felt that it was fake, but they didn't dare to be sure. As a result, it became an unsolved case. In the end, there was only one explanation. Immortals could do anything. When the old scholar arrived at the yard, he immediately clenched his fists and raised them up high. He shook them vigorously and smiled brightly. It was not until today that I was lucky enough to meet Heavenly Lord Qing Tong. I have lived in vain. Finally, I did not die in vain. Old Yang smiled and said, Mr. Wensheng, you are still as elegant as before. A 14th-level cultivator's unification with the heavens and earth was not as simple as blindly seeking greatness. What truly made Old Man Yang think highly of this sage of literature was that his Tao integration locations were the South Swirl continent, the Tongyi continent, and the Fuyao continent. They were not stable places like the Central Divine continent, Snowy Peak continent, or Liuxia continent. Now that the two continents had fallen, this old scholar was not having an easy time. Bai Yi only nodded to Old Yang. Old Yang did not exchange pleasantries with Bai Yi. However, the old scholar did not intend to let Bai Yi go. He took out a scroll of calligraphy that he had kept for a long time and handed it to Old Yang. He smiled and said, This is the last years of Yuan Bao's calligraphy, also known as the Proud Calligraphy. It is authentic, absolutely authentic. There is no reason not to bring a gift when visiting. The gift is not light, but the affection is more important. Old Yang opened more than half of it. It was the last years of Yuan Bao. During the day he was drunk and slept beside the spring bright gate. In his dream he traveled the galaxy with Heavenly Lord Qing Tong. When he woke up from his drunken stupor, he was in the mood to write a poem. Old Yang rolled up the calligraphy and kept it in his sleeves. It was originally a matter that Bai Yi and Old Yang did not need to talk about. However, after the old scholar did this, Bai Yi did not have any feelings left. He did not expect the old scholar to be so thick-skinned and boast, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong, why don't you open it and take a look? The beauty of this calligraphy is at the back. Other than Cui Dong's embroidered tiger seal, there is Shao Qi's spring breeze seal, and the slightly abrupt Jun Qian seal. Lastly, there is the looking left and right, understanding is not far, seal. Old Yang did not take out the calligraphy again. He understood. Old Yang said, after the sage created the characters, other than the 8 people who had the merit of opening the mountain, there is no great calligraphy in the world. It is the last of the last. It was obvious that the old scholar did not approve of the calligraphy school being ranked at the top of the middle 9 sects. He even felt that the calligraphy school was not qualified to be ranked among the 100 schools of thought. The old scholar was famous for being able to answer any question. He nodded vigorously and said, This is not nice to hear, but it is the truth. Cui Dong had such a feeling in his early years. He felt that the so-called calligraphy masters of the world were all scribblers. They were originally a snail shell, but they wanted to overturn rivers and seas. If this is not a demon, what is it? Bai Yi was also very clear that the few old scholars of the calligraphy school had a good relationship with the old scholar. Cui Dong's calligraphy was worth 1,000 gold. It did not come out of nowhere. The old scholar took Cui Dong to travel the world in his early years. No matter how good the steel rubbings were, they were still separated by a layer of window paper. With the help of the old scholar, Cui Dong was able to see the handwriting of the ancestors of the calligraphy school. Old brother, make a few more copybooks. While you're in the mood to drink, write more. Write whatever comes to your mind. Copybooks are rules, the more approachable the content is, the more likable it is. How many pounds of oranges did you buy? How many meals did you have today? Whether it's windy or raining, go to the balcony in high spirits. The bamboo shoots are a little bitter today, so write as much as you can. If you really can't, just say that you met me today and an old friend is kind enough to give you a basket of pears, making you cry. You must worship it as a family heirloom. Brother, what's with the look in your eyes? Do I look like the kind of person who sells things as soon as I go out? Brother, would you make such a friend? I will write and you will write. We are a perfect match. We only need a business tycoon to help engrave and sell books. Otherwise, if the three of us work together, we will be invincible. As for the 8 people mentioned by Heavenly Lord Qing Tong, Bai also had a rough idea. They were Grand Scribe of Big Script, Li Tonggu of Small Script, Yuan Sun of Li Script, Jianjue of Zhang Chao, Zhang Chunhua of Modern Script, Zhang Huai of Wild Script, Wang Zhong of Regular Script, and Zhong Yao of Small Script. Among them, only Cui Dong was not engaged in proper work. Cui Dong's Small Script was the most famous. In fact, Cui Dong's Small Script was extremely exquisite. The scriptures he copied were the treasures of many Buddhist temples in the central region. The old scholar turned around and sat on the bench under the eaves. He patted the bench and said, "Sturdy." Old Yang asked, "The sage of literature came this time. Other than asking me to give the copybooks to Luapa Mountain and stamp more seals, what else do you want?" The old scholar replied, "Nothing else. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you." Of course, old Yang did not believe him. The old scholar was not in a hurry to slap his own face. He looked left and right. (711). The old scholar brought Lu Shirlu to tour Huaihuang County. Lu Shirlu had never toured Liju Grotto Heaven, so he did not feel that things had changed. The big guy only felt sad. This was the place where Shao Qi felt at ease despite being in a foreign land. True scholars were easily at a loss. The hardest thing was to find a place where they could feel at ease in the boundless sea of books. Lu Shirlu regretted his trip back to the mountain. He should have waited a little longer. Even if he could not change the ending of Liju Grotto Heaven, he should have let Shao Qi know that there was a fellow disciple who was watching him when he was traveling alone. He would not have been so lonely as if he was the enemy of the whole world. How could he not be lonely? He would even be pitiful, a joke, and incomprehensible. The old scholar said softly, "Silly big guy, don't be too sad. We are scholars. When we read books, we understand what they mean. We are neighbors and friends with the previous generations. After we put down the books of the sages, we will not pass on our responsibilities. If not me, who else can do it?" The old scholar murmured, "If not me, who else can do it?" Lu Shirlu nodded, but he was still a little depressed. Restraining one's nature and heart had always been his forte. Time passed and the sea house grew. In terms of real age, not to mention his fellow disciples, even his teacher and his close friend Bai were not as old as him. They were far inferior. It was just that there was a seniority in learning Tao. That was why the short and thin old scholar beside Lu Shirlu was called Old Scholar. Huaihuang County was now a first-class county of the Dali dynasty. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing of porcelain. Now, almost all the local people had left the small town in the dragon kiln. They had sold their ancestral homes and moved to the state capital to live a happy life. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing supervisor. Now, officials of all sizes could be seen everywhere. Now the peach blossoms bloomed every year. Without the old porcelain mountain and the immortal's grave, there were incense from the civil and martial temples. On the top of the mountains and by the banks of the rivers, there were endless streams of pilgrims. In the past, the small town did not have a county government. Instead, it had an old locust tree that covered an acre of land. Every evening, under the tree, there would be a group of old people talking about old stories and young children who were tired of listening to stories and playing by themselves. During the hot summer, when the children were tired of playing, they would run to the iron lock well and eagerly wait for the family elders to lift the basket from the well. Then they would cut the fruits that were naturally frozen. Even if the weather was hot and the clothes were hot, the water was cold and the knife was cold. It seemed that even the eyes were cold. The old scholar came to the ruins of the iron lock well. The well without the iron chain was still there, but the mystery inside was gone. Now that the government office had removed the restriction, there were fewer people coming to fetch water. This was because the small county was now mixed with good and bad people. Many cultivators came here for the dragon chi, spiritual chi, divine chi, and the chi of the mountains and rivers. Therefore, there was not much of the aura of the market in the small town. It was not as good as the city in the north with smoke rising in spirals and dogs barking. The old scholar suddenly smiled and said, "Your youngest brother was an apprentice in the kiln in his early years. He was very good at it. Later, when he was young, he traveled far away. Because he did not really finish his apprenticeship, he did not work easily. Whether the door gods pasted on each house had spiritual light, the size of the incense burning in the civil and martial temples, whether the flow of the mountains and rivers in the county was stable and orderly, all of these were the knowledge that the eldest brother Chui Dong had perfected. In the Dali dynasty, it was an invisible manifestation of the Great Way. It must be known that the human heart is dangerous, the Tao heart is small, was the first 8 words of the Confucian literature's 16 characters, heart transmission. In Lu Shuryo's eyes, Chui Dong's 100 years of meticulous cultivation in Dali and the Aquarius continent could be said to be lifting the heavy with ease and lifting the light with weight. In his early years, he was not the imperial tutor of Dali, just the embroidered tiger of the sage of literature. There were too many things that he wanted to say to the world. However, Chui Dong's knowledge was getting bigger and bigger, and his temperament was too arrogant. In this life, the only person who was willing to listen to him was Lu Shurlu. Only this taciturn junior brother was worthy of Chui Dong's attention. Lu Shurlu said, "When the golden body of the ancient remnant was broken, my original intention was to give it to the northern mountain as a gift to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-splitting mountain. I did not expect that there would be a strange existence in the dragon-riding alley who could use supernatural powers to collect all the fragments of the golden body." Looking at Wei Shanjun, he did not seem to be surprised and did not seem to have any grudges. The old scholar nodded and said, "The longevity Taoist of the dragon-riding alley has an extraordinary background. She is the incarnation of the ancient gold essence copper coin. She is now an anonymous consecrator of the Luopa mountain. She came to collect the fragments of the golden body and is compatible with the great Tao. Other than Wei Shanjun, the cultivators of the northern mountain could only be confused. Wei Shanjun is also used to being the scapegoat of the Luopa mountain. There is no pressure to have too many debts. So in the future when you meet Wei Shanjun, you have to be more polite. Look at him, he is so generous. He held night banquets one after another without even blinking an eye." Lu Shurlu said, "Then I will go find Senior Brother Zhua later and destroy a few more golden bodies that covet the northern mountain. In advance, I will tell Longevity Taoist to remember to let her give Mount Biyun 50%. The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, "It is indeed a good habit to help others and yourself. Left and right, the one with a one-track mind would not be a big problem for the time being. Even if there was an accident, as a teacher he was not incompetent. Besides, Lu Shurlu was on the left and right of Senior Brother Zhua, so his words were useless. Left and right, this guy liked to put on the airs of a senior brother since he was young. Back then, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was hesitant and unreasonable. In the past, every time the old scholar wanted to drink more wine or open a special kitchen to entertain the 5 Viscera temple, he would urge Blockhead to take care of the 2 sides of the money bag. They would negotiate that if they had money today they would spend it today. If they did not have money tomorrow they would borrow it tomorrow. In the end they never succeeded. Xiaoqi was more honest. When he was free he would go out to set up a stall and help people write spring couplets. Every time he earned some money he would not pass it to Senior Brother Zhua. Then the teachers and students would secretly leave their attendance and first go to the wall outside the house. After burping and dispersing the smell of alcohol, they would enter the house. Lu Shurlu asked, "On the way here Bai also mentioned something to me?" Afterwards, the old man raised his head and looked at the blockhead. Lu Shurlu thought about it and said that it would not count as borrowing money from Bai. It was said that when Bai sent Jun Qian back to the mountains for the first time, he wrote the word magnificent, and deliberately added a little more strong. It implied that his friend Jun Qian had more than a little spirit and had watched the mountains and rivers of the human world for thousands of years. Thinking back to those years, the scholar who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world was able to write such a book. He was indeed not disappointed at all. After sending his friend back to the mountains, when he went down the mountain alone, Bai also wielded his sword in the human world. With one strike of his sword, he split open the yellow river and the heavenly abode. The scholar resisted the heavenly Tao with his own strength and prevented the central divine continent from having to worry about droughts. It also caused the water fortune of the righteous nation to soar by 10%. How high-spirited and vigorous. As a result, Wei Pai, who came from the old deities of the divine water country, naturally held Bai in high esteem. The only person who could be so impolite to Bai was probably this brother Jun Qian, who had once visited the immortals with Bai. Only then did the old scholar smile. He stood up and patted the blockhead's arm with all his strength, praising him, "Shurlu, you have improved. How could there be a senior brother in the world who did not take care of his junior brother? Anyway, there was definitely no such person in the line of the sage of literature." It was not that the old scholar could not get some money by himself. The unification of Tao was vast in the 3 continents. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures could not escape his eyes no matter how well hidden they were. However, there were some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. He still had to talk about the rules of getting money, especially the order of the great Tao. What he got today was unreasonable, but it was inevitable that he would lose it tomorrow. It was not worth it. As a teacher, he did not want to cause trouble for his youngest disciple who was gradually growing up. He brought Lu Shirlu to the Great Scholar Square, which was commonly known as the Crab Square. The old scholar stopped and said, "This is the ascension platform that Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of guarding. In the end it was refined into this state." The old scholar put one hand behind his back and pointed to the sky with the other. There was once a heavenly general who was in charge of guiding the earth immortals to ascend. Of course, the so-called earth immortals at that time knew that the human world was real. They were more valuable compared to the heavenly immortals. As for today's nascent soul and golden core cultivators, they are also called earth immortals. In fact, they are incomparable. This seeking the truth of the immortal realm was, in general, seeking the truth. They wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, be free of tiredness and finally ascend. In that earth-shaking and extravagant battle, this heavenly general was wearing the great frost armor. He was the only one who chose to fight to the death and not retreat. He was given to a certain senior. No, to a senior who was not old at all. That person was nailed to the door with a sword. It was not without reason that the last true dragon in the world had to escape to this place after going through so many hardships. As long as Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was willing to reopen the ascension platform, it would have a slim chance of survival. Since the sky was gone, of course, it could not ascend. However, it would not be difficult to escape to a secret realm that shattered mountains and rivers. However, as one of the most serious criminals in the world, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in a difficult situation. It was no different from a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It was as if he needed to hold incense with both hands above his head every day to prevent the incense from dying out. Naturally, he was not willing to break the rules with the 3 15th level cultivators for a mere true dragon. In the Pro Grotto Heaven, Old Yang used a series of interlinked truths to cover the superficial illusion that the world could see. In fact, it was to hide the biggest truth. This was the real smokescreen. The old scholar stopped by the memorial arch for a long time and looked up at one of the plaques. Lu Shirlu asked, "This time, when the wasteland entered the vast world, that guy named Zhomi had many tricks up his sleeve. Sir, do you know who he is?" Because of his identity, Lu Shirlu was not very interested in the affairs of the world. The old scholar's expression became serious and he slowly said, "His surname is Jia, but I won't say his full name so as to avoid his prying eyes. He was once a student of our Confucian school, so I will call him Jia Sheng." Lu Shirlu immediately understood. It's him. Thinking about it, he felt that it was both unexpected and reasonable. In history, many scholars after Jia Sheng's death felt injustice for him. There were even people who said that Jia Sheng was the greatest Confucian of the generation. Those who said that weren't normal people. The so-called Great Confucian praised Jia Sheng for his talent, boldness, and generosity. It was obvious that within the Confucian school, there were some who had no objections to the current rules. In the Western Buddhist country and the Qingming world, there were no 100 schools of thought. Lu Shirlu asked, "In your opinion, what do you think of Jia Sheng's 12 strategies for peace? A strong dose of medicine can really bring peace." The old scholar smiled and said, "It's a pity that there is a problem. Jia Sheng only cares about treating illnesses. Even if he does save people, the strength of the medicine is too strong. For example, in the surrounding markets, no matter how good the medicine is, after a few years or 10 years, it will most likely become a pot of medicine. How can one not worry? This is just the surface. There is a huge problem, which is that Jia Sheng's knowledge has a fundamental difference with the Confucian orthodoxy." Lu Shirlu asked softly, "Is that why you rejected senior apprentice brother's knowledge?" The old scholar hesitated and shook his head. His knowledge is better than Jia Sheng's because he didn't rebuild the house and nail the windows, leaving only one door. Your senior apprentice brother's knowledge isn't as extreme as Jia Sheng's. The old scholar pointed at the signboards that had lost their luster and asked, "The signboards are hung high up, and the couplets are usually pasted on the wide areas. Why?" Lu Shirlu followed the direction of his finger and answered, "Walking on the wide areas is the best way to walk steadily to the high places." The old scholar nodded his head to show his agreement. He then led Lu Shirlu around the signboard building and told him some inside information through telepathy. There were 4 signboards: not passing on responsibilities, hope for nature, don't ask for external help, and fighting bull. After circling around, they came back to the signboard that said, not passing on responsibilities. The old scholar emphasized on the Taoist issue. The person who said hope for nature on the signboard was the first disciple of Taoist ancestor, the headmaster of Baek Kyung building, who eventually transformed into 3 pure ones with one breath. On Fortune Street in Liju Cave, the scholar Li Shixing, who was replaced by Peaches Li Jiang, was from Confucianism. The one from Xinghua sect was from Taoism. As for the last one, even the old scholar didn't know who he was. Anyway, he thought that he was a disciple of Buddhism. The battle between the 3 sects is only between me and myself. I discuss Taoism with myself, but I stand aloof from worldly affairs. It's like an empty boat coming to touch my boat, but I don't get angry. This was the power of the first disciple of Taoist ancestor. Compared to the other 2 headmasters of Baek Kyung building, the first disciple of Taoist ancestor had a good reputation in other worlds. Moreover, the second disciple of Taoist ancestor and Lu Qin were accepted by him on behalf of their master. Only the last disciple of Taoist ancestor was accepted by Lu Qin on behalf of their master. Lu Shilu frowned slightly. The old elementary scholar patted his arm. Don't think too much. Although Li Shixing, one of the 3, was a late-comer in the Pearl Grotto heaven in the vast world, Shaoqi was the late-comer. Moreover, the first disciple of Taoist ancestor had no intention of targeting Shaoqi. It was more of a ploy by the other 2 sects of Baek Kyung building. Li Shixing had no choice back then. If not for Lu Chen's scheming, the battle between Shaoqi and Li Shixing would have been like the collision of 2 pillars of the river, causing waves to surge. Regardless of the outcome, there wouldn't have been the slightest bit of filth. Perhaps. Even though the old elementary scholar was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't reveal his thoughts to his disciple. The old elementary scholar originally wanted to say, fellow Taoists, establishing sects and calling themselves ancestors, one orthodox and one vice, mutually benefiting from the great Tao. Whether it was Li Shixing, the first disciple of Taoist ancestor, or Shaoqi, once the 2 sides truly began discussing Taoism, they would all be open-minded. It was just that they didn't reach that stage. Now that things had come to this and the overall situation had been decided, there was no point in saying more. Just because the old elementary scholar didn't want to say more about it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. The old elementary scholar didn't advocate repaying evil with good without a bottom line. That wasn't open-mindedness, it was ignorance. Lu Shilu turned his head. He still had to lower his head to see the side of his teacher's face. Teacher raised his head to look at the 4 words. He was also very sad. It's just that he was too lonely. There weren't many people who could drink with him and let him speak freely. The plaque read, not passing on my responsibility. The old elementary scholar didn't retract his gaze for a long time. If not me, who else could it be? Of the lineage of the sage of literature, Shi Jingchun of Pearl Grotto Heaven, Shui Dong of Aquarius Continent, left and right of Tong Yi Continent, Qin Pingon of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Now there's Lu Shilu who has returned to the vast world. A light breeze brushed past his face. Lu Shilu nodded and said, after Senior Brother Chui and the mayor of White Emperor City finished the Rosy Clouds game, he wrote a cursive calligraphy for Zheng Juzhong, no one before, no one after lives in it. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, there was such a thing? Lu Shilu said, after all he lost the game, so Senior Brother Chui didn't have the nerve to say anything. Zheng Juzhong. Look, which disciple of the sage of literature didn't treat others with sincerity? Later the 2 met a handsome young drunkard on the road. It was the supervisor Chao Gingxin and the county governor Yuan Jingding. They were both disciples of Dali's upper pillar state. Supervisor Chao had just finished drinking, and a full wine pot was hanging from his waist. He and the pot were walking leisurely to the yamen for the roll call. Sometimes, when Supervisor Chao was really drunk and couldn't walk, he would ask a familiar young waiter or a child he was familiar with on the side of the road to give him a handful of copper coins as a running fee. The waiter would help him take the wine pot to the supervisor's yamen and put it on the table, which could be considered helping him roll call. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man with a smile. Chao Gingxin also noticed that the short old man in a Confucian robe was sizing him up. Supervisor Chao didn't greet him, but he also didn't want to turn a blind eye. He burped and then walked sideways on the street. He smiled and bowed to the old man who he had never met before. The old elementary scholar nodded his head in greeting. Not all the officials and scholars in the world could be so elegant and unrestrained, but at the same time, there definitely needed to be a few people like that. As for the county governor Yuan Jingding, the more the better. In the old elementary scholar's eyes, there was no difference between the two. They were both outstanding young people. He strolled through the streets and alleys of the small town. He walked past the lonely clay bottle alley and then back to the Dragon Rider alley. The longevity Taoist, dressed in a long white robe, was waiting for him on the stairs. She bowed to the old elementary scholar without saying a word. The old elementary scholar was grinning from ear to ear. The longevity Taoist then took them to the shop where the old elementary scholar freeloaded a few pastries. Lu Shilu also tasted them, but of course he didn't dare to eat to his heart's content. The previous shopkeeper, Shiro, was shocked. She was about to bow to this sage of literature who walked out from the hanging statue, when the old elementary scholar waved his hand with a smile, saying that there was no need. Lu Shilu and the longevity Taoist talked about business. Of course she didn't have any objections. If there were one or two more golden raindrops falling on the northern peak, the lotus root blessed land's empty seats of the mountain deities would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Moreover, as the lotus root blessed land that had just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land in the future, whether it was the number of deities, city gods, or the rank of their golden bodies, they wouldn't lose to the top medium-level blessed lands in the world. Money falling from the sky was a rare thing. It was even rarer for the money to fall into one person's pocket. With the longevity Taoist in charge of the Luopa mountain, money would come rolling in. It couldn't be stopped. Therefore, before the old elementary scholar and the longevity Taoist entered and left, they both thanked her with a smile. The first time, the longevity Taoist only said that it was her duty. The second time, she habitually smiled and accepted it. After leaving the Riding Dragon Alley, the old elementary scholar said, "Your youngest martial brother isn't here. Let's go see your youngest martial brother's best friend. He must be one of the people who protect Chinpingan the most." At the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Shilu saw Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on a bamboo chair and taking a nap under the sun. After Lu Shilu reported his name, Lu Xianyang asked Mr. Wensheng to quickly sit down. He bent down and used his elbow to massage the old elementary scholar's shoulders. He asked if the strength was too light or too heavy. Then he said to Lu Shilu, "Senior and I are from the same family." Same family. The old elementary scholar couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say which family they were from. Lu Shilu also felt that it was interesting. He also didn't say anything. It could be said that he recognized the young man as his family. The old elementary scholar squinted his eyes and enjoyed himself. He told the young man that the strength was just right and that it was comfortable. Then the old elementary scholar imitated the boy who was reading and shook his head leisurely. He said, "Pearls and jade can be easily obtained in the human world. How can I be like Yang Sheni's head?" Lu Xianyang was surprised and said, "How can you know the poem that was just bought from our local county records? It seems that your knowledge is so great that even the vast world can't hold it. At least you have to add the fifth world." Since he was Qin Pingan's teacher, then he could be considered half a teacher to Lu Xianyang. He had flattered him. Lu Shilu was tall and sturdy. He could only sit on the steps. He put his fists on his knees and looked straight ahead, pretending that he didn't hear anything. However, the teacher took it very seriously. This kind of words should be said among family members. Don't spread it. Don't spread it. Otherwise it will easily attract jealousy and hatred. Lu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and said righteously, "Teacher, you are naturally righteous. However, as a student and disciple, if I have the opportunity to say a few words of justice for you, I will not hesitate to do so. You can't have too many nice words." Lu Shilu couldn't help but look at the sincere Lu Xianyang. He had heard from the teacher that this was a Confucian disciple who had been studying in the South continent for many years. Lu Shilu thought back to the scene on Luopa Mountain. Wei Shanjun, the sword immortal, the girl in the pink dress, Qin Wanshu, and the girl in black, Zhou Mili. They all seemed to be very educated and reasonable. He was relieved. As long as his younger brother didn't speak like Lu Xianyang, there would be no problem. The old elementary scholar chatted with Lu Xianyang about some serious knowledge from the books. The old elementary scholar was very satisfied with the questions and answers. The depth of one's studies and hard work indeed depended on talent. However, the sincerity of one's heart didn't depend on talent. After that, the old elementary scholar let Lu Xianyang ask questions. It was another round of questions and answers. From the beginning to the end, Lu Xianyang sat upright and still. The old elementary scholar finally said something to the young man. Xianyang, take it as a lesson for you. Think carefully about how to harmonize the fundamentals of life and the way of life. After nodding, Lu Xianyang stood up and took a few steps back. As a Confucian disciple, he bowed respectfully with his hands folded in front of him. The old elementary scholar stood up and nodded with a smile. I won't follow the example of the Taoist scholars of the future and return the bow, because I have a question that you haven't answered. It won't be too late for me to return the favor in the future. It was as if Lu Xianyang had stepped out of a small world of Confucian orthodoxy. He straightened his back and laughed. Teacher, you are too kind. Lu Shilu understood more than Lu Xianyang. The teacher's question was a big one. In fact, the three doctrines of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism were similar in many ways. For example, in the Record of the Lamp, there was a monk who asked, "What about learning without a place?" The teacher asked, "Where will you settle down and live your life?" The old elementary scholar said, I'm leaving. Lu Shilu quickly stood up and bowed. Junqian, farewell, teacher. The old elementary scholar said, the emperor loves the eldest son and the people love the youngest son. As a teacher, it is inevitable that I will be biased towards my last disciple. Junqian, don't think too much. After all, Qin Pingan is different from the rest of you. He spent the least time by my side and relied on himself the most. He is also the youngest and is still too young. At this point, only then did the old scholar stop talking, because he suddenly realized that even his last disciple was not young anymore. The young man with clear eyes who did not know how to drink wine and who walked through thousands of mountains and rivers in straw sandals, was now 10 years old and was approaching the age of 40. The old elementary scholar sighed and stomped his feet. His figure disappeared. Lu Xianying handed a handful of melon seeds to Lu Shilu. Lu Shilu sat back on the steps and shook his head. Lu Xianying took the initiative to say something. Lu Shilu either nodded or said a few simple words. In the end, the two family members, who met for the first time, became silent. They each had their own thoughts, but neither of them felt embarrassed. In the end, Lu Shilu asked, when you dozed off earlier, I saw the signs of your sword while moving around your body. Were you practicing swordsmanship in your dream? Lu Xianying nodded and said casually, there is a sword manual passed down from my ancestors. The method of practicing swordsmanship is a bit strange. It is a pity that it is not suitable for Qin Pingan. Lu Shilu said, I am also friends with Bai. His swordsmanship is good. In the future, if you encounter a big bottleneck in swordsmanship on your path of cultivation, you can go to him and learn from him. Although Bai has a cold personality, he is actually warm-hearted. If he meets a junior like you, he will definitely be impressed. Lu Xianying turned his head and said with a smile, okay, even if the bottleneck is not that big, as long as Mr. Bai is willing to teach me, I am willing to learn. Lu Shilu nodded. Young people were not narrow-minded but big-hearted. He did not feel that he was giving alms from above. That was good. No wonder he could be friends with junior brother. Just like him and Bai Yi. Lu Shilu stood up and said goodbye to Lu Xianying. He did not like to talk, especially when it came to polite words. Lu Shilu asked Wei Shanjun to help him hide his tracks and return to Luopa Mountain. He planned to stay here for a few more days. When the sky screen opened again, he would be able to receive guests. Instead, she chose to follow the big accountant, Wei Wenlong from the inverted Xian Mountain Spring Banner House, who never showed his face in public, to learn the art of financial calculation. In the dragon riding alley Sui shop, the female ghost, Shi Ro, was wearing the remains of an ascendant realm cultivator. As for the long-lived fellow Taoist, it was even more so. In the straw shop, the blind Taoist, Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao and Tian Jiu'er were the three master and disciple. Jiu'er's blood was a natural talisman spring. Fortunately, they entered Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, their ending would not be too good. They could easily become a money tree for immortals. The black snake, who migrated from Luopa Mountain to Mount Grey Mist to cultivate, was born in Chiduan Mountain and was now in the Dragon Gate realm. After transforming into a human form, it was the black-clothed youth. His face was pale and he was wearing a green crow robe, which was refined from a snake's skin. His alias was Yunzi and his real name was Dezhang. Regarding the matter of his real name, which was equivalent to half of his life, he heard from Xiaomi that it was the decree of the big white goose. Yunzi did not dare to disobey. Fortunately, other than bestowing a name, Shui Dongshan also gave him an immortal treasure that was suitable for flood dragons to cultivate. As a mountain spirit/water monster that was not easy to cultivate, The reason why Yunzi broke through so quickly was related to his own aptitude, but it was not much. It was still thanks to the snake gallstone that Qin Lingjun gave him. As for the hidden python in Yellow Lake Mountain, it had already reached the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. However, the python was still unwilling to walk on the river. Wei Pai, the great mountain lord, had revealed the heavenly secret for Lu Shirlu. It originally had a chance to compete with a certain little loach for the opportunity of the great Tao of water of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, it lost and was unable to leave Black Pearl Grotto Heaven in the end. The python's cultivation aptitude was naturally not bad. It could already transform into a human form. However, it rarely showed up. When it occasionally appeared, it would show up with its real body. It liked to hibernate at the bottom of the lake and silently open up a cave residence of the water monster. The old owner of Yellow Lake Mountain, who had once bought the mountain with gold copper coins, only knew that there was a lake monster at the bottom of his lake because the python had never gone ashore in its human form. However, it was not clear about the level of the lake monster, nor was it aware of such a great opportunity that involved the flow of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven's fate. Otherwise it would not have sold Yellow Lake Mountain to Luapa Mountain. The python's real name was also given to her by Cui Dongshan. It was Buddha Pine on the registry. She would only occasionally leave the water and go ashore to meet Zhou Mili. Zhou Mili still did not dare to go down the mountain alone. She relied on bags of melon seeds to do business with Wei Shanjun. Every month he would throw her to the shore of Yellow Lake Mountain. The woman in yellow had green eyes that were as clear as autumn water. After she went ashore, her entire body was filled with a looming natural mist of water. There was an old pine by the lake. It was also mysterious and restrained. It did not cause any changes in the mountains and rivers for the time being. What a good saying. When did the python not move for 1,000 years? When did the old pine not meditate? She was completely different from the overbearing Yunzi. The real python, the woman in yellow, preferred to be quiet and not move. The latter's nest was called Green Mud Slope. It was located in Grey Mist Mountain. It had the meaning of poisonous flying kites fall, stinky giant pythons pass. The white-clothed youth had once brought the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley to tour Yellow Lake Mountain. When they were near the water, he smiled and said that the great scholar had once written a poem, "Stay to slay the flood dragon below the pond. Don't test the dog on the street." Hearing that, the python at the bottom of the lake buried its head in the mud. As for the dog behind the white-clothed youth, it shivered and lay on the ground. The vassal Yellow Court Country, Red Candle Town, and the old Divine Water Country were all part of Gushu's territory. It was said that the Flood Dragon Cave was endless. It attracted sword immortals to appear between the clouds and water. The sword light descended and killed the Flood Dragon. However, Lu Shirlu did not plan to meet Yunzi and the woman in yellow. He did not want to disturb their cultivation. To be precise, he did not want to disturb their Tao hearts. After all, it was not a good thing for anyone of the water race to meet Lu Shirlu. Only Xiaomi, who carried the golden pole and green bamboo cane every day and patrolled the mountain day and night, did not feel tired. Even if she spent every day with Lu Shirlu, nothing happened. Firstly, this mute lake monster had a low cultivation level. Secondly, Zhou Xiaomi's Tao heart was clear and pure. She was fine. Other than that, there were also some people from Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall who were not on the mountain. After Lu Shirlu familiarized himself with Luopa Mountain, he realized that from the young mountain master to the students and disciples, to the direct disciples of the ancestral hall, and to the consecrators, they were all traveling. The atmosphere was strange. Normal mountains would not be like this. Martial artists, sword cultivators, Confucian scholars, Taoist qi cultivators, all kinds of monsters and female ghosts. There was also that long-lived Taoist with special roots. Yet they got along well. It was strange. Today, Zhou Xiaomi pulled the big guy to sit at the peak of the mountain and accompanied her to watch the silly big sister Tsun practice her fist skills. Her figure became smaller and smaller, making Xiaomi so happy that she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. After Zhou Xiaomi laughed, she felt a little sad without Pei Qian reminding her to be more ladylike. Therefore she planned to say something happy. She turned her head and asked Lu Shirlu softly, "Senior brother half-mountain master, let's guess riddles? I know a lot of riddles. Not to mention big sister Nuanshu, even Pei Qian can't compare to me. She can't think of an answer every time, so she can only be anxious." Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "Go ahead." Zhou Xiaomi coughed. "There is a drum in the sky, hidden in the depths of the clouds. Bang, 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 bang. What is it? Do you know?" Lu Shirlu said, "Thunder." Lu Shirlu glanced at the sky. The ancient god who was knocked down by him was not from the Thunder sect. However, the next one might be. Zhou Xiaomi gave him a thumbs up. Then the little girl began to ponder. Oh, I've met an expert. Little Mealy, who originally wanted to remind the big guy, asked again, there is a grass on the mountain with many pearls. If I don't get it, you'll be running for nothing? Lu Shirlu smiled and said, it's dew, right? In the book there was a saying, for example, the morning dew is long gone. Fortunately, it's safe and sees the light of day again. As for the rest, it's only the morning dew. Zhou Xiaomi crossed her arms and frowned. She thought of a more difficult riddle. There are many chess pieces and the chessboard is big. We can only watch but we can't play. Let me ask you, what are the chess pieces? Lu Shirlu smiled and shook his head. He had once traveled far away from the sky alone and saw the ritual Saint Dharma form with his own eyes. He picked up those chess pieces and stopped those ancient existences. Zhou Xiaomi shook her head and said with a smile, it's difficult, isn't it? It's okay if you don't know. As long as you look up at night, you'll know the answer. Then the little girl looked at the big guy who seemed a little lonely. She said, small stone tablets, one by one, stand in 2 rows at the door. She opened her mouth slightly and chuckled. Lu Shirlu smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. Got it? He's tall and close to the sky. I'm so envious. Xiao Xiaomi held her cheeks and looked into the distance. She was sad, but she was really worried. Senior brother half mountain master, let me tell you a secret. I actually don't like to patrol the mountain that much, but I'm on the mountain every day eating melon seeds and doing nothing. I can't help much. Don't you think I'm worried? So every time I patrol the mountain I run very fast. I'm secretly slacking off. Lu Shirlu nodded. I'll keep it a secret for you. Zhou Xiaomi leaned closer and whispered, then let me tell you a big secret. When I was wandering the martial arts world with the good mountain master in the North Continent, the little girl placed the green bamboo cane and the golden carrying pole by her feet, then stood up and said, I stood in a big basket and knocked on Master Pei Chen's head with all my might. Chen Hao said that a piece of snow cost a chestnut, but I didn't even blink. Lu Shirlu smiled and said, then you're really amazing. Zhou Xiaomi, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became gloomy. He taught me those riddles. If he didn't come home, I would have forgotten. (712). 1 second to remember. Wonderful no pop-up window free reading. Aluopa Mountain, where the mountain master was temporarily absent, was like a gentleman hiding his weapon, waiting for the right time to move. If there was a Tao, then there was a Tao. If there was no Tao, then there was a Tao. There was no such saying in Luopa Mountain. The way of the world is not good, it's not good for the immortals and hermits who keep by Yun and Qingshan Company, so everybody goes down the mountain. However, the truth had not been revealed yet, so Lu Shirlu was not in a hurry. Moreover, with the choice of that little junior brother as a senior brother, he could not ask for more. Therefore, as an outsider of Luopa Mountain who was the mountain master's senior brother, his impression of this mountain was getting better and better. But Lu Shirlu had a big doubt in his heart. Was she the sword attendant who had followed the supreme existence in the past to conquer the world? Was she the so-called spirit of the immortal sword? Or could it be that she was the true master of the sword attendant, but she had deliberately changed her appearance to deceive the later generations? Because in Lu Shiryu's view, the sword attendant or sword spirit did not exist, at least not a complete existence. He asked, but unfortunately she did not give an answer. Her eyes were as cold as ever, and she even disdained to give a disdainful look. Miyu did not accompany Xiaomi to patrol the mountain today, but went to the top of the stairs and found Lu Shirlu sitting on the ground. Miyu sat at the side and said, with Mr. Lu on Luopa Mountain, I am relieved. Miyu planned to take a trip to Old Dragon City with his sword. Therefore Miyu took off the blade-strengthening gourd Haoyang from his waist and said with a smile, I am not asking to die, but just in case I will trouble Mr. Lu to hand it to Longevity fellow Taoist. I will not go to Dragon Riding Alley and be rejected. Lu Shirlu shook his head and said, I will not stay for long. Suddenly he thought of the existence of the Yang family's medicine shop. Luopa Mountain was adjacent to Cloud-Splitting Mountain, and the woman from Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Lu Shirlu changed his mind, Sword Immortal, be careful. When I go south and reach Old Dragon City, I will fight for you. When the time comes, you can return to Luopa Mountain. Miyu was a little helpless. Being called Sword Immortal by Lu Shirlu, why did it sound like a scolding? Miyu was even more helpless. He had to remind him again, my surname is Mi, Even if he called me sword immortal me, it would be a little more intimate, right? Lu Shilu laughed heartily. Sure, me sword deity? Miyu relaxed and looked at the scenery outside the mountains in the distance. He smiled and said, then I will be thick-skinned and accept your kindness. In the battlefield of Old Dragon City, I will pinch my fingers and wait for Mr.'s arrival every day. For some reason, Lu Shilu thought of the young man who practiced swordsmanship in his dream. The man became more and more worried. The people around Junior Brother seemed to be thick-skinned. It was a good thing to be polite with people who were familiar with each other, but it was rare to see people who were so polite, right? According to Teacher, Junior Brother's temperament was gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He was able to scrupulously abide by etiquette. When he was young, his heart was free. When he was older, he became more cautious. He pursued a refined Confucian state. His knowledge was on the path of becoming a great Confucian scholar. He handled matters with a heroic demeanor. Teacher's words had always been targeted when the four of them were studying in the past. He would never praise his disciples. Just like back then when the outside world praised the third disciple of the sage of literature, Teacher only said that Shaoqi's knowledge was all right. He was still far from being a true sage. You old fellows shouldn't spoil his growth by excessive enthusiasm. He could speak Chui Dong, his calligraphy was passable, but his chess skills were SOSO. Look, he couldn't even win against the Lord of White Emperor City. He said that he learned swordsmanship late. The reason he had some skills was due to luck. How could a guy who wasn't even considered a sword immortal have any future prospects? Wasn't that logical? After Senior Brothers got into trouble, Teacher had more to say. You're all senior. Why are you getting angry at a junior? It's not worth it. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Why are you still glaring at him? Don't you know any etiquette? Hurry up and apologize to the seniors. Be more sincere and lower your head. Miyu understood, but he was too lazy to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. It could easily backfire. Mr. Lu, who was abnormally tall, only looked simple and honest, but he definitely couldn't be thought of as a thoughtless person. Although Miyu was a swordsman born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had seen many gentlemen and sages. So he didn't have the face to say some strange things about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. For example, from afar he's Alliance. From close up he's the hidden official. In his hometown quarrels were common. As long as the hidden official was in person, he had never lost, whether it was in the Great Wall of Sword Chi outside the Summer Palace or in the inverted mountain outside the Spring Banner House. But he couldn't stop others from gossiping in private, could he? Moreover, the countless shills of the wine shops and gambling houses seemed to be fiercer than anyone else when they scolded the deputy manager who was in charge of delivering money in private. After all, Lu Shilu was the senior brother of the hidden official. There were some things that Miyu, an outsider with a literary background, couldn't say. If Miyu was really stupid, then was he still the me-sword immortal who had incurred countless love debts? Lu Shilu said, "You should be able to guess that I'm a demi-human." Miyu nodded. "I've seen a lot. It's hard to find it strange." When it came to this, Miyu was like a sword immortal. Lu Shilu didn't say anything else. On Luapa Mountain, a little girl dressed in black was bouncing around. She first accompanied Sister Nwanshu to clean up the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall before patrolling the mountain alone. She was in a good mood today. Perhaps because she had made a new friend, she didn't run as fast as before. At this moment, she was happily calling out to a little girl who was sitting in the water. She was dressed in red and didn't paddle a boat. The big guy couldn't guess what it was. It was a small red jar filled with red dumplings. The big guy didn't know. He still scratched his head. Lu Shilu put his hands on his knees. "Sword immortal, I won't send you off. In the future, when we meet again in Old Dragon City, you won't send me off after we drink." Miyu smiled bitterly. "My surname is Mi," he then smiled. "Mr. Lu, please take care of little Nwanshu and little Millet. Sword immortal, don't worry. With me around, there won't be any what if." Lu Shoyo's promise was said very casually. He then smiled and patted Miyu on the shoulder. "You're a good person." Miyu didn't care about being addressed as sword immortal without the word me. It was useless no matter how many times he cared. The green-robed sword immortal stood up with a smile and cupped his fists at Lu Shilu. Then he rode his sword and flew away, instantly turning into a rainbow and heading south. As he was worried that little Millet would be sad if she saw it, Miyu deliberately restrained his aura and the scene of him riding his sword. The sword light only flashed. However, Miyu still didn't know what Lu Shoyo's evaluation of him was. Previously, Lu Shilu and Lu Xianyang had talked about his good friend Bai Yi. It was that good friend Bai Yi, his swordsmanship is not bad. Lu Shilu continued to be patient and waited for the sky screen to open again. Shanjun Wei Pai was very loyal. As the senior brother of the mountain master, he had to help his junior brother get some favors. Otherwise he would be too ashamed to see Mr. again. Lu Shilu suddenly laughed. Junior brother, you're really too secretive here. Have you already been looked down upon by many people? During the night banquets at Cloud-Splitting Mountain, the head butler of Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian, and Chen Lingjun, who came from the Imperial River, had all appeared. As for Pei Qian, Chen Wanshu, and Zhou Mili, they had gone to Cloud-Splitting Mountain but hid far away to join in the fun. At the night banquet where immortal Master Fu, the large and small city gods, and the gods of mountains and rivers gathered, the three little girls did not attract anyone's attention. In the territory of the northern peak, the Luopa Mountain, which followed closely behind the Dragon Springsword sect, had a deep impression of them. Other than the fact that the young mountain master came from the shabby alley of the Pearl Cave, it was more because of the northern peak's mountain lord. Wei Pai's admiration for the Luopa Mountain was too enviable. Other than that, the relationship between the Luopa Mountain and the Dragon Springsword sect was not bad. It was also very interesting because the Dragon Springsword sect and the Luopa Mountain had rented 3 mountains. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. The key was that it was rumored that the young mountain master, who had made a fortune at the bottom of the market, seemed to have hit it off with the saint's only daughter, Ruan Xiu, before he made a fortune in his early years. This matter was spread with nose and eyes. In addition, the saint Ruan Tong and the only daughter, Ruan Xiu, did not seem to have seriously denied this matter. This was worth pondering over. It was precisely because of Ruan Tong and Wei Pai's protection that the young man surnamed Qin, who had never appeared in the Luopa Mountain, was able to soar into the sky and rise rapidly. He became an immortal mountain that could not be underestimated on the territory of the old Dali. Sitting on half of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, occupying all the construction industries left behind by the bag shop, and at the same time, forming an alliance with the Pearl Hairpin Island that had been moved from the Book Slip Lake. The Golden Core female immortal, Lu Zhongruan, even personally served as the ferry manager of the dragon boat, Turning Ink. It was a pity that this Luopa Mountain was an empty shelf. There had never been a cultivator who could show off. It was said that the young man named Qin Pingon was still a pure martial artist. He was not even a cultivator. The territory was not small, but there were too few people. She squatted down, patted the carrying pole and bamboo cane and comforted them seriously. Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you. Hongxia thought about it, and decided not to ask Zhou Mili about the terrifying Qi on Luopa Mountain. It involved the Great Tao and was a huge matter. He shouldn't drag the little girl into it. So Hongxia only laughed. What story of the Jiang Hu are you going to tell me today? Zhou Mili laughed. I'm a green mountain. Have you heard of it before? Hongxia laughed. I've heard of it. Zhou Mili was startled. Damn it, I can't open the door today. Hongxia suddenly felt a sense of fear. The main culprit that made her not dare to walk on Jiang Xinxi had arrived at Yellow Lake Mountain for the first time. Dragon Springsword Sect, the Lady Ruanxiu. She was an existence that seemed to have ascended to the Aquarius continent's sky screen, and had personally killed an ancient divine spirit. Luckily there was still Zhou Mili who was kept in the dark. When she saw the adorable Sister Xiu Xiu, she waved her hands and said, Sister Xiu Xiu, eat the melon seeds. Ruanxiu smiled and slowly walked to Xiao Mili's side. She bent down and rubbed the little girl's head, and took the big handful of melon seeds. Ruanxiu glanced at Hongxia who was trembling in fear and asked in her mind, Are you really a part of Luopa Mountain? Only know how to eat and wait for death? Why are you still not leaving the lake and walking on the river? Are you planning to wait for me to die first? Hongxia's face turned pale. How would she dare to have such thoughts? She was being wronged. Ruanxiu said, After I leave, immediately go and walk on the river. Hongxia's teeth chattered and could only nod lightly. In fact, she wasn't sure if she really nodded. Zhou Mili blinked her eyes, looked at Sister Xiu Xiu who was eating melon seeds, and then looked at Sister Hongxia and asked softly, Sister Xiu Xiu, why does Sister Hongxia seem to be afraid of you? Ruanxiu laughed. She's timid. She's even smaller than a grain of rice. Zhou Mili originally wanted to laugh, but Sister Xiu Xiu was talking about Sister Hongxia, so she didn't laugh. She didn't forget to stretch out her hand in front of her, and secretly waved at Sister Hongxia, indicating that she didn't. Ruanxiu said, Let's go to the Spiritual Grace Mountain to play? Zhou Mili said awkwardly, I just arrived and I haven't talked much with Sister Hongxia. Yuanxiu said, then you guys talk first, I'll sit at the side. In the end, the black-clothed girl sat in the middle. How would Hongxia dare to sit beside Yuanxiu? After hearing a story about the mute lake, Yuanxiu spread out her handkerchief, picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to Xiaomi. Zhou Mili immediately understood and shook her head to eat the pastry first. Then she would tell a story about the good mountain lord. She had a big basket of them. Like last time, she said that Qinjilan and she met the mountain spirits by chance, and they couldn't recite a poem, and were chased out of the cave by them. Sister Xiao was very happy, and it was the first time Zhou Mili saw her smile like that. At that time, Sister Xiao went from really pretty to the prettiest. Yang family shop. They invited Lu Shirlu to help guard the array. Old Yang also called Yuanxiu. Lu Shirlu was really helpless. It was fine if they didn't meet before, but now that they were face to face, it was really strange. Moreover, there was also that Li Lu, who had a great relationship with them, but couldn't get along because of the divergent path. What was going on with the place where Junior grew up? Old Yang pinned the old tobacco pipe to his waist. Old Yang suddenly looked at Yuanxiu, took the tobacco pipe and said, "Here, help me pass it to him." Yuanxiu nodded and took the tobacco pipe that Old Yang tossed over. Lu Shiryu's eyes lit up and he smiled. The Taoist priest of the Divine Grandeur sect, the military cultivators of True Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the bastard son of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest, Jiang Yun, the two old sword cultivators of Upright Yang Mountain, and the patriarch of the Su family of Clear Wind City who had reached the bottleneck of Soul Nascent Soul, the first disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Donggu and Xialing, the Golden Core cultivator of Luapa Mountain, Chui Wei, and the Golden Core cultivator of Rosy Cloud Mountain, Kai Qinqian. There was also a sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden who had revisited the Dragon Province, Lu Baqiao. Even though the Garden Lord, Huang He, had received a decree from Dali, he had actually directly given up on this fortune of the path of cultivation, only allowing Lu Baqiao to set off. He told his junior brother that he, Huang He, would train with the sword for the rest of his life. He would only use his own sword, and he would not accept any favors from anyone else apart from his master. Lu Baqiao tried to persuade him. In the end, Huang He said to Lu Baqiao, "It's very Li Tuanjing and it's very Huang He himself. Your talent is inferior to mine, so I want to focus on training with the sword for the next 100 or 1,000 years. As the new Garden Lord, your cultivation is too low. You're a disgrace to my master and the Wind and Thunder Garden. You have no right to bargain with me, so hurry up and piss off to the Dragon Province of Dali." Earlier, Yuan Bai, a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Ancestors of Upright Yang Mountain, had asked the Garden Lord of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Huang He. Yuan Bai had taken out his life-bound flying sword, the Jade Stone, that destroyed everything in its path. As a result, although Huang He had not fallen to Golden Core, it was an undeniable fact that his path of cultivation had been damaged. However, even with that being the case, as long as he came to the Dragon Province of Dali, there was hope for him to recover to complete Soul Nascent Soul. As a matter of fact, with Huang He's talent, he might even be able to reach the upper 5 realms. However, Huang He was still unwilling to come here. There were a total of 3 people from the Truth Realm sect, including Sui Yuyu, who had just broken through the bottleneck of the Dragon's Gate realm. In times of great chaos, there would be misery and suffering. The people would be destitute and the mountains and rivers would sink. There would also be countless heroes and ambitious people who would take advantage of the situation and rise up. They would all show off their prowess. In the backyard of the medicine store, Lu Shirlu said, "I'll go wait in the sky screen first, just in case I get flustered and fail to receive guests properly. It'll be more sincere if I receive guests at the entrance." Yuanxiu had just finished eating a pastry. She clapped her hands and said, "Same logic." Old Yang nodded. The imperial tutor of Dali and the Confucian scholar Cui Dong held the Baek Okekyung building in their hands. The corpses of gods sat in the sky. Cui Dong uttered a single word softly. "Kill." On the continent, wherever Cui Dong's gaze could reach, there was a flash of light. He immediately beheaded an immortal great demon. In the area of the 5 peaks, in all the mountains and rivers under the jurisdiction of the Dali vassals, there were many incense burners that were used to worship the 5 peaks. The local civil and military officials led the people to worship the incense day and night. The various city gods and officials, civil and military officials, and mountain and river deities were in charge of inspecting and measuring the quantity of the incense burners. They would report it to the various departments of rights and then submit it to the departments of rights and academies of Dali. Shang clan had already forked out a large sum of money to move the inland mountain ranges to the coast, to create a pass, or to move the coastal mountain ranges that were obstructive to the Dali cavalry to the inland, to create a seemingly natural, but actually man-made, majestic battle line. Next they had to fork out even more money. Immortal money, valley rain money. Snow money, summer money? Naturally they did not have even one, it was too shabby. All in all, Shang clan had to ensure that the vassal forces of Aquarius continent that did not have enough cavalry could defend the pass. They also had to make space for Dali's invincible cavalry to roam freely on the vast plains. Mr. Fan smiled. Everyone go back to your work, spread the money across the continent. All of them obeyed their ancestors' orders and disappeared with the wind. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the few spiritual gods that had appeared before were unstoppable. Ma Ku-Xian had only returned to Aquarius continent's military ancestral court, Zhenwu Mountain, and not long after he returned, he met with the spiritual gods that had descended from the heavens to visit Aquarius continent. Ma Ku-Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had also ordered 10 ancient spiritual gods to return the favor and attack the heavens. There was also the Nanyu Great Mountain Lord, the only female mountain lord, Fan Junmao, whose golden body was over 10 kilometers tall. She held a portion of the ancient moon, Truth, which was secretly given to her by Lady Gui. In Fan Junmao's hands, the crescent moon was like a bow, pulled to a full moon, using the pure light of the sun and moon as the bowstring and arrow. When the arrow was shot out, regardless of whether it was to kill the ancient spiritual gods in the sky, or to kill the great demons in the sea, it had a might that could shake the heavens and earth. On the Dragon Ascension stage in Old Dragon City, there was a lady, GQ, her golden eyes stared at a king great demon in the sea far away. The other party was also looking at GQ. GQ's mouth twitched, she slowly raised her hand, and made a gesture of breaking Imperial Concubine Fei's neck. Book Slip Lake. An elegant old man with a laurel belt stood on the shore of an island. Sect Master Wei Ying of the True Realm sect was moved, but she didn't use the Mountain River View divine power to look into the distance. Hundreds and thousands of strange spirits, without exception, were all Yin spirits who could still maintain a little bit of their true spirit after hundreds and thousands of years. They all surged out of the lake and returned to the human world. When they were alive, they were all at the Book Slip Lake, a lawless place filled with wild cultivators. Throughout history there were many people who died suddenly. Some were innocent, some deserved it, and some didn't deserve to die, but they still died here. Then they gathered around the old man and looked at the Book Slip Lake. Year after year people's hearts remained the same. Year after year life and death were uncertain. The strong wantonly killed the weak, and the weak didn't know what they did wrong. They probably felt that their cultivation was too low, and that was all. In the end, all the Yin spirits and ghosts inevitably had the same question. Between the bottom of the lake and the shore, which was the world of the living and which was the world of the dead? In the end, a haggard young man from another city came here and answered the question in the hearts of the countless Yin spirits and ghosts that lingered after death. Gukan was wrong to kill indiscriminately. He was also wrong to not kill Gukan. The customs of the Book Slip Lake would be wrong even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Some mistakes in doing things and the pain in one's heart would definitely be painful for a lifetime. Because in the world what was wrong was wrong. There were a total of 24 mountains along the coast of the continent. There was a white-clothed young man who had buried 24 bamboo scrolls. The group of mountain spirits was majestic. Like an unprecedented army of ghosts passing through, they rode the wind towards the 24 mountains. The old man finally went to the Verdant Canyon Islands ferry. He stood there and looked down. That day, after the young man fell asleep due to exhaustion, Ruan Xiu and Zhong Kue had come to visit the young man who was lying on the ground snoring. Actually, it was not just the two of them. The old man laughed. The boundless universe was full of strange things. The old man raised his head again. He saw that the Aquarius continent did not have the 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation. Instead, it had the 24 heavenly times formation that was even more majestic. The formation followed the flow of time, protecting the continent without any gaps. A middle-aged ascetic monk who was traveling with alms bowls had once traveled all over the continent year after year. He chanted once. Wherever his feet touched in the past, on the ground, between the wells, beside the mountains and rivers, in the bustling and secluded places, lotuses appeared. The final continent, the Aquarius continent, resembled a vase on a bookcase somewhere in the mortal world. Inside the vase there was a huge golden lotus flower. 12 sword boats that were as big as mountains were placed behind the front line of the battlefield, hovering behind Old Dragon City. There was a dense group of military soldiers using a secret method to beat drums to strengthen the momentum, adding a mysterious heavenly time to the sword boats and flying swords. On the flying swords, the talisman sect cultivators had already racked their brains, sparing no expense and spiritual energy to inscribe the cloud pattern secret records on every flying sword. In a moment, the flying swords were as dense as a storm, flying towards the demon army that was attacking the city. Although the Aquarius continent had the smallest territory in the world, it was the only continent that not only had a stable defensive position, but also had the strength to launch a magnificent attack against the savage world. Vassal King Song Jisin did not guard the Dali capital in the middle of the Aquarius continent, and did not even move the vassal residence to the relatively stable southern peak mountain. He stayed in Old Dragon City all his life, along with the 2 Dali military officials who were the highest-ranking hunting inspector Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan, as one of the backbone of the southern battlefield. But the 2 great generals would not be in the city, but on the ground behind Old Dragon City, waiting for the battle. And Dali Song Mu, who was no longer the young noble of Clay Bottle Alley, was now clenching his fists, his eyes were red. The war had been going on for a year, but the vassal king did not have the slightest intention to retreat. It was said that the savage world had once used tens of thousands of sword cultivators and sword chi to challenge the Great Wall. Song Jisin stood on the top floor of the vassal residence, his hands pressed on the railing, the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He laughed angrily. "Come. Challenge the Great Wall of Dali again." A gentleman from the Lakeview Academy, after arriving at Old Dragon City before leaving, he bowed to the teacher of the headmaster of the academy. He was going to the front line of the battlefield. The gentleman held a jade porcelain bottle which was crystal clear as if it was filled with thunder and lightning, like a small thunder pool. In fact, the thunder and lightning in the bottle were the subtle manifestation of the sage's words. After bidding farewell to the teacher, he had a private conversation with a young man from the academy who came from the same hometown. Lu Yong was enraged, his hair and beard standing up. "No matter how strong the wind is or how fierce the thunder is, how dare you pull out the 1,000-year-old tree under my house?" In the end, the old nascent soul smiled bitterly and told the direct disciples to live well in this foreign land. It had not been easy for them to escape to this place, so they shouldn't die so easily. Even if they made a fool of themselves, they should cultivate well in the future and concoct more good pills. Finally, the old cultivator looked at the youngest children. His expression was relieved. "With my death, the number of people who would laugh at you for living like dogs in Treasure Vase Continent would lessen. It would be much easier for the younger generation to gain a foothold in Treasure Vase Continent." A monk from a large temple came to the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and stood in the air, causing ripples. The monk finally sat in the air with his palms clasped together. The bodhisattva's hooks and locks, the bones of 100 people resonate. His body was like a pagoda, emitting light like fire. There was an unknown Taoist sect's expert who rode on a treasured boat and rode the wind to this place. He had a leisurely expression as if he was here to enjoy the scenery. The old Taoist unleashed a divine ability that transformed beings into soldiers. The talisman papers were as many as the paper money that the commoners threw out. Above the sea of clouds, there were hundreds of talisman puppets that were a few meters tall. The vast area between Old Dragon City and Southern Peak stretched as far as the eye could see, and the ground was surprisingly flat. There were 2 groups of Dali iron cavalry roughly lined up in a line and stationed there. Like a tide, they were still and unmoving, waiting for the enemy. A military general who had not donned his armor was patrolling the battlefield on horseback, and had a blade and spear, otherwise he would not be used to it. This high-ranking Dali hunting envoy suddenly stopped his horse, 1 man and 1 horse, and faced the south. "My Dali iron cavalry from the north to the south, we will break through a continent. Wherever the horse hooves reach, their ability to kill, not to mention a continent, the entire world knows. Now, wherever the horse hooves stand, they will kill countless demons." General Su Gaoshan lightly lifted his iron spear and pointed to the south. "If they dare to come here, I will crush them all into powder." Emperor Dali Song he remained in the capital of the north. After the court session ended, he ordered the eunuchs to temporarily retreat, and walked alone under a tall red wall. Under the instructions of the imperial tutor, he, as the emperor, issued a series of imperial edicts with the same content. Those who received the imperial edicts were all the vassal lords of a continent. If Dali lost this war, the mountains and rivers of a continent would be destroyed, and everyone would have no country to speak of. However, if Dali won this war, all the vassal lords of a continent, the 30 countries with the highest proportion of people who died in battle, could be restored, and they would be separated from the Song clan's territory. Even if there was only one person left, the Dali dynasty would take the initiative to help him restore his country. At most, in 100 years, they would definitely become one of the strongest countries in the future, and become allies with Dali for generations. Emperor Dali personally swore to the 5 sacred mountains that if he violated this agreement, the Song clan would be cut off. Before the imperial edicts were issued, there was a question and answer between the monarch and the minister, as well as the teacher's student. Chuidong asked Song He. Imperial tutor asked the emperor. The teacher asked the student. Your Majesty, if this is the case, Dali might not even be able to keep its position as one of the 10 great dynasties in the future. But if this is the case, you, Song He, as a descendant of the Song clan, will definitely become a wise emperor for thousands of years. How to choose is up to you, Song He. Song He smiled and said, Imperial tutor is underestimating the tolerance of a student. There are so many 10 great dynasties in the world, how many emperors and monarchs are worthy of leaving their names in history for thousands of years? Song He wants the descendants of the Song clan to face the portraits of their ancestors when they worship their ancestors. They will stand under my portrait for the longest time, and they will be fascinated the most. When Embroidered Tiger heard the answer, he smiled and nodded. Song He had a question and couldn't help but ask, I only have one question. If I don't agree, won't I let Imperial tutor fulfill his wish? Cui Dong smiled and said, Your Majesty is well aware. Emperor Dali laughed and said, What a good embroidered tiger. Finally, the emperor looked at the imperial tutor who had overstepped his boundaries. Cui Dong nodded. The emperor had a sad expression. With embroidered tiger by his side, it was inevitable that he, as the emperor, would feel constrained. However, if the Great Li dynasty really lost this embroidered tiger, how could he, Song He, not be flustered? Cui Dong finally said slowly, Qi Jingchun and I have left so many different scholars for the Dali dynasty. Even if Dali's territory is reduced by half, there is still a great chance for it to rise again in the future. It's a pity that you may not be able to see it with your own eyes when you are still alive. I can only say that in this matter, you and the previous emperor will end up in a similar situation. There is indeed a great regret. It can be seen that it is Dali's fortune to have an imperial tutor like me, but it may not be the fortune of you 2 emperors. It's just a small misfortune. Dali and Song He are both very fortunate to have such an opportunity and such a magnificent feat with your help. The emperor bowed to the old man and said softly, Then I will bid farewell to you. Song He exhaled heavily and slammed the wall with his hand. Then he supported himself against the wall and said in a deep voice, Together we will stop the fall of the heavens. A eunuch in an official's robe suddenly walked forward quickly and then stopped quietly. He said softly, Your Majesty, there are people coming from the north. Song He was in high spirits. He quickly walked to the area between the 2 walls and looked up. Although he was destined not to see them, as those people would not come to Dali's capital so early, Song He couldn't help but take a look. Now, the eastern Aquarius continent and the north continent, under the heaven's influence, were like a continent's territory. Venerable fiery dragon, Li Lu, and the Ascendant Realm woman were still in charge of guarding this sea path. Both sides guarded the bridge that connected the 2 continents, one on the left and one on the right. A large group of sword cultivators from the North Continent followed the path and went south to the Aquarius continent. The first sword celestial of the north, by Shang Taihui sword sex patriarch Huang Tong floating duckweed sword lake. Other than the sword cultivators, there were venerable fiery dragons 2 disciples, Yuan Ling Hall of the Shen Finger lineage and Bai Yin lineage. The Deyuan dynasty's Chong Xian Shu, the Taoism sect's perfected person, the Hemp sect leader Zhu Quan, and the white bone sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the female heroic spirit Pu Chang. Jingguan City's Gao Cheng had once opened the heaven and earth restriction and let Pu Chang worship his sword. Now that Gao Cheng had left the Guiming Valley, the cultivators of the Linen sect had nothing to do. As for Pu Chang, who died in this ancient battlefield, she chose to go to another battlefield. She took it as a silent farewell to her sweetheart that she couldn't let go of. Since she was destined to not be able to become a couple with him, why should she drag him down and make him unable to become a Buddha in the human world? Liking someone shouldn't be like this. The sword celestial of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent, Wei Jin, once crossed continents to challenge the North Continent's heavenly monarch, Xieshur. This time he was also traveling with the heavenly monarch, Xieshur. Both of them could be considered as returning home. Floating duckweed sword Lake Shirkai was with her eldest disciple, Rong Chang. Before leaving, she told her two direct disciples, Qin Li and Gao Yuqing, that she was going to take a look at the old dragon city. In your hometown, my master's foreign land, I killed many demon beasts. There's no reason for me to not kill some demon beasts in my hometown, How Ran world. Wouldn't I be a joke in front of my good friend, Liu? How can I put on the airs of a master in front of you two children in the future? However, Li Kai had another reason, which she was too embarrassed to tell her junior disciples. Over there, it was the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent. There was no need to be separated from the North Continent by a continent, so she could be closer to a certain heartless man. After returning home, Li Kai kept hearing about the situation in the Tongyi continent. It was as if the knot in her heart had been untied. That heartless man had let her down. In fact, he had also let down the hearts of many infatuated women. However, in the end he did not let down the responsibility that a man should have. This kind of Jiang Shangzhen was worthy of Li Kai's sadness and love. When they were traveling south to cross the sea, no matter if they were sword cultivators or not, none of them had a heroic look on their faces. Their state of mind was calm, because it was as if they were doing something normal and natural. The cultivators of the North Continent, behind closed doors, no matter how much they fought, schemed against each other, used flying swords, cultivators and martial artists to fight against their own people. However, when the general trend came, the cultivators of any other continent could be missing, but the North Continent could not be missing. When people went south, their chivalry went south. Lu Shirlu drank wine with Miyu at the dusty medicine shop. However, Miyu, who was supposed to go north, said that he would return to Luopa Mountain later. Lu Shirlu drank an extra jug of wine with his sword immortal. On this day, Madame Gouet, who was worshipped by the Fan family, suddenly came to the dusty medicine shop. Lu Shirlu said, I am more surprised that you would do this. Whether it was Lu Shirlu or the world's most orthodox Moon Palace seed, Madame Gouet, accurately speaking, they could be considered as remnants of the ancient times. The books of the future like to talk about the strange and bizarre immortals. They said that there were ancient immortals on the distant sea, and that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In fact, to the two of them it was not a strange person or strange thing. They had looked down on the earth from the sky. They saw the human race appear, saw the human race climb the mountain, and finally saw the human race ascend to the sky. In the center of the Aquarius continent. A big blasphemy. The night was calm and peaceful. On a small boat, a child was struggling to support the wormwood. But there was a lazy young man in white, lying at the bow of the boat, his snow-white sleeves drooping into the water. Under the moonlight, the white sleeves became whiter. The young man closed his eyes and sang loudly, the spring water carries the boat carries the people, the spring water is in the sky together. The young man suddenly sat up and complained bitterly, the heavens do not pity me, the singer, for suffering. Cui Dongshan rubbed the corners of his eyes with one finger on each hand. He wanted to cry with grief and indignation. But before he could squeeze out tears, he saw two people walking together. One came from the skeleton beach of the North Continent, and the other came from a place even further away. Jingguan City's Gao Cheng. Cui Dongshan came behind the child who was supporting the wormwood and slapped the back of his head. What are you doing? Turn around and call Big Brother. This is your big brother. On the shore, Gao Cheng finally knew why he had been uneasy all these years in the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City, even though there were no internal or external troubles. As for the old monk who wandered here from the Qinghuan kingdom in the southeast of a continent. Wearing a shabby kasaya, the old monk walked by the water. The mist condensed into clouds and the clouds formed a kasaya. The moonlight reflected on the water, and the water reflected on the Bodhi heart. Brother Gao supported the wormwood with all his might, and Cui Dongshan paddled with all his might. When Gao Cheng saw this, he felt that he should not have come to see this person. It was too disgusting. In the night, the sky of the Fuyao continent had already fallen into the hands of the wasteland world. This meant that the accompanying saint of the one temple who guarded the sky of the continent was gone. Bai Yi and the old scholar hovered in the air. They were like immortals in the galaxy. The old scholar looked troubled. Brother Bai, do you really want to do this? The wasteland world does not have any sovereign stage demons to provoke you this time. Bai Yi was too lazy to say anything. The old scholar chuckled. As expected of Bai Yi, as expected of the Bai, I once begged for poems and words. You know best that I'm not a shameless person, so I'll make an exception for you. Bai Yi did not want to say anything. The most proud swordsman in the world, the most famous immortal poet, looked down at the broken mountains and rivers of the human world. I, Bai Yi, will not do anything. Even if you are the vice leader of the One Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace, it is useless to persuade me. If I, Bai Yi, want to do something, even if you are from the One Temple or a sovereign stage demon, if you want to stop me, then please try. The old scholar closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the sounds of the continent. The clouds moved, the flowers bloomed and withered, the elders gasped for breath, the children cried. Bai Yi used his thumb to lightly touch the hilt of the celestial sword at his waist, waiting for the old scholar's answer. When he got the answer, he, the frustrated person, would leave the sword one continent. The old scholar mumbled, in a time of peace, no one would wear flowers, no one would coax wine, no one would care about drunkenness. That is also the way of the peaceful world. Today the Fuyao continent was a place where no one would bury the dead. The Buddhists said that this world was the whirling world, which meant tolerance. It meant that the way of the world was lacking in every way. But even if that was the truth, everywhere in the human world, the spring rain, the apricot blossoms would fall, and the carriages and horses would travel slowly in the spring. The scholars at the foot of the mountain who did not know any spells and supernatural powers, when drunk, dared to say that they would draw the river into their cups and pour it on their breasts. The bright moon did not know that the ruler had left, and late at night, it still shone on the window. When a woman was alone in her hometown, she would turn her eyes and pray that the ruler would be like the moon, and the night would be bright and clear. When the strong person unsheathed his sword, the sword gleam would not only go towards the strong person, but also towards the general situation. The old scholar's sleeves billowed as he waved his hands, starlight sparkled. Bai Yi also pulled his sword out of the scabbard. He did not really unsheath his sword, but thousands of sword gleams fell on the mountains and rivers of the continent. In the places in the Fuyao continent that were lucky enough not to be affected by the war, as long as there were still books in the schools, a sword gleam as cool as snow would quietly descend. In this day and age, reading books was still useful. Each person wielded a sword, and the sword gleam turned into thousands of sword gleams. They were enemies with the demons of the continent. Bai Yi finally said, "Old scholar, no matter how annoying your nagging is, it is better than not nagging at all." The old scholar said, "It is enough." Bai Yi wielded his sword and went to the human world. The old scholar was silent for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Bai Yi's poetry is unrivaled, and dispels the worries of the ages. The old scholar suddenly wrung his hands. These words should have been said before Brother Bai left. In the wilderness, at the foot of Mount Tuoyua, a sloppy man who could not even drink the northwest wind was in an awkward situation, like a tortoise carrying a mountain on his back. He could only mind his own business and keep on nagging. A tortoise who did not listen to his chanting? Li Huai, you little bastard, your mouth is really poisonous. An old blind man, leaving his own mountain for the first time, accompanied by a bony old dog, came to visit this bastard Alliance. After all, it was not enough for one person to watch a good show. The old blind man did not get too close to Mount Toyua. After all, he was not here to fight. He only stood 1,000 miles away, his head tilted and his ears perked up. He happened to hear Alliance's nagging and was very happy. Bastard, back in the Great Wall of Sorchi, you used to stroll around my house. Didn't you like to jump around? Why aren't you jumping around now? The old blind man touched the ground with his palm and sneered. Back then, who was the one who shamelessly boasted in front of me, saying, "With such swordsmanship, you don't need such looks, with such looks, you don't need such swordsmanship?" Alliance was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Hey old blind man, are you here to help me move the mountain? You don't know how comfortable it is to have a mountain rubbing your shoulders. Don't worry about me. If you dare to, I will call you uncle." Now that the hero was in trouble, he could only whisper, "Old blind man, you have been blind for 10,000 years and you can't see my handsome face." He could lose, but he could not lose. A good habit had to be maintained. The old blind man laughed and said, "Seeing such a beautiful scene, I am at a loss for words." The old blind man felt that the old dog that was running around his feet was a hindrance, so he kicked it away. The skinny old dog rolled a few times in grief and indignation. "I'm kind enough to remind you that you shouldn't stay here for too long and that you should quickly finish chatting and go home." The old blind man remembered something and laughed. "Who is Li Huai?" Alliance laughed and said, "My good brother is your good brother, old blind man." The old blind man didn't care. Just from that prophecy of the child, I like him very much. Alliance scolded, "Blind man, your fart is pleasing to the eye." The old blind man planned to leave. Alliance didn't urge him to stay and only swallowed his saliva. Us brothers are eating dog meat in the winter, old blind man, you have a very good conscience. The old blind man raised his hand and the two words Li Huai appeared on his palm. He stared at the name on his palm for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Li Huai, I'll remember it." Alliance was stunned. "Li Huai, can I call you Uncle Li? Your mouth is really blessed. Old blind man, help me pass a message to that kid. Get him to tell Alliance to quickly go home and eat meat." Then he said sadly, "Damn it, I'm really convinced. Li Huai, you are my uncle. Is it too late for me to agree to be your brother-in-law now? Is it okay?" The old blind man had a complicated expression and said, "It's not like you can't leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you willing to waste your sword will and cultivation like this every day? Do you really think you have completely stabilized the 14th realm? If you are so capable, why didn't I see you pierce through the sky when I was at the door? Oh, you like to pretend to be a great sword immortal of the 5th realm? You really have perseverance." Alliance bitterly laughed dryly and then fell silent. Damn it, the old blind man didn't talk like this in the past. Today he was actually being eccentric. He didn't know who he learned it from. The old blind man retracted his hand and stood up. "Who can you blame if you don't leave?" In the vast world, opening the canopy of the sky attracted many ancient gods. At the foot of Moon-bearing Mountain, the earth veins were opened and countless malicious ghosts and spirits emerged. Therefore, Alliance wanted to leave this place. Firstly, it was because of the weight of Moon-bearing Mountain. Secondly, it was because of his conscience. He didn't dare, or rather, whether he was willing to release those creatures of the underworld and let them escape from the Western Buddhist kingdom to this desolate world. Then, they would be led to the vast world by the Moon-bearing Mountain Grand Ancestor. Alliance suddenly said, "Old blind man, open your eyes and look at the world. It's different now." The old blind man who had his back facing Moon-bearing Mountain stopped in his tracks. He put his hands behind his back and seemed to be looking up at the sky. "Really?" Alliance couldn't free his hands. Otherwise, he would have definitely patted his chest and said, "Trust me once. Otherwise you're my father." The old blind man still didn't turn around. He smiled and said, "I don't dare." He had been living in seclusion in the small country in the North Continent. On this day, Li Shixing, who was studying in seclusion, bade farewell to the scholar who was supposed to be called Li Baozhou and said that he was going on a long trip. After Li Shixing returned to his courtyard, he asked the servant, Cui Ci, to continue cleaning the courtyard every day and study diligently. For the first time, the Confucian scholar Li Shixing hung the peach talisman on his waist. When he took a step and landed on the ground, he had already arrived at the central continent from the North Continent. The saints guarding the canopy of the two continents did not stop this phenomenon. Instead, they nodded and bowed to Li Shixing, who had traveled across the continent for an instant. How could the sect leader of the Baek Okekyung building, even if he was only one of the 3 clones, not be able to receive such treatment? Li Shixing stretched out his hand and patted the peach talisman. This trip to the central continent was silent. Even the saints of the canopy of heaven could not detect it. Li Shixing did not go to the Confucian temple of the central continent or the mountains of the immortals. Instead, he found an inconspicuous middle-aged man in a market at the foot of the mountain. Beside the man was a strange young man. In Li Shixing's eyes, the person he saw was the person of the future. It was like being pieced together by 2 pieces of paper. The yang spirit and yin spirit overlapped but did not completely merge. It was still the yang spirit's external body and the yin spirit that had yet to return. The yang spirit was the body of a man, but the yin spirit was the body of a woman. It was as if it was waiting for the real body. Only then could the two truly return and become a complete person. Li Shixing was not willing to continue looking at the secrets of the heavens. Perhaps if he focused on looking with the man beside him with Li Shixing's current Tao techniques, he might not be able to see the location of the real body. However, Li Shixing already knew the background of the female yin spirit that was not here. She came from a blessed land and was now called Lu Kai. She was in the Aquarius continent. Li Shixing bowed and said, "Greetings, Zhou Zi." Adding the suffix Z to a surname was a great honor. The school of yin yang in the world had always had the saying, talking about heaven, Zhou, and talking about earth, Lu. Zhou and Lu were 2 different surnames. The former was dying and did not have much influence. The latter was the school of yin yang in the world and was fully deserving of the title of the most powerful family. The man in front of Li Shixing, who looked dull, had monopolized half of the world of knowledge and was known as talking about heaven's affairs. As for the Lu family of the school of Yin Yang in the talking about earth, they were the descendants of Lu Qin, the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building, who was Li Shixing's junior apprentice brother. The ancestor of the Lu family of the school of Yin Yang was named Lu Qin. It could be considered as a joke of the heavens. It was extremely compatible with Lu Chen's style of, I roam freely in the human world. However, Lu Qin could no longer be considered as the junior apprentice brother of Li Shixing and the other two. This was because Lu Qin followed suit and took in a disciple of a Taoist ancestor. The latter's Taoist name was Shan Qing. Shan Qing was a homonym of the three pure ones. Naturally, it was a heartless person like Lu Qin. The man, who was half a Taoist, politely bowed to Li Shixing and said, "Greetings, head chief." Li Shixing straightened his back and tilted his body slightly to avoid the greeting. He smiled and shook his head. It's still not counted for now. Moreover, it might not be counted in the future. The man said bluntly, "Since the head chief is here, you should have calculated that I was the one who plotted against the head chief and the descendants of the Li family in Fortune Street. I wonder if you're here to condemn me or to seek enlightenment?" Li Shixing smiled and did not speak. He turned to look at the young man with a string of small gourds hanging from his waist. Two of them were related to the school of Yin Yang. As for whether he wanted to return them, it was completely unnecessary. There were different theories about how a bow attracted the sages of the three sects in the early years. In the end, the gains and losses were the same regardless of who or where they were. The 9-blade strengthening gourds left behind in the vast world were the same in the eyes of Li Shixing both in the past and in the present. Li Shixing said to the man, "I'm just confirming some things. I'll discuss the Tao with you in the future." The man smiled and nodded. "I couldn't ask for more. It's been too many years." Li Shixing retracted his smile and said, "But you can stop with the Aquarius." The man nodded. "I've already stopped. Many of the small matters of the past and the major matters of the future were all done in his hands. The difference between that useless junior sister and him was more than thousands of miles." Li Shixing bade farewell and left. Beside the man, the young man who had not spoken a word was brought to and out of a blessed land by the man. The young man had stayed in the Tongyi continent for many years and visited a Taoist temple many times. Within the great Duan dynasty of the central divine continent. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman in red held a white horse with one hand and a wine flask with the other. She raised her head and drank. She was pleasantly surprised and embarrassed. She hid the wine flask behind her back and smiled. She called out softly, "Brother?" "How long do you want me to wait?" Cui Dong said indifferently, "Not too long." In the middle of the Jinjia continent, a slender young woman with dark skin carried a book box and held a mountain walking stick. She found Chao Xi. She first said that she was the first disciple of her master, Qin Pingan, and then called herself Pei Qian. Then she said that she wanted to fight 3 rounds with Chao Xi. But now that the battles were endless, she did not dare to delay Mr. Chao from killing the enemy with his fists. She waited and practiced her fist technique on the battlefield. Chao Xi was still the same. She smiled and nodded, saying that there was no problem. Yu Zhuanfu was the most shocked. Was she the tan little girl who traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi? He saw her a few times back then and he could tell that she was a clever little girl. How did she change so much? However, Yu Zhuanfu immediately thought about it. It had been many years since they parted, so it was normal for her to grow faster. The only thing that didn't make sense was what realm Pei Qian was at. Did she fall from the sky? Was Pei Qian really a pure martial artist? After that, among the pure martial artists on the battlefield in the center of Jinjia continent, only Yu Zhuanfu and a 9th realm old martial artist could barely fight side by side with Chao Xi. There was another woman with the surname Pei who was younger than Yu Zhuanfu, but at the same realm and with a better foundation. She was quiet, but she did not lack etiquette. In fact, it was the opposite. She was very polite when she interacted with people between the battles. Later, everyone felt that this young martial artist was probably a person who did not like to talk. Zhu Mei and Jin Mingjun sneaked to Jinjia continent and found Yu Zhuanfu without any mishaps. Zhu Mei still liked to call sister Yu Zhuanfu, Zaishi Zaishi. When she found out that Pei Qian, who came out of nowhere but was unknown, had reached the bottleneck of the far travel realm a few years later at the age of 20, Zhu Mei was almost scared half to death. In this foreign land, Pei Qian still punched a lot and spoke very little. But with Zhu Mei, Pei Qian would occasionally talk more. Because Sister Zhu Mei had the same surname as old chef, Pei Qian was unreasonably close to Zhu Mei. That day Pei Qian left the battlefield later than Yu Zhuanfu, but it was a pity that she left earlier than Chao Ci. She was once again alone by a river. After washing the bloodstains on her clothes, she stared at the river in a daze. In the past, when they were on the mountain in their hometown, they might have been lying on the second floor of the bamboo house, sitting at the stone table by the cliff, walking on the mountain road together, stepping on the white jade railing together, or sitting at the old chef's table. When Pei Qian was a child, he often chatted with Zhou Mili about trivial things that were not a big deal. The white clouds leave without saying hello, the moonlight comes without knocking. Little Mili, don't you think it's infuriating? How can we make them stay and beat them up? Sister Pei Qian, it's simple. We'll practice martial arts every day so. When the time comes, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Sister Pei Qian, why don't you call me protector of the right and vice branch leader? I haven't done that today. It's okay if you don't call me now, but don't forget it before it gets dark. Little Mili, listen, the wind is fighting with the bamboo leaves, the birds on the branches are persuading them. Haha, Sister Pei, I also heard it. Sister Pei, I didn't lie to you, I really heard it. In all honesty, if I lied, I wouldn't be the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. The heavy snow has covered the green mountains with layers of blankets, and the stream has eaten the rocks one after another, growing day by day. Yes, the little girl first became a little river woman, then became a river lady and finally fell into the sea, married far away. So I don't want to be a river woman. By the way, Sister Pei Qian, are you in a hurry to grow up? Not really, but a little, but Master told me not to be anxious. That's right, Sister Pei Qian listens to the good mountain lord the most. If I don't grow up, I won't grow up, I don't want to tiptoe and can't reach Sister Pei Qian. When Pei Qian recalled these words later, they were very silly conversations. It was something that happened on Luopa Mountain many years ago. At that time, Pei Qian was only slightly taller than little Mili, and about the same height as Sister Nuanshu. Pei Qian looked at the other side of the river in a daze. Yu Zhuanfu came to her side and laughed. What are you thinking about? Your hometown in the Aquarius continent or your master? Yu Zhuanfu liked to come to Pei Qian's side to listen to stories. Pei Qian did not speak much, and only when the two of them were in private, Pei Qian would talk to Yu Zhuanfu about the times when she accompanied her master to travel the world. Pei Qian did not answer the question this time, and only stood up and called out to Yu Zhuanfu, Sister Zaishi, and then sat down together. Yu Zhuanfu realized that Pei Qian's mood was especially bad today and did not speak. Pei Qian took the initiative to speak. She turned and laughed. Sister Zaishi, do you know where are the two furthest places in the world? Yu Zhuanfu found it strange that Pei Qian's mood suddenly improved and shook her head. How would I know? Pei Qian hugged her knees, looked at the other side of the river and said softly, when I was young I accompanied my master on the way home, and once I gave him a small gift. He was especially happy, and secretly told me about a small matter. Beside a small stream my master was stewing fish and asked me such a question. Of course I did not know the answer like Sister Zaishi, and so I made a bunch of random guesses, but my master just laughed and shook his head. Speaking till here, Pei Qian laughed to herself. The slightly tanned female martial artist, upon closer inspection, was actually a good-looking lady. Whenever her master laughed with her, Pei Qian's world was actually like the moon in the sky. Pei Qian continued, in the end, my master told me that he felt that the furthest journey was not some faraway place, not to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, not even to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but when he was young, he encountered a rainstorm on the mountain, and then separated by a flooded stream, my master was on one side and the way home was on the other. Pei Qian's eyes reddened and she choked. At that time I did not understand. Later, even when I saw the time scroll of the big white goose I thought I understood, but in fact I still did not understand. She sobbed softly like a flowing stream. All the people who were regarded as family by her master, some departure, some change would make her master sad, but her master would only be sad for himself. There was a man wearing wrinkled thick cotton clothes, cotton shoes, and a sickly cotton hat, who crossed the threshold of the shop with a hunched back. When he opened his mouth to speak, he straightened his back and raised his voice, telling the tavern owner to warm 2 taels of wine and add a plate of fennel beans. At that time, Zhu Lian bought a caddy of locally brewed wine from the tavern owner. Perhaps the man felt that he had lost face as a scholar when he drank 2 taels of wine while an outsider had ordered a whole caddy of wine. The man dipped his finger into the remaining wine at the bottom of the bowl and asked the children in the village shop if they knew how to write the word fennel. The children ignored the man and continued to play among themselves. Julien changed his mind and ordered another bowl of wine from the tavern owner. He asked the sloppy man how many ways to write the character fennel. The man wiped the wine stains on the counter, and Julien ordered another bowl of wine and handed it to the man who might or might not have read books. In the end, the man drank the 2 taels of wine that he had spent money on and the 2 taels of wine that he had not spent money on. When he lowered his head to drink, he secretly laughed to himself. After drinking the last mouthful of wine in the bowl, the man began to cry loudly. On the way, a dog looked at him. It was too scary. The host and guests in the restaurant laughed together. Julien did not say anything at that time, nor did he laugh. This was a small matter in his old hometown. There were some stories in his new hometown. For example, in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, there was the 1-foot spear senior who had met and hit it off with Julien and Jing Dafeng. In fact, Sun Yuan and Luopa Mountain had a grudge, and it was not a small one. However, before the mountain master and Julien could talk about the grudge, Sun Yuan was already dead. In that case, there would be one less person in the world who liked to flip through the books of the immortals, and even more who liked to silently watch the reflection of the moon and flowers in the mirror. With one less grudge in Luopa Mountain, the world was also less interesting. Julien bent down and placed the charcoal cage by his feet and lay back. There were only a few confidants in the world, but there were fewer of them. The woman asked gently, "Yen Fong, are you thinking about something?" She was still used to calling him Yen Fong. If there were outsiders in the shop, she would call him shopkeeper Yen. Julien let go. Julien did not turn his head and said casually, "As long as a person is old, it's easy to think about old people. Other people's old sesame seeds and rotten grains are my favorite." The woman covered her mouth and laughed. It was a big joke for Julien to say this. Who would have thought that Julien would say something that ruined the mood for no reason? Many self-deceptions are sad and laughable in the eyes of outsiders. But to the authorities it's lucky, beautiful, and necessary. For example, you think that Qingfeng City is not a place to entrust your life, but you feel that I'm different. I'm definitely much better than Su-hun and that woman. Don't be like this. You have to rely on yourself, don't rely on anyone. Even if it's me, Luopa Mountain, who has a good atmosphere, don't completely rely on anyone. She frowned. But Julien said again, "All the women in the world should not be grass that falls with the wind. I've always believed that all women with their own strengths are not inferior to men." She was surprised at first, then suddenly smiled and nodded, I know, you're so reasonable." Julien turned to look at her and smiled, "I'm a mirror. If you don't believe me, take a look. Do I have you in my eyes?" She shut his mouth and did not look. Julien bent down and picked up the charcoal cage again. He stood up and joked, "I see myself in your eyes, so you're my mirror. Of course I have to bring you home." She was frightened at first, then her eyes became determined and asked, "Today?" Julien nodded, "I can't fight in public, so there's no need to deliberately fight and kill here." She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Don't blame me for being uncertain. Such a big movement can't be hidden. What if Su-hun comes after? Are we really okay?" It was we, not I. She did not mean to say that, but she meant it first and then said it according to her heart. Julien smiled warmly. He gently pinched her cheeks with one hand and lifted the charcoal cage with the other. "I can make Su-hun die with one pea." She turned her head away and glared at him in embarrassment. She did not care about other men, but only you, Julien, could not say such things. Julien said to himself, "I have to go down the mountain to bring you and the Fox Kingdom back home." She was worried. "Are you going to the south?" Julien did not give an answer. She was more and more worried. If Julien went to the battlefield right after she went to Luopa Mountain, how would she live in a foreign land? What would happen to the Fox Kingdom? Julien handed the charcoal cage to her. "Warm your hands. Don't worry, my master hasn't returned home yet. I don't want to die so early." She had a strange expression. "You called that Chen Pingon master?" Julien patted her cheeks lightly and laughed. "Bold servant girl, you're really impudent." Not only was she not angry, she smiled sweetly. She raised her hand and gently covered his hand. Few people in embroidered clothes know. The world's red-clothed man. Because of Dong Sanging, the sky of the wasteland had lost a moon forever. Today the entire world was in a state of panic because for some unknown reason they lost a second bright moon. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a round-faced girl in cotton clothes, unexpectedly, landed on the heavily guarded city wall. The dragon monarch was an exception. He did not stop her from overstepping her boundaries. A young man in a bright red robe with a saber was walking slowly and punching slowly. After he stopped, he came to her side and stood still with his hands folded in his sleeves. He asked with a smile, "Is that Liu Kai? You made me wait for a long time." The round-faced girl was amazed, but she sighed faintly in her heart. Although it was not the truth, the guy in front of her was really powerful. Qin Pingan smiled brightly, "One of the 10 and a sword immortal too. He's too powerful. I'm very afraid of death." Finally, someone came to the city wall as a guest and chatted with him. He was in a good mood. Even if you were a beast in the wasteland, he would treat you as a human for now. You'll die soon anyway. The world was big, but his wife was the most important. Therefore, other than Ning Yao. Even if you're one of the 9 young people in the world, if you're my enemy, you'll die. The round-faced girl said, "I'm not Liu Kai. I did go to the Tongya continent to look for him, but I couldn't find him." Qin Pingan squinted his eyes and said with a sincere expression, "Since you've been to the vast world, why don't you pretend to be Liu Kai for a while? A joss stick's time will do." She could not help but laugh. "Are you sure you can kill me in a joss stick's time?" "Alright, my name is Kuiyu." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I've always been good at judging people. Miss Kuiyu is not Liu Kai, but you're still one of the 10. Not only did Qin Pingan not pull out that narrow saber to slash a kin, he even took it off and threw it away. A short saber slipped out from each of his sleeves. He bent down slightly with a smile on his face and held the sabers with both hands. Kuiyu patted her cheeks. The 2 short sabers spun rapidly in front of that person. It was so dazzling that the atmosphere on both sides was chaotic. It was as if countless fine sword auras were running amok between heaven and earth. Finally, when that person held the sabers, the strange phenomenon disappeared. His smile became brighter and brighter, but his eyes became crazier and crazier. Then that man said something to Kuiyu in the wasteland's elegant language, but she could not understand it at all. "I've thought about it. I'll go by the name Chao Mo when I travel the world." Kuiyu, who did not plan to attack, patted her cheeks again and put down her hands. "Shall I try?" Qin Pingan laughed and said, "Try it." (713). Qin Pingan held his knife with both hands and was not in a hurry to attack. Facing a person of the same age as him who was ranked among the top 10 youths, how to fight this battle required some knowledge. One had to know that there was no order in the top 10. And he was only ranked 11th. As for the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes, her true identity, her origin, and everything else was still shrouded in fog as if she was hiding in the moon. Since she dared to come here, she must have the confidence to leave alive. Otherwise, the old dog dragon monarch would not have let her do whatever she wanted. So he could not scare her away. He had to let her feel at ease and free to beat him to death. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 10. If he could not kill someone who was only ranked 11th, it would not be good. Qin Pingan walked slowly towards her. A pair of short knives spun quickly between his fingers and the back of his hand. The knife lights intertwined like fireflies. His movements were too fast and there were too many knife lights. The brilliance constantly lingered and wrapped around each other. In the end, they were like 2 cute pocket-sized moons in Qin Pingan's hands. Seeing that the young man was not in a hurry to attack, Kuiyu patiently waited for him to make his move. She was curious about what method he would use to get straight to the point. Would it be a talisman who used a camouflage technique? Or would it be the sword cultivator's flying sword that made the sword immortal embryo of Shendang Jia suffer so much? Or would it be the fist of a martial artist at the peak of the mountain? Kuiyu had heard of many legendary deeds of this hidden official from the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially 2 sayings. Kuiyu, who did not like to remember external matters, remembered them clearly. Inside and outside of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she was a hidden official far away from Alliance. As for Qin Pingan's fancy movements, Kuiyu turned a blind eye to it. In front of her, the supernatural power of playing with the moon was all a joke. In the past, one of her neighbors, the great demon of the Sovereign Lotus Nunnery, only took advantage of her because she was older. She merely shifted her gaze and looked left and right. She still felt that this famous young reclusive official in the wilderness was like the one she had caught a glimpse of from afar when she went north in her early years. His appearance was not bad, but that was all. He was not as good-looking as Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, it was not important whether a man was handsome or not. It was the same for women. There was once a neighbor in the sky who said that as long as you meet the right person, you will see the most beautiful scene in your eyes. It is as if you are on opposite sides of the sky, the sun and the moon are far away, but your gaze will never change. It was a pity that Jianyu had no interest in the romance between men and women. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like for him to be truly obsessed with her. Qin Pingan walked slowly and asked slowly. With a puzzled face he asked tentatively, "There was a strange phenomenon in the sky just now and one of the moons was missing. Even I could feel it. Could it be that Miss Yu has kept it in her sleeve? If that's the case, how are we going to fight? I'm just a small world on the city wall, but Miss Qiyu is in the bright moon great world. Moreover, I'm only ranked 11th. I'm only one step away from the top 10 people. I know this well." The round-faced girl did not mention the whereabouts of the moon, but said, "If you don't want to fight, I don't care. I was originally here to enjoy the scenery, but you just had to be so overbearing and wanted to kill me." No wonder he was friends with Jiang Shangzhen from Tongyi's Hao. Both of them were quite shameless. When a man was shameless, it had nothing to do with his age. The two sides were still about 300 feet apart, but for their realms they were very close. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were only a few centimeters apart. Qin Pingan stopped at a distance of 20 feet. He suddenly withdrew his saber and pointed it backward, as if he was showing goodwill to the girl. He smiled and asked, "Miss Qiyu, you're a guest. How do you think we should fight? Let's discuss the rules first. It's all up to you. Otherwise it's easy to hurt our friendship." Jianyu did not listen. She only looked at the opponent's twin sabers and said, "Good saber. Its sharpness is unparalleled, but it's hidden deeply. What's its name?" Qin Pingan shook his head and laughed. "I picked it up from the side of the road. It's not worth mentioning. It can't be compared to Miss Qiyu's heavenly skill of refining the great moon great world. It's a pity that Senior Dragon King was worried that I wouldn't be able to concentrate on practicing Tao, so he helped me isolate heaven and earth. It's a pity that I couldn't witness such a marvelous scene with my own eyes." Jianyu said, "Although you've been pretending to be weak, once your killing intent is strong you can't hide it. You shouldn't have accidentally condensed the saber light into a moon shape. Course I guess you did it on purpose. You're a hidden official. You left the city wall to fight. The details of the battle, big and small, have long been compiled into a book. I can flip through it. That Firen likes to use it to flip through books and drink wine." Qin Pingan stopped again and said helplessly, "Could it be that the killing intent was aroused because of the weapon in hand? It's my fault for not cultivating enough. I admire Miss Qiyu's unique vision even more. As for that brother Firen, if he admires me so much after we spar, please help me pass on a message. Let him simply take on my surname Qin." Goddess Jianyu's expression was slightly strange. Qin Pingan came to a realization and said, "Firen, this shameless thing, his alias is already surnamed Qin? You came here as a guest first and didn't even greet me first. Taking it without asking is a thief. What a disgrace." It had been too many years since she spoke to outsiders. She missed it very much. Therefore, Qin Pingan was very willing to make an exception for her. "Today's fight, let's talk more first. The more the better." Even if it was just one more sentence, it could help him get rid of a lot of light. Qin Pingan really didn't want to experience the torment of the long river of light that was almost stagnant again. The short saber in his hand was as narrow as a dagger. He had obtained it from the battle in the valley of the North Continent. At that time, Qin Pingan had been ambushed and killed by a group of assassins from Deer Mountain. After a narrow path encounter and a dangerous battle, Qin Pingan, who didn't believe that his luck was so good, asked Sui Jingqing to help collect the spoils of war. Among them he found this pair of short sabers for her. They were respectively the seal characters Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. In fact, Qin Pingan and Sui Jingqing weren't the only ones who didn't recognize them at first and thought that they were ordinary. Even the previous owner of the short saber, the female assassin from Deer Mountain, didn't recognize the treasures of immortals. After that, Qin Pingan met his close friend Lu Jinglong, who had read countless books and revealed the secret. Not only did Lu Jinglong teach Qin Pingan the refining method according to the records in the book, but he also recognized the true form of one of the short sabers. The inscription Deer Pursuit was the Chao Zi dagger recorded in the history book. And that Chao Zi was the new alias that Qin Pingan planned to use in Jianghu in the future, Chao Mo. In the future, no matter if he went to the wasteland or returned to his hometown, Qin Pingan would kill all the cultivators below the upper 5 realms without knowing how they died. As for those dead people, whether they could see his true face and know his true name depended on Qin Pingan's mood. Of course, the premise was that he could leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chao Zi Chao Mo was the #1 assassin in that glorious history book. Moreover, the place where he lost 3 times was eventually recovered by Chao Mo. What a good omen. One had to know that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Qin Pingan had indeed lost 3 times in a row. Just take it that he, as a junior, benefited from that senior Chao. In short, Qin Pingan promised that he wouldn't let the deer pursuit in his hands be covered in dust. Qin Pingan immediately had a Chao Zi dagger in his right hand, which was recorded as Deer Pursuit by the official history book. Since there was no record of it in the history book, Qin Pingan followed Deer Mountain and named it Deer Pursuit. First pursue the deer, then cut the deer. Naming was one thing. It was indeed good at it. Jia Yu said, "Are you going to fight or not?" When Jia Yu was in the Tongya continent facing Jiang Shangjin, who killed an immortal with a willow leaf, she seemed to have no strength to resist. Other than Jia Yu's temporary killing power and realm being inferior to her opponent, there was also a round-faced woman who didn't even think of tangling with Jiang Shangjin. In Jia Yu's opinion, fighting with others was meaningless in the cultivation of the Great Tao. A fight that she was destined to lose to her opponent made Jia Yu feel even more annoyed. She would hide if she could. As for those fights that she was destined to win easily, the cotton-clothed woman was even less interested. Therefore, in the vast world she traveled alone. From the beginning to the end she rarely made a move. However, today she was facing Hidden Official 11th, who was also one of the 10 young people. Jia Yu was indeed a little selfish. In the Tongya continent, Jiang Shangjin chased her for thousands of miles but still couldn't kill her. Before leaving, he kindly whispered to her in her heart, which involved the foundation of Jia Yu's great Tao. It was like a prophecy that had its own will of the heavens. It was as if he was waiting for her to come to the Tongya continent to hear Jiang Shangjin tell her. Jia Yu was not good with words, but she was definitely not stupid. When Jiang Shangjin said that, she did not take it seriously at first. However, after hearing it, she felt a trace of her Tao heart palpitate. There was no doubt that it was indeed a mysterious great Tao. Jiang Shangjin's words were like a traveling immortal poem that covered the world, like an incomplete void step poem. If you want to ride a boat and ascend to the blue sky, you have to make up for the lack of money. Moreover, you have to go on credit and sell wine to the 4 seas and white clouds. Jiang Shangjin did not say much at that time, but his previous words had mentioned the hidden official Qin Pingan. It seemed like he was joking and wanted to come here to try his luck. Otherwise, according to Jia Yu's usual temper, how could she be so patient with this hidden official? She would either leave early or leave early. She would leave early if she made a move early. However, if she knew the truth after she went on credit, she might want to smash that person with the surname Jiang to death with a bright moon. Because the opportunity of the great Tao was in the hidden official, it was purely Jiang Shangjin's nonsense. He just wanted to use the dual identities of Qin Pingan's close friend and brother, and Luapa Mountain's consecrator to act as a matchmaker to find himself a sister-in-law. Therefore, he purposely pulled the 2 peers, who were thousands of miles apart together. However, the most amazing thing about Jiang Shangjin was that his prophecy was true. This involved a huge secret of the Tongya continent. In history, only the old sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, and half of the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's revival, Du Mao, knew about this. Legend had it that there was a parasol tree that reached the sky in the Tongya continent. With such a tall tree, there would naturally be a pine tree with a lack of moon. The tree was close to the sky and the moon came to the human world. The tree and the moon were together, half in the human world and half in the sky. Jia Yu would choose to go ashore in the Tongya continent first, and not go to the Fuyao continent or the Hassa continent. This was originally Zhou Mi's instruction. After the Lotus Nunnery master died, someone else would appear out of nowhere. As for Zhou Mi's request for Jia Yu to help find Lu Kai, it was actually just a side matter. However, the problem was that Jiang Shangjin hinted that the great Tao of Jia Yu was related to Qin Pingan. This was definitely a lie. Jiang Shangjin was absolutely speaking nonsense. When Jiang Shangjin dealt with the women in the world, he always seemed to mix truth with falsehood. In the end, he could make all the women mistakenly believe that it was the truth. Therefore, in reality, after Jiang Shangjin left Jia Yu, he laughed heartily in his heart. Good brother, I Zhou Fei can only help you to this point. Consider it helping you find a round-faced girl in a foreign land to chat with. As for whether or not Jia Yu would obtain this opportunity, and whether or not it would really make up for the great Tao, Jiang Shangjin sneered. What does it have to do with me? I, with my small arms and thin legs, have already done this much. Those who are watching the show from afar, roll up your arms and fight for me. What's more, the moon-bearing mountain of the desolate world might not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and become a wedding dress for someone else. It was hard to say whether the round-faced girl would be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and the moon would not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket. When Old Man Sun was still alive, he had once deduced a few things and guessed that this prophecy might have something to do with Bai Yi, who was the proudest in the world. Jia Yu went to look for Bai Yi on credit? Or did Zhou bargain with Bai Yi? Jiang Shangjin found it interesting just thinking about it. Anyway, even if the little girl can't obtain a perfected great Tao, I Jiang Shangjin am magnanimous. I've already given you a good friend, Brother Qin. Aren't you satisfied? Qin Pingan didn't know the twists and turns here. If Jia Yu mentioned Jiang Shangjin here, even if it was just a sentence or two, Qin Pingan might be able to guess a little. Unfortunately, the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes was unwilling to take the initiative to mention Jiang Shangjin, who kept calling her sister-in-law. After all, she was disgusted by her words. At that moment, Qin Pingan looked troubled. He stopped 10 steps away and asked again, "Are you really not going to talk about the rules before attacking? It's our first time meeting and there's no enmity between us. If I punch lightly, it's meaningless. If I use too heavy a spell, there will be casualties." Jia Yu asked curiously, "Do you like to talk so much when you fight in the past?" "I don't like it. I didn't like it in the past." Qin Pingan stopped smiling and held his saber with both hands. The tip of the saber was pointed forward. Regarding this matter, Qin Pingan had once taught Ma Kuxuan how to behave when he fought for his life in a foreign land. The two big sleeves of Qin Pingan's bright red robe seemed to have silk threads tying themselves into knots, binding the cuffs. The young man bent his back slightly, his body stooped, and his eyes looked up slightly. "But I don't like you all the time. What can I do? Miss Jia Yu, why don't you teach me how to do as I please?" Jia Yu looked at the young man's face and eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Just come and kill me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Jia Yu raised her wrist and put 2 fingers together. The moon condensed into a lamp. With a light wave, the moonlight dissipated into the great wall of sword chi. It was used to time both sides for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Suddenly, the moon filled the city and slowly dimmed at a speed that both sides could clearly see. It was as if the moon was gradually leaving the mortal world. Qin Pingan smiled and squinted his eyes. However, he had already straightened his back. "A guest from afar has a request. The host doesn't dare to refuse." No matter how good Jia Yu's temper was, she was still annoyed by this person. The other party had clearly tried so hard to hide it, but he still had such a strong killing intent in his heart and such a heavy vicious aura around him. Yet, he still had to smile and talk like an old friend and reminisce about the old days. She said coldly, "You deliberately want to kill me, but you want to trick me into saving my strength for the fight. You're not particular." Qin Pingan nodded and deeply agreed. With a slightly guilty expression, he said, "I'm from the shabby alley of the mortal world. You're from the bright moon in the sky. Miss Jia Yu is a banished immortal in the book. Why are you being so particular with me? Isn't this Miss Jia Yu bullying me?" It turned out that being able to talk to someone was a matter of joy in life. It really made Master Hidden Official so happy that he was about to cry. He remembered that in the book there were people who liked to get drunk and drink but were sober, and there were people who cried when they were at a dead end. At that time he only felt that the sage's realm was too high, and his vision was too small, so he couldn't understand why they cried. Back then he felt that he would understand once he traveled far away and read more. When he found out why the ancients cried, he realized that it was better not to know. The ancients could still return the way they came from when they were at a dead end. Therefore Qin Pingan used his 2 blades and imitated the woman, patting her cheeks lightly. Every time Miss Jia Yu was angry before she attacked, she would habitually raise her hands and heavily pat her cheeks. After chatting with this fellow for so long, in the end she didn't feel that the opportunity of the great Tao was with this person at all. She even said so many strange words to him which really annoyed her. "You dare to imitate me now." After Miss Jia Yu patted her cheeks with all her strength, a clear radiance scattered from her cheeks, turning into countless rays of light. The moonlight that she collected and refined was like water, flowing like a long river of light. It ignored the heaven and earth restrictions of the great wall of sword chi in the Jiazi tent. The fine fragments of the moon were everywhere on half of the great wall of sword chi. Miss Jia Yu, who was standing on the city wall, was stabbed by the 2 blades. One blade broke her neck and the other pierced her heart. Of course, it was just Miss Jia Yu's illusion. It was nothing more than a test of the opponent's blade speed and the sharpness of the blade. Miss Jia Yu's innate divine ability was able to make Jiang Shangjin, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, use his innate flying sword to find the location of his true body. Even if this hidden official was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was still in the unpolished jade realm. Miss Jiayu could dodge and evade. She could also use her flying sword, like an unpolished jade sword immortal, or use thousands of spells like an immortal cultivator. If Miss Jiayu wanted to learn spells, no matter how exclusive or secretive one was, as long as she saw it once under the illumination of the moon, and as long as there wasn't too much of a disparity between their realms, she would be able to understand at least 70 to 80% of the true meaning within. It wasn't that Miss Jiayu looked down on the hidden official who was full of tricks. In the wilderness there were many different ways to capture and kill. Among her peers, Miss Jiayu was undeniably the best. Therefore, in the secret records of the Jiazi tent, this cotton-clothed, round-faced lady had the reputation of being the world's armory. Talisman, flying sword, golden body dharma form, mechanical puppet, great demon true body, immortal treasure armor, offensive heavy weapon, whatever I want, I will manifest. The material is none other than my moon. Miss Jiayu could even have the physique of an ordinary peak realm martial artist if she wanted to. Unfortunately, Miss Jiayu was limited by her current cultivation. Her martial artist physique stopped at the 9th realm's toughness. Furthermore, Miss Jiayu didn't like close combat martial arts. It was like the moon was in the mortal world, but the moon would only hang high up in the sky. The first Miss Jiayu, who suffered 2 slashes from the dagger, was the Miss Jiayu. Because Miss Jiayu had intentionally shaped her physique into that of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there were no accidents. The round-faced young woman in cotton clothing and cloth shoes. Once her illusion was shattered, the moon disappeared without a trace and there was no trace of her. Although Qin Pingan followed behind the other Miss Jiayu, and disappeared in a flash, near the top of the city before he attacked with both hands, there was already a strange phenomenon in one of his palms. A lustrous and flawless seal appeared out of thin air. In the center of the creation palm, imperial command of the 5 thunder laws. This 5 thunder law that arose at will didn't kill Miss Jiayu's illusion. Against an opponent of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there was no need to mobilize so many people. It was just that the lightning flashed. Before the 2 daggers killed the enemy, it had already illuminated an area of several hundred feet. It was to investigate the traces of the disappearing moonlight. If the 2 were to engage in close combat, even if there was only a slight collision, then Qin Pingan would be able to gain the upper hand. The upper hand was just in case. Qin Pingan had the hope of turning it into 10,000 people fighting on and off the mountain. If the enemy is 1 in 10,000, I will give you 10,000. Treat people with sincerity and treat guests with generous gifts. Say that your heart is as I wish. It was a pity that Miss Jiayu was too polite and didn't leave behind this flaw. That's good too. Otherwise, wouldn't the so-called 10 young people in the world be a disappointment? It would be too disappointing. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be ranked on the same level as her? Qin Pingan was in the sky of the small world. His 2 daggers smashed a large mass of moon. Then he hovered in the air and looked down at the top of the city. Miss Jiayu's figure split into 3. They were extremely far away from each other. Qin Pingan had 2 intrinsic flying swords that truly belonged to sword cultivators, Sparrow in the cage and Moon in the well. There were also 2 Qi refinement warriors refined flying swords, number 1 and number 15. In addition, there were 2 imitation swords of sword hatred mountain sword immortals, Kulei and Songzhen. Qin Pingan's mind stirred slightly. Kulei and Songzhen moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for 2 of the ladies. Qin Pingan himself used earth-shrinking mountain and river and instantly appeared several thousand feet away. To deal with one of the ladies who actually faced him and even took on a fighting stance, Miss Jiayu. Previously, that far-wandering realm physique couldn't even withstand a single blow. You changed to a peak mountain physique. Are you trying to measure the weight of your peak mountain physique? Do you really think I'm that Xiao Chua? Just by looking at Miss Jiayu's first punch, even a careful person like Qin Pingan who liked to think highly of his opponents would feel that her fist technique was too crude. Her intent was too fake and her foundation was too weak. Perhaps the only redeeming feature of this martial artist Miss Jiayu was that her speed was not slow. It felt a little like Yu Zhuanfu's ask fist back then. She was dressed in bright red. Her sleeves fluttered and she held 2 sabers in her hands. She spun around and moved around. Fireflies were incessant as she chased after the enemy and cut through the world. The martial artist Miss Jiayu had a peak mountain physique and learned fist techniques. However, she could only retreat again and again. She could only dodge and dodge. Even though her movement speed was always slightly superior, Qin Pingan had, coincidentally, appeared at the place where she was retreating several times. She was surrounded by danger. Her original intention was to lightly punch her opponent's body to test the toughness of his physique. However, with both of them using ask fist techniques, how could she succeed? They were both at the peak mountain realm. The difference between pure martial artists of the same realm was indeed too great. Just as her blade was about to pierce through the opponent's shoulder, Qin Pingan actually twisted his body and changed to an elbow, casually smashing Miss Jiayu's forehead. Miss Jiayu slid back more than 100 feet. The pair of cloth shoes formed by the moon was smashed into pieces. When she stopped moving back, she wore a new pair of cloth shoes. That young man's body slightly tilted and then leaned back. Just like that, his back was exposed to the peak mountain realm martial artist Miss Jiayu. He looked at her with a smile and asked in a languid manner, "Is it not fun at all?" The martial artist Miss Jiayu was expressionless. The round-faced girl wearing a cotton-padded jacket had an additional beautiful robe on her body. Outside of the robe, there was an additional set of armor from the military school. The light of the treasure circulated, colorful and extremely dazzling. He couldn't recognize the robe, but he could guess some clues about the armor. Qin Pingan opened his eyes wide and recovered some of his original character. He curiously asked, "Miss Jiayu, is the armor on your body this 7-colored sweet dew armor?" That's right, the desolate world isn't small. It has a long history that doesn't lose to other places. You also came from the middle of the moon. You're an immortal that even I can't help but envy. Could it be that other than 7-colored, you've also seen this sea of clouds and sunglow? His good friend Zhong Kuei read a lot and was very knowledgeable. Back then, he recognized the origin of the armor on Wei Xian's body at a glance. Buddha Kingdom, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Water Fairy, Sunglow, Sai, Sea of Clouds, West Peak. There were a total of 7 earliest ancestor sweet dew armors. Other than the West Peak that Qin Pingan lent to Wei Xian, according to Zhong Kuei, it was said that only Mountain Ghost and Sai were left. There were also records of them appearing in the world. The rest no longer existed in the world. The martial artist Koyu didn't say anything. She raised her fist again and hooked her finger at the young man who deserved a beating. No matter how hard your fists are, no matter how elusive you are with your dual blades, can you really kill people? The girl's eyes seemed to be saying that if you have the ability to completely destroy this martial artist's body, then maybe I'll talk to you. Koyu suddenly asked, "I'm not that Lu Kai. You seem a little angry? Do you have some guesses about that Lu Kai? Just because I'm not Lu Kai, it confirms some of your thoughts?" Qin Pingan was as calm as usual. He smiled casually and said, "How is that possible? Miss Koyu, don't be so suspicious. How can I guess a guy who can make Miss Koyu look all over the world and wear out many cotton shoes?" Half an incense stick's time had passed. Qin Pingan instantly calmed his mind and focused. It was as if he had sunk into the bottom of an ancient well. His mind was quiet, as if he was wandering freely. His mind followed the ripples and scattered. He smiled and said, "Miss Koyu, as a demon cultivator, you have to be more careful with your name in the future. Otherwise, it's easy to reveal the foundation of the great Tao. This is a taboo in the pugilistic world. You must remember. Koyu is too obvious. Why don't you learn from Firen? Her literary talent is outstanding. She sounds like a refined scholar. After acknowledging her ancestors and surname Qin, it will be even better. Those 10 Koyu seem to have the competitive mentality of, your virtue is 1 foot high, my devil is 10 feet high. 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. On the city wall she was everywhere. Among them only one Koyu, who showed her true appearance, looked up at the towering building and smiled, "But I've already chosen my name. The world knows it. How can I say in the future? Besides, I don't want to change my name." Gusts of cool wind blew slowly high in the sky. The young man's clothes and sideburns fluttered together. He smiled and gave the answer, "In your next life." Koyu was not too afraid of Qin Pingan's next move. She just couldn't help but frown. He was only the 11th. And the guy standing at the highest point of the fake Baek Okekyung building seemed to see through Koyu's thoughts at a glance. He said, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm here and have some advantages, I definitely wouldn't even be ranked 11th. Koyu suddenly wanted to get serious with him. She was no longer just trying. Qin Pingan didn't say anything superfluous. He just slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. A playful look flashed by, but it just happened to be seen by Koyu. It seemed to be saying, I definitely can't beat you to death. You can't beat me to death either. Then let's both be more serious and try again. Seven 14. Chin Pingon held a fully repaired sword fairy banner in his hand and stood at the highest point of the imitation Baek Okkyung building. In his own world, Chin Pingon's eyes could see everything clearly, just like how a layman would engrave a notice on a cliff. Kuiyu seemed to have a special liking for the rainbow-colored sweet dew armor. Cultivator Kuiyu was the only one who appeared on the city wall with her original appearance. She condensed the moonlight with her natal supernatural power and put on the strange armor that seemed to have refined an ancient rainbow. She looked up at the young hidden official who was wearing what seemed to be a Taoist heavenly robe. The armor on her body was flowing with colorful light, like the elegant ribbon of a Wu family fairy on a mural in a Buddhist temple. Kuiyu quietly waited for the ripples of the sword aura to scatter between heaven and earth, confronting her bright moonlight everywhere. It was like two armies facing each other, with millions of soldiers and horses on both sides. Kuiyu was very familiar with the imitated Baek Okkyung building under Chin Pingon's feet. It came from the adjacent bright moon of the Master of the Lotus Nunnery. It was an ancient relic that the old demon gave to the last disciple of the Moon Tua Mountain as a meeting gift in order to express his goodwill to the grand ancestor of the Moon Tua Mountain. After Li Zhen was defeated and died, it was picked up by Chin Pingon, who had not become a hidden official at that time. Obviously, he had received the guidance of an expert and was able to completely refine it. Was it the Taoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Aura in the past? However, would it be against the Taoist ritual to guide a Confucian disciple to refine the imitated Baek Okkyung building? Kuiyu knew that the other party was still trying hard to find the location of her real body, but she was still distracted by her thoughts. No wonder Mr. Zhou said that she was too lazy. However, Kuiyu intended to be more serious today because she was indeed a little angry. On the city wall, Kuiyu's moonlight doppelgangers were everywhere. One by one, the sword immortals took out their flying swords, the martial artists punched the Baek Okkyung building, the big demon's real body rose from the ground, or its huge body crashed into the Baek Okkyung building. The ripples of sword aura from the sword immortal streamer suddenly formed knots in various places along the path of all existences. Then they formed a huge net. The threads were the tens of thousands of fine sword auras on half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It was obvious that in order to shake the White Jade capital, one had to first use their fleshly body, flying swords, fist techniques, or spells and divine abilities to break through the abundant sword auras that were everywhere. Their imposing manner was overbearing, and they weren't using any kind of camouflage. Therefore, when Shiryu took action alone, it was as if there was a great army in formation, joining forces to attack the White Jade capital. As for Kuiyu's original appearance, she flew up with the wind. The colorful clothes on her body broke the sword aura net along the way, and she was going to Chin Pingon's vicinity. Chin Pingon, who was in the pure jade realm, smiled. He raised one hand and took out a bright and magical Five Thunders seal from his palm. It suddenly became as big as a mountain and sank down in an instant. It overlapped with the top of the Baek Okkyung building. Chin Pingon was not only on the top of the Baek Okkyung building, but also on the top of the seal. The high eaves of the building were like a road in the human world. There was a scholar riding a white bull with books hanging from the horns of the bull. Thousands of spells gathered and lightning intertwined. It was as if there was a heaven's tribulation gathering in the sky. If it was not in the Great Wall of Sword Aura but in any other world, the demons, ghosts, and otherworldly beings below the level of Earth immortals would be scared out of their wits and their Taoist heart would shatter upon seeing the Baek Okkyung building, the thunder tribulation, and the deity in the sky. Chin Pingon, who looked like a deity in the Baek Okkyung building and also like a deity, could only see Kuiyu, who was wearing colorful clothes and armor. His mind had already scanned the world. Chin Pingon held the sword fairy banner and stepped out. He stepped on the seal firmly. Holding the banner in his left hand, he put two fingers on his right hand together. He faced the ground and gently wrote words. Although it was called the Thunder Dharma seal, it was regarded as the most supreme thunder spell. It was worthy of the reputation of thousands of creation. When the seal was out, it hung high in the sky. The scene shown by the spell was not only limited to thunder and lightning. From the seal script, bolts of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. It was as if there were 16 heavenly thunder generals of the heavenly court holding whips together. Bolts of golden thunder and lightning fell rapidly from all directions. With a slight turn, they finally struck the big demons who were hitting the Baek Okkyung building. The moonlight shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. The 5 thunder seal formed by Qin Pingan's palm. Previously, in the prison, it was the demonic frost who showed it the right way. The tailor Twisting Heart helped to move the 5 thunder seal from the temple to the peak of a mountain, where the lines on Qin Pingan's palm were. The seal had a total of 6 sides. It was called the 6 full seals by the frost, also known as the moon full seal. Other than the missing heavenly seal script at the top, one side was blank. The bottom side was written in insect bird seal script with 16 words. 5 thunder clusters, total mastery of 10,000 arts. Cut 5 leaks, cardinal point of heaven and earth. Therefore the origin of the 16 thunder whips, that looked like the ancient gods, were the manifestation of these 16 ancient seal scripts. Every insect bird seal script at the bottom of the seal seemed to be the center of a department of the thunder sect. On the other 4 sides, there were a total of 36 gods with closed eyes who had yet to open their eyes. The meaning of 4, 9, 36. The 9 words had a great meaning, so the inscribed portraits were all patterns of the Lord of Thunder and Mother of Lightning, the Count of Wind and the Lord of Rain, the Spirit General of Cloud, the Heavenly Lady and the Heavenly Official. The yin and yang of heaven and earth were infinite. They were all in the seal mountain and in the palm that held the seal. The words that Qin Pingan wrote at the moment were the words, heavenly, for the seal. The study at the foot of the mountain contained the heavenly and earth box that contained the ancient ink stone. The 5 thunder seal on the mountain that fell into Qin Pingan's hands by chance should have both the heavenly and earth boxes. Qin Pingan wanted to use this seal to fill in the gaps. He wanted to fill in the gaps for the final blank side of the seal. The second shopkeeper did not read much, but he did know a lot about seal engraving. So what if the moon is full and full? The heart is like the bright moon. When the two are connected, the loss will be full. The cycle of the great Tao has always been a cycle of profit and loss. I have been alone on the city wall for many years, but I have not complained about the heavens and others every day. I have not delayed refining the sword, drawing talismans, practicing my fist and cultivating my heart. I have even done the refining of 300,000 words. Even if the landscape travelogue only had this much content, Qin Pingan would still refine it even if it was 3 million words or 10 million words. If there was a chance in the future, he would use the alias of Chao to travel the world. On the path of a talisman, I am also a refiner who has reached a higher level. On the city wall, there was a replica of the Baek Okekyung building. The true bodies of great demons shook this towering building, which was also Tao integration with the great wall of sword aura. They allowed the mighty thunder whips to smash on their bodies. The moonlight shattered and became full again. They did not seem to be tired and did not seem to be damaged at all. It was as if they shook the Baek Okekyung building even a little, they would shake Qin Pingan's soul and Tao heart. There were also martial artists in the Golden Body and Far Travel Realm who were climbing the Baek Okekyung building and the city wall on credit. They quickly ascended to the sky. Each of them walked as if they were flying and climbed the cliff like apes. There were also golden bodies that Qin Pingan did not know the origins of. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall. They held divine weapons and smashed the Baek Okekyung building crazily. Qin Pingan's state of mind was slightly moved. He could not help but frown slightly. Isn't this credit a little too much? She's young but has so many tricks up her sleeves. A girl who looks silly but is actually very cunning. She won't have any friends in the Jianghu. You have your spells and supernatural powers as many as the hairs on a cow. I have my own special skills. Qin Pingan stabbed the sword Immortal Gonfalon in his hand into the ground. He moved as fast as lightning and fell from the Baek Okekyung building to the human world. The Gonfalon and the Dharma seal were both refined items. Naturally they did not hinder him. The Gonfalon passed through them and disappeared in an instant. It landed in a replica of the Baek Okekyung building. After the sword Immortal Gonfalon was nailed into the ground in the center of the city, the banner stood upright and the troops gathered. The sword Immortals hidden in the Gonfalon appeared one by one. They walked out of the Gonfalon and shot out like shooting stars. They were either riding on their swords or holding onto their swords. They were in charge of intercepting and killing the martial artists who were attached to the Baek Okekyung building on credit. This time, the sword Immortal's sword aura was much more imposing than when Li Zhen had first used it. Qin Pingan's attention was still on the matter of the seal. Qin Pingan had already refined the 4 words of this Dharma seal as the heavenly money seal script. It was just that he did not really concentrate on it and did not use the mountain opening technique from the True Alchemy manuscript. Therefore, the writing now was the first complete appearance of the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. Under the guidance of Chin Pingan's handwritten words in his mind, the surface of the Dharma seal crumbled like sparkling snowflakes. Finally there were 4 words: the water reveals the stone. When the words appeared they were not big at first. They were only the size of a palm. Compared to the top of the Dharma seal, which was as big as a hill, it was negligible. Chin Pingan lowered his head and looked at the 4 words. The first strange thing about this talisman was that after Chin Pingan had suffered a great loss in the past, he chose to write the words in reverse this time. In addition, he borrowed the cultivation base of the pure jade state from the heaven and earth. In the end, it was not difficult to complete the talisman. It was completed in one go. Looking at the 4 words, Chin Pingan smiled and squinted his eyes. He was indeed happy. It was as if the great Tao was far away and some high and mighty existences were far away but unreachable. However, since Chin Pingan could write these 4 words today, it proved that if he continued on this path for 10 years, 100 years or 1,000 years, he would only be closer to those existences than the young man who carried a sword on his back and carried a wormwood boat. He was getting closer every day. One day when he traveled the world he would not need to look up at the real Baekokyeong building. One day when he traveled on his sword and visited the world, he would be on par with the peak of the Baekokyeong building. Tsai Jiyue, who was originally flying towards Chin Pingan and the 5 Thunder Dharma seal, suddenly changed her mind. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers shrank and was about to attack the sword immortal banner that was the core of the formation. Chin Pingan, who had completed the seal in the sky screen, smiled and learned from Tsai Jiyue. Although he had lost his Yin spirit and Yang spirit and his great Tao had been severely damaged, Chin Pingan was not too disappointed about it. I'm still me. Chin Pingan is still Chin Pingan. I live in my heart for a long time and I am always in my hometown. The sweet dew armor, which was more like the Dharma robe worn by the cultivator Tsai Jiyue, made Chin Pingan look at it in a new light. It was an unexpected surprise. Zhong Kuei once said that the most mysterious thing about the 7 sweet dew armors, including Shiyu, was that they had some natal supernatural powers similar to the sword cultivator. When Tsai Jiyue was just close to the city where the sword immortal banner was located, 7 fairies transformed from 7 colorful ribbons. Finally, a rainbow hung in the sky. It started from where Tsai Jiyue was riding the wind and finally landed on the sword immortal banner. When the rainbow collided with the banner, the light was dazzling and splashed in all directions. However, the momentum was endless like a river flowing into the sea. The chi around the banner surged like waves hitting the reef. When the spiritual chi and the sword chi merged, the sword immortal banner began to tremble. After learning from Tsai Jiyue, there was also a Chin Pingan standing on the top of the banner. One hand was behind his back and the other hand was in front of him. With a smile on his face, he looked through the rainbow and looked at the woman who was flying towards him. He smiled and said, "My little Baekokyeong building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. Only this door is not open. Miss Tsai Jiyue, please go somewhere else to enjoy the scenery." It was actually a Chin Pingan who was wearing a green Taoist robe. His face was slightly older than the real Chin Pingan. This scene, these words. It was likely that all the Taoist immortals in the world would not be happy to see or hear it. Tsai Jiyue was not sure of the real identity of the middle-aged Taoist, illusion. However, it did not matter to her if she knew. She herself had often overstepped her authority. For example, when she reached the top of the rainbow arc, she turned into the figure and face of the Lotus Nunnery Master. She reached out her hand and pressed. In the sky above the city, the sea of clouds condensed into a jade-white palm. There were lotus leaves on the palm. The moonlight was bright and the green lotuses nestled together. Then suddenly the lotus pond on the palm bloomed with countless snow-white lotus flowers. The middle-aged Taoist, Chin Pingan, glanced at the palm and the lotus pond blooming. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is great. It is not the size of the image. Small, it is still small." The Taoist kept one hand behind his back. He formed a seal and flicked his finger. A speck of golden light slowly flew up. The lotus pond fell with the sound of thunder and the pressure of mountains. It was majestic. Every time the lotus pond bloomed, there would be a snow-white pillar of light descending. The middle-aged Taoist speck of golden light swayed like a bird flapping its wings in the wind and rain. It took the lead to welcome the snow-white torrential rain. Taoist Chin Pingan smiled and said, "As the law commands, go." The speck of golden light suddenly disappeared and arrived at the back of the palm that was facing down. There were already dragonflies on it. Regardless of whether it was the clash between the rainbow light and the sword immortal banner, or the mountain-like pressure of the huge hand, The appearance of the speck of golden light did not have the slightest bit of heaven and earth phenomenon. Logically speaking, it was useless. However, when the golden light stopped at the back of the hand, it made the snow-white torrential rain return. The flower bloomed first, but before it bloomed, the palm fell and retreated. The river of time flowed in reverse. It was like a competition of Taoist techniques between the middle-aged Taoist and the Lotus Nunnery master. Tsai Jiyue shook her wrist and put away the divine ability that she had learned after a few glances. The huge hand in the sky dissipated. She continued to focus on shaking the sword immortal banner. Not only was she a pure martial artist, but she was also a cultivator who could defeat 10 people with strength. This cultivator, Tsai Jiyue, stopped and looked around. The danger was high as the sky. 5 cities, 12 buildings. Waves of lightning wrapped in the mighty might of the heavenly Tao, smashed into the land under the Baek Okekyung building's jurisdiction, scattering the moonlight of the great demon's true body time and time again. However, the sword immortal banner was suppressed by the rainbow light. The number of sword immortals that came out of it was too few, causing the martial artists who ascended to Tsai Jiyue to be unable to kill the sword light and slay the sword immortals. Tsai Jiyue was already more than half of the martial artist's journey to heaven. Then Tsai Jiyue sensed something strange. This was the first time she felt this way. Chen Pingan finally began to use his trump card. If Tsai Jiyue guessed correctly, he was using one of his natal items. Inside the Baek Okekyung building there were 5 slender martial artists Chen Pingan. They were either wearing straw shoes, carrying a saber, carrying a sword behind their backs, a wine pot hanging from their waists, a jade hairpin on their heads, or a scholar in green robes. At the same time, they appeared in the Baek Okekyung buildings and cities of different heights. Every Chen Pingan was wearing one of the 5 colors of clothes. They casually killed those martial artists whose realms weren't high enough. Too slow. Punching is too slow. Like paper. Martial arts fist. Don't scratch the enemy lightly when you punch them. The 5 martial artists Chen Pingan didn't stop punching. They shattered the bodies of the martial artists one by one, wrung their heads, or slashed down with a straight hand knife, directly splitting the martial artists into 2. What a caring and protective second shopkeeper. Another warm and mellow voice fell from the sky into Tsai Jiyue's heart lake. Miss Tsai, you and the Lotus Nunnery Master have been neighbors for a long time, but I've never spoken to that Tianmu Taoist saint. Why is the Tao technique in your heart so weak and vulnerable? That's why it's better to find a wise master than a scripture master. Why don't you become my disciple and cultivate the Tao technique? I can take you in as an unofficial disciple first. I've always had a high threshold for accepting disciples. And I'm actually quite good at preaching the Tao. The appearance of your spell is nothing more than a vast moon. As the host, you're treating your guests separately. The foundation of the great Tao should be one. Why don't Miss Tsai be more sincere and take out the real supernatural power as a gift? Tsai was so annoying. He was quite capable, but he had too many strange words. She had never been so annoyed by a guy. Perhaps Tu Jiang Shangjin, who chased after her for thousands of miles with a willow leaf, couldn't be compared to this Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan, who was standing at the highest point, suddenly stepped on the last 2 words written in the heavenly seal script, which belonged to the talisman. Previously he wrote, it was that order Chen Lu. Then the complete talisman was Lu Chen's edict. Hence, Chen Pingan stepped heavily on the 2 words Lu Chen, waved his hand and laughed, go. The 2 words Lu and Chen went to the top left and bottom right corners of the seal. The 2 words order and order went to the other 2 corners. The 6 full 5 Thunder Dharma seal was finally completed. Tsai's heart trembled. She knew that something was wrong. That 5 Thunder seal, which was like the opening of the Thunder Department's gates, suddenly fell to the ground with an unreasonable speed, merging with the city and the great Tao. It caused close to half of Tsai's illusions to be placed in the 4 words Lu Chen's edict, at the same time. Tsai, who was standing at the top of the rainbow light, realized that only now did Chen Pingan use the basic method of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, isolating the heavens and earth. At the same time he brought out the 2 life-flying swords, which were unknown but had a rough idea of their abilities. 3 big and small heavens and earth, detaining half of Tsai. Tsai sighed faintly. Indeed, annoying people have even more annoying methods. Regarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi's heavens and earth restriction, as well as the young hidden official's life-flying sword, she was already prepared for the worst. However, she did not expect that this 5 Thunder spell full moon seal, which was used by people to increase the power of their attacks, would be refined into a cage by Chin Pingan with just a few strokes. A martial artist who had just started to climb up the Baek-ok-kyung building, Tsai, and not the seven-colored clothed cultivator, Tsai, was responsible for retracting all the moonlight, turning back into a young woman with a round face. She was already in the small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage. The seal landed, the lightning disappeared, and the heavens and earth turned dim. It was like a chaotic land before the heavens and earth were formed. Even the towering Baek-ok-kyung building, the sword immortal banner, the middle-aged Taoist, and the 5 martial artists Chin Pingan, all disappeared. The young man in a bright red robe held a narrow saber in his hand and gently tapped his shoulder. He slowly descended from the sky towards the city wall with a bright smile. Even if I can't completely kill Miss Tsai, I have to leave Miss Tsai on the city wall. The young hidden official spoke politely. However, in this small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage filled with sword chi, other than the path where Chin Pingan landed, the flying swords dissipated on their own to make way for a bright red robe. The rest of the heavens and earth were filled with flying swords, forming a dense array from the sky of the small heavens and earth. Layer by layer, the tips of the swords all pointed at Tsai. Within 100 feet of Tsai, the moonlight was like water, blocking the flying swords. Tsai asked doubtfully, "You arbitrarily changed the purpose of this 5 thunder seal. Don't you feel sorry for it? Because of this, the seal that had the potential to become an immortal weapon will not only be separated from its perfect state, its offensive power will also be reduced by half, and it will also lose the opportunity to become a sect seal?" Chin Pingan blinked his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. He seemed to be saying that Miss Tsai's question was too big and too difficult to answer. Tsai asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Chin Pingan stopped tapping the saber and raised the saber on his shoulder. He complained, "Miss Yu, you and I hit it off. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Half a month's credit or half a month's credit is fine. Don't tell me it's not worth the value of a sex dharma seal?" Tsai blamed herself and said, "Your talisman's method is too strange. I didn't expect that a seal restriction could be so strange." Chin Pingan suddenly asked an even stranger question. "Can a person's self-blame kill?" Again. Tsai raised her hands and slapped her cheeks heavily. Without Chin Pingan's half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no matter how strange his unpolished Jade Realm Chin Pingan's method was, could it really stop a bright moon's travel? Chin Pingan hung Tsai on his waist, stopped smiling and stopped in the air. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together and gently pressed against the void in front of him. Finally there was a faint light of a lamp. Chin Pingan's 2 fingers slowly moved from right to left. "I regard you as a wild beast in the wild world. You shouldn't treat me as a human being. Come to me and be my enemy. Please be more careful. Cut the moon in my heart with a sword. Please show yourself. Then cut your real body with a sword. Please die. I have a sword to ask and I ask heaven and earth to answer. Start with the bright moon." Koyu picked the moon from the sky and returned to the human world. She went straight to the opposite city in a daze, which made Li Zhen a little unhappy. Now he couldn't beat that little girl, but the key was that the other party was not bad in terms of birth and family background. Only when Li Zhen was at the peak could he exchange his life with Koyu in the human world. Her round face was no longer very likable. Her carefree attitude and the look of "don't bother me" had once made Li Zhen envious to the point of jealousy. Li Zhen immediately rode his sword to the edge of the cliff and complained, "Why didn't you stop Koyu? What was so great about being blessed by the heavens and being blessed by the heavens? Can you break the rules of the Jiazi tent just because you can pick a moon from the sky? If we let our hidden official catch her and chat with her, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted in an instant?" Now Li Zhen and the Dragon Monarch were standing on half of the city wall. The 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain had almost all rushed to the vast world, but Li Zhen was still dawdling here. As the direct disciple of the great ancestor of this world, he had lost the face of the moon-supporting mountain. When one of Li Zhen's senior brothers passed by the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he didn't even greet Li Zhen and directly rode the wind to the top of the city wall. The Dragon King condensed a vague silhouette with thousands of tiny streams of sword chi. The old man raised his sleeve, pointed his finger at the only moon left in the sky and said, "There is one left. If you have the ability to take it down, I will let you go to the city wall on the other side. You can do whatever you want." The 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain were of course the gods' favored sons of the desolate world. But above them, there was a small group of people with hidden identities. They were young and had a high status. They were not recorded in the Jiazi tent. Other than the round-faced woman who made Li Zhen nag non-stop, the mistress of the moon in the sky, there was actually Firen, Yusi and Tan Duku and others. Li Zhen sighed, Dragon Monarch, oh senior, you and I have been friends for thousands of years. You should cherish it. Not only did you not protect me but you also said such hurtful words. Can a jar of old wine withstand a few mouthfuls of yours? Always leave a way out. Geniuses never leave a way out. Picking the moon to the human world. In the past, the master of the Lotus Nunnery who refined half of the moon could barely do it. But because of the existence of the moon-supporting mountain, she didn't dare to do it. Of course, it was meaningless to do it. The moon was not in the sky. Using the geographical location to exchange for the timing of the heavens was a loss. It was detrimental to the cultivation of the great Tao. In the vast world there were many paradises and blessed lands. The master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious. She tried to combine the moon in the sky everywhere. When the time came, the old demon would merge with the timing of the heavens and manifest the heavenly Tao, with her true body. She was not a god but she was better than a god. It was said that before the great battle, Zhoumi once went to the sky and discussed the Tao with the master of the Lotus Nunnery. Zhoumi laughed in the moon and said, "Why should we lose to the past this year? Why should we lose to the ancients? It was a pity that the wind and rain always blew away." The pitiful master of the Lotus Nunnery didn't even get to see the bright moon in the vast world. It couldn't be said that the master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious but not talented. It was just that Dong Sanjing's sword was too overbearing. Old man Dong's feat was not only to kill the master of the Lotus Nunnery, but also to completely destroy a part of the luck of the desolate world. It was like smashing a grain of grain rain money into a pile of snow money. Even if the snow money still fell into the pockets of the moon-supporting mountain, the difference in price was a real loss to the desolate world. If the moon-supporting mountain wanted to reconstruct a complete moon and hang the canopy in the sky again, it would cost a lot of money. Although the Dragon Monarch let the cotton-clothed round-faced girl land on the opposite side of the city, he had been paying attention to the situation there. If Kuiyu made any moves that crossed the line, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. As one of the top 10 youths in the world, his Tao was destined to be high and far. Of course he was extraordinary. However, in the eyes of an ancient sword immortal like the Dragon Monarch, looking at these energetic juniors was nothing more than looking at himself in the past. Compared to Li Zhen, who was always absent-minded and lazy in his sword practice, Kuiyu's realm was high enough. He also had a unique ability, so he was able to break through the layers of restrictions and enter a no-man's land to meet the young secluded official. One had just returned to his hometown from the other party's hometown, while the other liked to be a watchdog for other people. A young man and a young woman of similar age from different hometowns happened to be among the top 11 youths. Li Zhen asked, "Are you chatting or fighting?" The Dragon Monarch said, "A single man and a single woman, dry wood and blazing fire. Do you believe it?" Li Zhen said with a cheeky smile, "Hurry up and open the restriction. Let me see. Seeing is believing. I want to see if the two of them have really stirred up the fire. When the time comes, I'll make a painting of immortals and find someone to help me send it to Ning Yao. At that time, Qin Pingan might be killed by Ning Yao before Lu Cha. Wouldn't that be perfect? If Ning Yao attacked him with her sword, the secluded official wouldn't dare to fart. He could only stretch his neck obediently. That's what I admire the most about the secluded official." The Dragon Monarch glanced at the increasingly unfamiliar clairvoyance, and shook his head. "This time when you and I meet again, there's only one thing that I have to admit. That is, you are indeed more pitiful than Qin Pingan. You are indeed no longer the clairvoyance. At the very least, Qin Pingan is staying here as a watchdog. No one thinks that it's funny. Maybe even Firen and Wooden Clog will treat him with respect." The Dragon Monarch looked up at the sky. In the past, the three of them used to cultivate and climb the mountain together. In the end, their paths diverged to that mountain in the wilderness. He, the Dragon Monarch, didn't die at Moon-Bearing Mountain. His heart died at the moment when Qin Qingdo said he wanted to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain. The reason why he was still willing to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain with his sword was to give an explanation to his fellow felons who became felons. Qin Qingdu had died once in the Battle of the Moon-Supporting Mountain, and now he had died once again. Then what about this clairvoyance? Similarly, he had died once at the Moon-Supporting Mountain and then lost to Qin Pingan outside the city. Li Zhen's Taoist heart and the last bit of clairvoyant spirit that could be vaguely seen had probably died completely. The dragon monarch almost never asked about the same thing twice. But today the old man made an exception for Moon-Bearing Mountain and now for Li Zhen. In the last battle with Chen Pinggan, what did you see with that flying sword's natal Abijna? Li Zhen smiled. One is not clairvoyance, the other is not like the dragon monarch. You still have the nerve to pity me. The dragon monarch changed the question. That person at Moon-Bearing Mountain, did he see the same result as you? Li Zhen thought for a while. I don't know if my master knows. Because I don't know anything at all. The dragon monarch no longer spoke. This Li Zhen really deserves to die. In the future I'll take it as a final farewell for clairvoyance. Li Zhen didn't know if he didn't know the dragon monarch's intention, or if he knew he wouldn't do anything. He just pestered, Senior Dragon Monarch, please open the restriction. Practicing the sword is so boring. He didn't expect the dragon monarch to really open the mountain restriction of the Jiazi tent. Li Zhen exclaimed and said, Beko Kekyung Building Sai. Master Hidden Official's resentment towards Qing Ming Tian is a bit big. This pure Jade Realm technique is really amazing. I can't afford to provoke it. Look, Master Hidden Official is starting to bewitch people again. Luckily it's Sister Moon-Bearing Mountain who doesn't think much. If it's Sister Moon-Bearing Mountain she will definitely be killed. Dragon Monarch, you are senior and knowledgeable. Do you know where Moon-Bearing Mountain's real body is? Can Master Hidden Official's dog nose smell it? The dragon monarch listened to Li Zhen's chatter and thought of some old things that he didn't want to think about. Qin Qingdo's natal flying sword, duckweed, had long been broken in Moon-Bearing Mountain. Therefore there was a saying that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and there was a saying that a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. Dragon monarch, natal flying sword, great ruins immortal tomb. Clairvoyance, natal flying sword, river of time. Therefore, in an old almanac that was thousands of years old, on the front page of the old almanac, there was a record of sword cultivator clairvoyance. The path of cultivation was the most bumpy, and he was targeted the most by those ancient gods. His good friends Qin Qingdo and the dragon monarch had been the Tao protectors of clairvoyance for the longest time. This was because the sword cultivators who had the most Tao protectors were the deceased sword cultivators who had been annihilated in the dust of history. There were once a few sword cultivators who had extremely high attainments in the sword Tao. Their sword skills were high, their sword intents flourished, and the majestic sight of their swords were enough to make the dragon monarch, who had long given up, feel ripples in his heart when he occasionally thought of them 10,000 years later. It was hard for the later generations to imagine that Qin Qingdo's aptitude was actually not the best among the large group of sword cultivators who rose and fell like a comet when he first started practicing the sword. It could even be said that he was ordinary. It was just that Qin Qingdo's fortuitous encounter was not bad. In the end, Qin Qingdo grasped it and held it firmly. He held that fortuitous encounter tightly in his hand like a sword. However, with Qin Qingdo's stubborn personality, he probably wasn't willing to be honest with anyone for the past 10,000 years. The sea turned into mulberry fields and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Humans tend to forget things when they get old. Li Zhen tiptoed and looked at the battlefield, sighing, these two can really fight. They have all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. My eyes are dazzled. Endless spells, messy methods and tit-for-tat confrontations on various battlefields. Li Zhen suddenly asked, Qin Pinggan seems to have used his pure jade cultivation from the beginning. It doesn't seem like the style of our hidden official. The result of this battle won't be all talk and no action, right? Indeed, it was all talk and no action. The five thunders seal that hung high above the Beko Kekyung building had 16 words in it. Each word contained the true meaning of Taoism. The deities held thunder and lightning in their hands and whipped the earth fiercely. It made Li Zhen a little absent-minded, as if a sword cultivator in the past had returned to the ancient battlefield through observation. Li Zhen shook his head and dispelled this meaningless thought. Li Zhen said with a look of regret, it's a pity it's not Lu Kai. As long as it's Lu Kai with those two life-bound flying swords, coupled with a treasure temporarily borrowed from Moon-supporting Mountain, even if our hidden official is extremely careful, he will still suffer a crushing defeat. The dragon monarch sneered, you like to place your hopes on others. It's no longer observation. You don't even want to be a sword cultivator now? Li Zhen complained, dragon monarch, what's wrong with you? Every time you talk to me you're always so sarcastic. Why don't you arm wrestle with the hidden official? The dragon monarch was still paying attention to the battle over there. He casually gave an answer, I can't win against him in words. Why should I embarrass myself? Li Zhen was speechless. On the opposite city wall, the two figures suddenly disappeared. Li Zhen laughed and said, Good hidden official. You finally can't wait to use your trump card. Sister Jiayue is too careless. It'll be difficult to get out of the pit after entering. The Dragon Monarch said, that 5 thunder seal was sent out by you. Li Zhen smiled and said, Sister Jiayue wants to denounce me. She has to walk out of here alive. The Dragon Monarch said, you're already out of the well, but you want to be a frog at the bottom of the well again. Observation is indeed the same as your good friend Qin Qingdu. Both are equally stupid. Li Zhen's expression suddenly changed. He no longer had the mood to bicker with the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch had already sensed that something was wrong before Li Zhen. In an instant, Li Zhen was hit by the sword aura and fell off the city wall. Li Zhen was stunned at first. Then he held the back of his head with both hands and let his body fall to the ground. He laughed and said, the Dragon Monarch used his sword to help someone. What a rare thing. The Dragon Monarch stretched out his hand and held the sword. He revealed his Dharma form. The sword aura swept across the sky and shattered the sea of clouds. The Dragon Monarch's sword aura and the many ancient sword wills seemed to be fighting for the great Tao. Not only did Li Zhen not dare to land casually, but he also hurriedly used a protective treasure to resist the sword wills and sword aura that did not belong to the moon-bearing mountain. The moon-bearing mountain sword immortal embryos on the city wall, who were inferior in terms of talent and opportunity, were even more unbearable. They all used their life source flying swords to protect themselves. The Dragon Monarch's sword slashed towards the opposite city wall. He no longer held back. Otherwise, the credit would harm the foundation of the Great Tao. The Dragon Monarch did not mind this. She asked for it. However, the Dragon Monarch would definitely not let Qin Pingan obtain the benefits of the Great Tao. Previously he went to the city wall on credit. Whether it was chatting or fighting, it was the Dragon Monarch's alms to a homeless dog. After Qin Pingan stabbed in his heart, the bright moon in his heart shattered. The figure of the moon-bearing mountain floated in the cage of heaven and earth. Although it was not all of the moon-bearing mountain, she was still a sparrow in a cage. Another sword. Qin Pingan's true body and the god behind him slashed down together. Heaven and earth as one sword. The figure quickly condensed into a tiny speck of moonlight. The true body of the moon-bearing mountain was first slashed apart, then shattered and shattered again. The moon of heaven and earth was round and round. The moonlight that was everywhere was turned to dust time and time again. The sword slashed down on the true body of the moon-bearing mountain. It was also the moon-bearing mountain's Tao technique. Qin Pingan looked up and sneered. The Dragon Monarch's sword did not seem too fast. Above half of the great wall of sword chi, heaven and earth returned to normal. The Dragon Monarch reached out and messed up the chaotic sword chi and fragmented moonlight. He grabbed again. A pale-faced girl with a round face stood beside the Dragon Monarch. She said hoarsely, "Thank you, Senior Dragon Monarch." The Dragon Monarch looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said, "Fortunately, the Great Tao was not damaged much. I can take this opportunity to change my temperament and cultivate diligently. I should be able to make up for it if I cultivate diligently in the vast world for a period of time." The moon-bearing mountain nodded silently. A bright red figure with both hands in his sleeves stood opposite. He looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said with a smile, "I was careless and did not control my strength well. Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, please forgive me." The moon-bearing mountain had a doubt in her heart that she hid deeply. However, she did not say anything. Her great Tao was damaged and it was not easy. If it was not for the fact that her true body was unique and blessed by the heavens as Li Zhen said, then ordinary martial artists would be rolling on the ground in pain. Those who cultivated Tao would be even more anxious. The future of their great Tao would be bleak. Li Zhen hung on the city wall a little further away from the Dragon Monarch and the moon-bearing mountain. He looked at the other side and saw the hidden official raise his hand. In the palm of his hand, there was the purest pocket-sized moon in the world. It might even be able to compete with Chen Chuanan's moon in terms of purity. Qin Pingan's palm moved slightly. The moon rose slightly, as if it was on the peak of a mountain in the palm of his hand. It was more than enough to make up for the loss he suffered when he shattered the moon with a single sword strike. The moon-bearing mountain said, "There will be a reward for today's battle." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Come again when you are free. You are most welcome." Qin Pingan's gaze moved to look at Li Zhen, who was sneaking around in the distance, and then he said with a smile, "Look at Miss Jiyu's gift when she came to visit, and then look at how petty you are. If it was me, I would have fucking killed myself long ago." Li Zhen's hands were on the city wall. His body was hanging on the wall. Only his head was exposed. He looked pitiful and did not speak. The dragon monarch opened the restriction again. Qin Pingan still had his hands in his sleeves. He nodded slightly and looked up at the moon-bearing mountain. He smiled and said, "Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, forgive me for not seeing you off." Qin Pingan also had a strange matter that was neither too big nor too small. Why was this round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes so lazy in the vast world? Did she not kill people? Li Zhen leaped onto the city wall. Unfortunately, the moon-bearing mountain had already turned into moonlight and disappeared. She passed through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and traveled thousands of miles. Finally, she merged with half of Tong Yi continent's true body. Nowadays, the vast world and the desolate world were constantly clashing. Especially with Tong Yi continent and Fuyao continent's Daos merging, the time was gradually converging. It was no longer a door away from the other day and night. The moon-bearing mountain had a mystery in her heart. Why did Qin Pingan's second sword not seem to have used all his strength? Otherwise, even if the dragon monarch helped, the moon-bearing mountain would have to leave behind more moonlight. However, the round-faced lady could not help but feel sad. Half of her moonlight was gone just like that. On a mountain peak, the round-faced lady frowned. She then squatted on the ground and patted her cheeks. She comforted herself and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Don't cry, don't cry." Qin Pingan turned and left. He did not expect the dragon monarch to attack again. It seemed like the dragon monarch was really angry this time. His body dissipated and reformed in front of him. Qin Pingan laughed out loud. On the opposite city wall, Li Zhen sneakily walked to the side of a gray-robed man. This moon-bearing mountain-bearing 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 mountain did not come here with his real body. The hidden official is really ruthless. He made a huge profit from the gamble. I'm convinced. The dragon monarch did not bother with Li Zhen. He only laughed coldly. You dare to step on that name openly. Are you not afraid that the third sect master in the Baek Okekyung building will sense it? In the real Baek Okekyung building, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head was walking on the railing. He raised his hand and looked into the distance. He laughed, good words, good words. Good name, good name. Qin Pingan sat on a city wall. His legs were dangling in the air. He held up a small round moon with one hand and flipped the dagger of Chao Zi that had been carelessly added with inscriptions in the later generations. The dagger came from Deer Mountain. It was engraved with the words, Morning Dew. It eventually fell into the hands of a young man named Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan looked at the pocket-sized moon, smiled and kept it in his sleeve. In the future he would give it to his first disciple as a gift for breaking through the sixth state. If he had already reached the sixth state and broke through the seventh state, it would be difficult for his master. The dagger flipped between Qin Pingan's fingertips and the back of his hand. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped. He put away the dagger and placed his hands on the city wall. He looked up and muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was safe and saw the light of day again. As for the other sins, he was the only exception. When Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the Green Underworld, they met again in a foreign land. The two of them drank together. Alliance once said that Qin Pingan was really a pity. You haven't seen the old scholar who seemed to have won before he spoke in the debate between the three sections. You haven't seen the high-spirited and high-spirited scholar with your own eyes. You haven't seen the teacher whose hair was slightly white and whose appearance wasn't too old. You haven't seen the young Cui Dong whose white clothes were whiter than snow and who held the black chess pieces. You haven't seen the young man who always held his head high after he made a mistake. You haven't seen the young Shao Qi who liked to frown slightly when he was studying. Have you ever seen Lu Shilu, who stretched out his hands and pressed down on the two heads to prevent them from fighting in anger? He grinned foolishly. Then, under the teacher's gaze, he slightly let go of one head so that the younger junior brother, Shao Qi, could gently kick the unreasonable senior brother's wa. In the end, the teacher acted as a peacemaker and said that it was okay. Shao Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. He looked a lot like the teacher when he was teaching. The tall and slender senior brother Cui Dong would put his hands on his junior brother's shoulders and gently rest his chin on the angry young man's head. He said, "Forget it, you're the senior brother. You should give in to your junior brother." Shao Qi would take advantage of the situation and smile at senior brother's wa, shaking his head and saying, "Do I need him to give in to me?" When the left and right glared fiercely, the junior brother would immediately run behind the tall senior brother. However, when the senior brother let go of senior brother's wa shoulders, Shao Qi felt that something was wrong and immediately hid behind the teacher. The teacher opened his arms and protected the junior brother behind him. He took a step to the left and a step to the right to stop the second disciple who was unwilling to give in. That's right. Chin Pingan had never seen it before. At that time, Chin Pingan smiled and drank a bowl of wine. He said, I've only heard about it from you. I can only imagine what I've heard about it. However, I'm very happy just from hearing about it and imagining it. Alliance saw the sadness that seemed to escape from a young man's smile and an empty bowl of white wine. Sadness was always so mischievous. He could not hide his eyes well and could not hold back the wine. In the end, Alliance drank the last bowl of wine. He was both emotional and comforting.